If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 126, Mist Battlefield. This chapter is sponsored by Miguel Razzo. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Haha, it seems I've been underestimated by these brats. Do they really think that a bit of ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru will let them act so recklessly? Slowly taking down the wide cleaver from his back, the 2.5-meter tall figure resembling a giant, Sokazan Fugyuki, watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, revealed a ferocious grin. His sharp teeth exposed a cruel edge. No matter how many fish come, they are still prey. Staring at the distant leaf ninjas, Sokazan Fugyuki coldly roared, "The leaf's reinforcements are no more than 100. Kill! Erase this leaf stronghold today." The Mist Ninjas were all reticent, or perhaps it could be said that Mist Ninjas trained under the Blood Mist policies were all qualified war machines. On command, countless Mist Ninjas turned into shadows charging toward the Leaf Ninjas. "Roar scum, get out of the way for this lord!" The gigantic body of the many-tailed beast rolled down, causing the earth to shake. Facing this war beast, Sokazan Fugyuki also had some hesitation. He brandished his cleaver and charged forward. Many Tails! Retreat! Just when the Many Tails was unruly and about to teach the Mist Ninja fighting him a lesson, suddenly Uchiha Yoru, who was far away, saw the large figure and the red hair and immediately shouted. The experience on the battlefield led Many Tails to instinctively flick its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust, and it burrowed directly into the soft earth. "Damn brat!" Uchiha Yoru's warning allowed the Many Tails to escape, making Sokazan Fugyuki angrily shout. He turned his head and swung his cleaver. "Brat, let this lord see how much you've learned from Orochimaru." Boom! Leaf Ninjas and Mist Ninjas clashed again with the arrival of reinforcements. Fatefully, Kakashi Hatake encountered Zabuza Momokai from the mist. Uchiha Yoru met elite Mist Ninjas like Gecko, and almost everyone found their match. On a battlefield with over 100 ninjas, jutsu flew everywhere. Every ninja not only had to watch out for their opponent but also be alert in all directions, because a small kunai could be lethal. Dang dang! Uchiha Yoru and this time's attacking Mist Ninja commander, Sokazan Fugyuki, clashed. As soon as they met, Uchiha Yoru dared not to be careless. His Kusanagi sword directly collided with the cleaver. In the brief exchange, Sokazan Fugyuki's initial contempt for the young ninja in front of him had disappeared, replaced by seriousness. "This brat is so fast." Similarly, Uchiha Yoru, using his Raiden Chakra mode, maximized his speed and fought with his Kusanagi sword, even feeling a tingling sensation in his palm. He was also secretly amazed at Sokazan Fugyuki's great strength. The giant cleaver didn't seem out of place with Sokazan Fugyuki's 2.5-meter frame and carried no awkwardness under his great power. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. During their exchange, without any warning, 7 or 8 venomous snakes with gaping mouths suddenly sprang from Uchiha Yoru's sleeves. Although the jutsu rank was not high, it was too sudden. In the brief exchange, Sokazan Fugyuki couldn't help but frown. It seemed that this young ninja knew him well. "Fat pig, is this all you've got?" Taking the opportunity to retreat quickly, Uchiha Yoru didn't miss the chance to mock, the words "fat pig" instantly casting a dark cloud over Sokazan Fugyuki's eyes. "Kid, even Orochimaru wouldn't dare look down on me like this." As the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Sokazan Fugyuki had his own pride, especially the same hata in his hand, making him nearly invincible. Uchiha Yoru, however, was deep in thought. He couldn't underestimate any ninja. Just considering the swordsmanship displayed earlier, Fugyuki was definitely among the elite. "Needle hairs!" Sokazan Fugyuki suddenly yelled, releasing a dense barrage of red hair, resembling Jiraiya's hair technique. Facing this sudden attack, Uchiha Yoru quickly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply and exhaling a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge fireball swept over, instantly evaporating Fugyuki's needle hairs even with their chakra boost. Not only did Uchiha Yoru block the attack with his fire style, the residual force also advanced toward Fugyuki. Kid. Using fire style against Mist Ninja, you're too arrogant. Sukazan Fugyuki angrily sprayed a large amount of water, instantly extinguishing the huge fireball. Sukazan Fugyuki is the first-generation wielder of Same Hata, and excels in hair-based jutsu, water style, and sword techniques. Same Hata can absorb the enemy's chakra and inject it into its wielder. Uchiha Yoru easily recited this information, not avoiding other ninjas' intel. Your Same Hata is strong, but the intelligence department of Konoha isn't slack. Your sword is afraid of fire. Fugyuki's face turned pale green. Kid, it seems Orochimaru has been gathering intel on us Mist Ninjas. Uchiha Yoru simply smiled, without explaining that he had deduced this from the original storyline. Kid, Orochimaru has been expelled from Konoha. Why don't you join us in the Mist Village? Just then, Fugyuki realized something was off. Breaking free from the illusion, he found monstrous figures with gaping mouths lunging at him. Damn kid! Swinging Same Hata, he cut these phantom snakes in half, full of surprise and anger. Had it not been for Same Hata, he might have fallen. Your eyes! Uchiha Yoru, who transformed into a flash of lightning, appeared behind him. Their swordsmanship clashed again, this time Fugyuki was more cautious. How can your Sharingan be so strong? Fugyuki was wary. He had faced Sharingan before, but this kid's Sharingan seemed terrifyingly strong. Uchiha Yoru kept attacking with his sword, revealing a smile. His Sharingan had indeed become stronger. Kid, you're too arrogant. In close combat, Fugyuki angrily left an opening. Uchiha Yoru immediately pierced Same Hata into his armpit. However, Fugyuki revealed a cunning grin. His body turned into water, a water clone. The clone exploded. Strength of a ninja is never determined by the level of their techniques. Emerging from a mud pit, Fugyuki revealed a grim smile. But then, lightning flashed behind him again. The same principle applies, I can also use clone techniques. Both were close to each other, fighting intensely. Fugyuki swung Same Hata for an attack, but at that moment a snake lunged out of a pit, biting his ankle. What time was this? He recalled what had just happened. Uchiha Yoru had used his sword to dig a hole in the ground, where the snake hid. A mud clone covered it during the explosion, perfectly concealing the hole. Kid, you're so cunning. Fugyuki's face turned green with envy. Retreat. Seeing his ankle start to turn black, Fugyuki instantly threw a smoke bomb and ordered all Mist Ninjas to retreat. Water style, hidden mist technique. As they retreated, the ninja from Sukazan Fugyuki formed hand seals. In an instant, a large amount of chakra mixed with the moisture in the air, creating a thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield. Under these circumstances, the Leaf Village ninjas hastily began their defense. Hyuga clan, be on guard. Everyone, back to back for all-round defense. Veteran ninjas on the battlefield immediately formed small defensive circles back to back as the fog appeared. The hidden mist is retreating. With many members of the Hyuga clan present, they immediately noticed the retreating Mist Ninjas and began shouting loudly. Wind release, great breakthrough! Ninjas proficient in wind release immediately activated their jutsu, dispersing the uncontrolled fog with a gust of wind. The retreating figures of the hidden Mist Ninjas became visible to all the Leaf Ninjas. The intense battle involving hundreds of ninjas had already begun to alter the landscape. With the departure of the hidden mist, pock-marked sandy beaches were revealed, and the surviving Leaf Village ninjas let out excited cries. Before this, the Leaf ninjas on the island had been intimidated by Orochimaru's fearsome presence, feeling a sense of nostalgia. People are such creatures. When Orochimaru left, they remembered the good old times when just his mere appearance at the borders could deter enemy nations. Now, the hidden mist village was practically at their doorstep. Medical ninjas, attend to the wounded. Recon team, be on alert. Uchiha Yoro was a ninja who had survived 3 wars. He knew all too well that battles and wars among ninjas were full of deceit. He couldn't afford any negligence, especially when he had many members of the Hyuga branch family under his command. Prepare to return to our base. Victory was theirs. When the Leaf Ninjas saw Uchiha Yoro use his powerful snake-based jutsu, they cheered, as if they were seeing Orochimaru himself. Uchiha Yoro didn't stop them, instead, he smiled confidently, silently acknowledging that his intentional use of snake-based jutsu had not been in vain. Gaining prestige quickly could be achieved in many ways, the most direct was stepping over the bodies of your enemies. Clearly, he didn't face stupid enemies, so he chose to leverage his mentor Orochimaru's reputation. The prestige of the legendary Sunin Orochimaru would serve as his aid. Since Orochimaru had been expelled, the frontline Leaf Ninjas who missed him would naturally transfer their hopes onto his successor. Similarly, he must also possess considerable strength, otherwise, he would become a joke. Clearly, he had succeeded. Just like when he became famous for intercepting Jiraiya in the Leaf Village, he would become a substitute for the nostalgic Orochimaru in the eyes of countless frontline Leaf Ninjas. Over time, the shadow of the old Snake Sunin would fade, to be replaced by him. The retreating Hidden Mist Ninjas moved quickly through the forest. A medical ninja cautiously asked, "Sir, is your foot all right?" The Sukazan Fugyuki snorted coldly. The poisoned blood around his ankle had already been forced out by his powerful chakra. "That kid is troublesome. Send the order, let Zabuza lead the assassination team to gather information. I want to know exactly how many reinforcements the Leaf has sent." "Yes. Kaijin, send the order, this time there are quite a few Hyuga clan members from the Leaf. The next battle will be extremely difficult, let the lunatic from the Kagaya clan fight against the Hyuga clan." "Yes. The Sukazan Fugyuki may look rugged, but his caution is what has kept him alive for so long. He chose to retreat this time for 2 reasons, first, to gauge the strength of the Leaf reinforcements, second, because he was uncertain whether the Leaf had any more reinforcements coming. Chapter 127, Extreme Emotions. This chapter is sponsored by Miguel Razo. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. In the former site of the Whirlpool Country's island, the Konoha ninjas are stationed. After the Konoha ninjas regained their base, with the help of their ninjutsu, they quickly reorganized the camp and began setting up traps around it. Inside the camp. After today's battle, Uchiha Yoro quickly gained a reputation at the front lines. After all, Orochimaru had operated in the Land of Water front lines for many years, and it was easier for Orochimaru's disciples to earn their support in comparison. Especially during this sensitive time, the arrival of Uchiha Yoro signifies that the Konoha will not pursue matters further. Inside the camp tent, Uchiha Yoro sat in the main position, taking the commander's seat this time. On both sides were his close aides and elite ninjas of the camp. Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Hyuga Hisashi were the elite jonin he brought, along with 2 elite jonin who were originally stationed at the front lines. I thought Hisashi is in Konoha. The Whirlpool Country Island is strategically located between our Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The rich mineral resources here have attracted countless merchants, and the island is a mix of dragons and snakes, with merchants from all over the ninja world, as well as many rogue ninjas, spies from other countries, and more. We, the Konoha, have 3 veins of minerals here, so we set up 3 bases. The Mist Village ninjas also occupy 2 mineral veins in another location. This time, a large number of elite Mist Village ninjas suddenly gathered and attacked us here, targeting this largest mineral vein. The jonin stationed here solemnly reported the situation. Uchiha Yoro, having previously been on the front lines and being familiar with the Whirlpool Country, showed a meaningful smile upon receiving the intelligence. Given the strategic importance and abundant resources of the Whirlpool Country, it's no wonder both the Konoha and the Mist Village invested so much effort here. Aside from its strategic location, the resources here are just too enticing. From our reinforcements, dispatch 6 3-person reconnaissance teams to support the other 2 bases. Making a quick decision, Uchiha Yoru ordered a troop movement. The local Jonin were thrilled, exclaiming, "Lord Yoru, with the addition of 3 reconnaissance teams, it won't be so easy for the Mist Village ninjas to attack us easily." They were well aware that among the reinforcements were many from the Hyuga clan. With the Byakugan, which acts as a radar on the battlefield, enemies wouldn't be able to easily ambush them. However, Uchiha Yoru responded, "We can't be careless. There are many secret techniques and Kekii Genkai in the ninja world, including those that can create false chakra images. We must remain vigilant." "Yes. Shisui, the resources in these 3 veins are significant. Ensure you send your best to guard them." "Yes. Kakashi, since the Mist Village has openly attacked, they are essentially using the unclaimed Whirlpool country as an excuse. Order all Konoha ninjas not to act alone, especially when venturing deep into the Whirlpool country to gather intelligence or make purchases. Be extra cautious." "Yes. In essence, the Whirlpool country island is rich in mineral resources and is squeezed between 2 nations, giving birth to this no man's land shrouded in darkness. This place can be described as a haven for criminals, as well as a haven for wealth. It has attracted countless merchants, wanderers, and mercenaries, making it a place of chaos. The 2 major countries, the Leaf and the Mist Ninjas, occupy the richest mineral resources here, located within the dense jungles of the island. In simpler terms, they're situated on the outskirts. Constant battles occur between the 2 sides, while deep within the island, countless merchants enjoy their lavish lifestyles. Apart from its rich mineral resources, this place also produces some valuable items. For instance, the special wood required for chakra testing paper can be found here. With these favorable conditions, this place has amassed immense wealth, and even things that cannot be openly traded are dealt with here. As for handling official affairs, he had already spent a considerable amount of time doing so while accompanying Orochimaru at the front. Being familiar with the situation here, he quickly got the hang of it. Many ninjas on the island are familiar faces to him. Once the name Uchiha Yoru was known, he already had a footing here. Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sunin, had a disciple who almost defeated Jiraiya, another Sunin, with the terrifyingly powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Additionally, as soon as he arrived at the front line, he repelled the Mist Ninja's Sukazan Fugyuki on his own. His recognized identity, combined with these 2 solid combat achievements, meant that there was no room for subordinates to doubt him. After issuing orders in an organized manner, and given the ninja's nature of obeying orders, the base quickly returned to its usual calm, although some miners had been mistakenly injured in the ninja clashes and now lay on the cold ground. Inside the camp tent, only Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi Hatake remained. "Brother Yoru, these are the details of the 3 mines on the island, as well as the report on the damage and theft by the Mist Ninjas of the refined iron." Looking at the intelligence handed over by Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Yoru slowly frowned, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden table. After a while, he softly said, "Shisui, this place produces fine iron, and even the precious chakram metal. I saw 13.5 pounds of chakram metal in the report," Uchiha Yoru mentioned in front of Kakashi and Shisui, then marked the report with a red pen. The 2 looked on in surprise, as if another loss had been added. "We have already engaged with the Mist Ninjas. It's clear that the war has begun, and although there are only provocations in the Land of Lightning, the supplies sent to the front line from the village are the same." At this point, Uchiha Yoru paused and said, "All those who came to this front line have one identity, they are direct supporters of Master Orochimaru. Ninjas cannot avoid going to battle, but for them, it's quite unfair as they have families. Kakashi, I hope you can secretly sell this chakram metal on the black market and add the proceeds to the compensation fund for those killed in action." Kakashi wanted to say something upon hearing this, but eventually remained silent. Most of those who came to the front were indeed Orochimaru's direct disciples, which was somewhat unfair. But ninjas don't have a choice, obeying orders is ingrained in them. Brother Yoru, those sitting in those positions in the village have betrayed the will of fire. Look at the front line, young ninjas, even children in their teens, are fighting. The older generation, however, is hidden in the village, engrossed in power. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui, having suppressed his feelings for so long, especially after the Orochimaru incident, seemed more and more fanatical. Brother Yoru, where the leaf flutters, the fire will never cease. The flame will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. The true will of fire lies in the young, and the older generation should trust and protect them. But now? I see teenagers on the front line, lighting up the village with their lives, while the rotten roots of the older generation greedily enjoy everything. This isn't right. Seeing the increasingly agitated Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Yoru angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Uchiha Shisui!" Despite the reprimand, Shisui looked back defiantly and incomprehensibly at his older brother. Kakashi, on the other hand, watched silently. He had once felt the same way, but after witnessing everything firsthand, he couldn't speak. "Did I say something wrong, Brother Yoru? Let's not talk about whether our ancestors were right or wrong for now. The first Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the village, but what about the second Hokage? For the sake of the younger generation of the Leaf, he chose to stand as the last line of defense in the Land of Lightning. The second Hokage was a Hokage who inherited the will of fire. But what about now? Team Genma feels deep shame because of the fourth Hokage's actions and suffers every day. Do the higher UPS who now sit in the village and enjoy everything remember the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage? It seemed that Uchiha Shisui, having been suppressed for too long, finally vented all his pent-up anger. His eyes were red with emotion, even pointing at Kakashi Hatake, who was dragged into this. "You said that White Fang was a hero, but White Fang once chose his comrades over a mission. The hero you speak of can't even get on the memorial stone. Brother Yoru, compared to the loss of White Fang's failed mission, isn't the sacrifice that the second Hokage made for the younger generation greater? Why can they sit comfortably and enjoy everything?" At this point, Uchiha Shisui was so overcome with emotion that he looked directly at Kakashi Hatake in anger and said, "Kakashi, if your father, White Fang, was a failure, then what are those corrupt beings? Weren't they, as guards of the second Hokage, also giving up on their mission? What about Lord Orochimaru? Is he also a failure? Then tell me, what is the current will of fire in the village? Is it to burn the younger generation to illuminate the decaying higher UPS?" Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru stood up with a grave expression, looking at Shisui, whose eyes showed a hint of obsession. He silently worried, thinking Shisui has been suppressed for too long, and his unstable emotions due to the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan have caused some mental issues. "Shisui, you're too extreme right now. You need to calm down." Facing Shisui, Uchiha Yoru didn't stop him but instead spoke softly, trying to soothe his agitated state. Kakashi Hatake, although not an Uchiha and less affected by the Mangekyo Sharingan, was also deeply affected by their conversation. His eyes began to look lost. Indeed, if his father was disgraced, then what about the higher UPS of Konoha? They watched as the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself for them. Isn't this loss greater than his father's abandonment of his mission? Why, under similar circumstances, are the higher UPS still comfortably enjoying everything? Kakashi. Uchiha Yoru's voice brought Kakashi back to his senses. Uchiha Yoru solemnly said, "The evolution of the Sharingan is due to the loss of a loved one or intense pain. When this happens, a special chakra flows in the brain, affecting the optic nerve, causing the eyes to change. Hence, the Sharingan is called the eye that reflects the soul, and its power is synchronized with one's emotional strength. As someone who also possesses the Sharingan, I need you to keep an eye on Shisui and prevent him from doing anything extreme." Mangekyo. After their Sharingan evolved, Shisui revealed the secret of the Mangekyo, and Uchiha Yoru strictly told them to keep it a secret and not use it unless necessary. Yoru, maybe Shisui is right. For the first time, Kakashi voiced his inner thoughts. His hoarse voice echoed in the tent, as his one visible eye looked at Uchiha Yoru, along with Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru seemed to be their pillar of support. Seeing Kakashi's actions, Shisui also showed a look of strong agreement, as if finding a like-minded companion. However, Kakashi, having a more analytical mind than Shisui, said directly, "Yoru, given recent events, we cannot ignore this. You cannot prioritize the village and ignore everything else. The third Hokage. There might be an issue." In Kakashi's eyes, there was determination as he voiced his thoughts and analysis. The leader of the root, Danzo, once said that the Nine Tails disaster and the fourth Hokage's sacrifice might have been a ploy by the third Hokage to regain power. Yoru, don't look at me with that threatening gaze. I also forced myself not to think this way, but Lord Orochimaru's incident makes it more suspicious. After the Orochimaru incident, both Kakashi and Shisui felt suppressed, especially when even Uchiha Yoru was afraid of being implicated and left a will. Kakashi saw things even more clearly. The turmoil at the border saved Yoru's life and even saved the loyal followers of Orochimaru, forcing the village to compromise. Brother Yoru, you've always been escaping from reality. Isn't what Kakashi said the truth? Do you have to see the tragedy happen again before you recognize the reality? Wow! At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked in shock at Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi Hatake. When did these two get involved? They seemed to have learned to corner him together, and even seemed to want to drag him down. Facing the intense gazes of the two, Uchiha Yoru's face looked a bit unsightly. The progress of these two seemed to be a bit too fast, somewhat out of control. What have you two found out in secret? Clearly, the current changes in Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Shisui indicate that they must have known something, otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. Chapter 128, 3 Mangekyo Users. This chapter is sponsored by Jamie Rios. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. At night, while you were being monitored and confined in the office building, I took advantage of the village's instability to secretly investigate the Sarutobi clan. I found out that all of this was orchestrated by Sarutobi Mabuki, the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage. At the same time, she collaborated with other advisors. And although Orochimaru's human experiments were ordered to be kept secret, I discreetly visited Orochimaru's research base and discovered some clues. What Orochimaru is researching is forbidden jutsu. According to the information left by my father, these are the village's forbidden techniques, strictly prohibited from being studied. In the village, only a very few people have the authority to access this information about the forbidden jutsu, and the teaching of the forbidden jutsu requires the approval of at least 2 advisory-level figures. How did Orochimaru get these forbidden techniques? And everything we did during that time obviously involves the root's leader, Shimura Dan's, Mabuki, and the 2 advisors she colluded with. How many other top officials are involved in the Leaf Village? Kakashi Hatake began to discuss his investigation and his series of analyses, which left Uchiha Yoru in shock. Goodness, the other side has been really busy during this time. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Uchiha Shisui angrily said, "Brother Yoru, do you know where the children and ninjas we intercepted have gone? The ones from the Nara family returned to their clan. The children from the daimyo's residence have gone home. The remaining children and ninjas without any family background were either recruited by the root or sent to the most dangerous front lines. How many of them can return?" It was clear that Shisui and Kakashi had exchanged information previously. Uchiha Yoru, seeing their expressions, forced a weak smile. "Kakashi, Shisui, you must believe in the will of fire. Corruption is only temporary. Wait for the new Hokage." Before Yoru could finish, Shisui interrupted, "The new Hokage? Sarutobi Shinzo?" If such a Hokage emerges, how would he be different from the currently corrupt top officials, who luxuriously live off the sacrifices of young ninjas? Shisui's eyes radiated disgust. Brother Yoru, during the time you were being monitored, the third Hokage approached me and spoke about the will of fire, but in reality, he wanted me to monitor you. The current third is truly rotten. He speaks grandly of the will of fire, but sits comfortably in the village, watching young ninjas bleed on the front lines. Kakashi added in a hoarse voice, the third Hokage may have once contributed greatly to the Leaf Village, but now he's become obsessed with power and cannot tolerate any opposition. I was also sent by the third Hokage to monitor you. Yoru said gravely, Kakashi, Shisui, your current mindset is very dangerous. Yoru continued, no matter what truths you both have discovered, the Leaf Village cannot afford any more turmoil. I hope you both understand. Kakashi and Shisui remained silent. Yoru sighed deeply, showing understanding, the village is not as perfect as you think. I'm even more heartbroken about it than you. Orochimaru was forced to leave, and the village's top officials are to blame. But the Leaf is our home, and we, too, our hands stained with blood. As he continued, a self-mocking smile appeared on Yoru's face. Moreover, this war won't end anytime soon. Kakashi quickly reacted, Yoru, have you discovered something? Shisui might be as strong as, or even stronger than Kakashi, but in terms of resilience and political insight, he's far behind. Yoru sighed deeply, sitting down tiredly. The village wants to use the border conflicts to wear down Orochimaru's followers. And, from the information I got from the route, after stabilizing from the war, the village plans to take action against the Uchiha clan. What? The two of them showed shocked expressions. It was understandable that Orochimaru's followers were targeted, but currently, the border is still in a turbulent phase. The village has already begun preparations to act against the Uchiha clan once the border stabilizes, which seemed somewhat incomprehensible. However, considering Orochimaru's fate, they began to understand a bit more. The village nowadays has decayed. Uncontrolled powers will be targeted. Konoha was founded by the Uchihas and the Senjus. How dare they? It was our Uchiha and Senju clans that took in Sarutobi, Shimura, and the rest. Now, the subordinates are turning against their masters. Shisui may be very powerful, but he is far from perfect in this regard. A simple sentence can easily lead to misunderstandings, but Kakashi didn't mind much, especially after seeing the decay of the village. With Shisui's changing worldview, he was filled with pride for the Senju who founded Konoha and his own clan. He now regarded Konoha as his own, but at this moment, he was filled with anger. The pride of the Uchiha clan is ingrained in them. At this moment, Shisui finally displayed the unique Uchiha pride, looking at the situation with anger. Now, Shisui regards Konoha as private property established by the Uchiha. Kakashi, on the other hand, is relatively calm. Even though Shisui may have some obsessive tendencies, he is willing to sacrifice for the village. Yoru, what's your plan? The calm Kakashi raised his head, revealing a dead-eyed look, and asked. He didn't believe that Uchiha Yoru, who Orochimaru saw as a successor, would sit back and do nothing. Shisui, who was beside him, looked excitedly at his brother Yoru. After Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha and felt immense repression, Shisui placed all his hopes on his elder brother. It can be said that Shisui was born a ninja but was never a leader. His willingness to end his own life by jumping off a waterfall in the original story is evidence of this. Uchiha Shisui is a powerful ninja but not a qualified clan leader. Facing Shisui's gaze wasn't much, but being under Kakashi's scrutiny made Uchiha Yoru fall silent. Kakashi might be at his darkest moment now, but analyzing his character from the original story, one can conclude that he's no ordinary ninja. Ignoring Kakashi's tactics during the Chunin exams for a moment, the mere fact that he later became the 6th Hokage proves that his vision and breadth of mind were never simple. The old ancestors once said that a lie requires countless other lies to support it, but a lie will always be a lie and will be exposed someday. After a long silence, Uchiha Yoru slowly looked up at Kakashi and Shisui. Their mental development was too fast, catching him off guard, and now he had to take a risk. All this is unfair to the ninjas fighting at the front. They are still young. Sarutobi Shinzo is serving as the commander on the border of the Land of Lightning, while Sarutobi Asuma enjoys teachings from elite jounins in the village and relishes all the privileges. The Uchiha and Senju ancestors founded Konoha for peace, not to become a tool for some people's greedy desires. I intend to keep the enemy closer to protect ourselves first, then change the village. Keep the enemy closer? This term has never been heard of in the ninja world. Shisui looked a bit puzzled, but Kakashi seemed to grasp something from its literal meaning, showing a shocked expression. He had never thought that the solution would come from this perspective. After all, this solution had never appeared in the ninja world, making it completely unfamiliar to them. Yet, Uchiha Yoru seriously explained it to the two of them. During the Third War, while on a mission in a small country, I saw a scene where, due to the chaos of war, merchants had to pay several times more to hire rogue ninjas for protection every time they transported goods. It seemed that these rogue ninjas had reached some kind of secret agreement with the local bandits. Although they fought every time, they never really tried to eradicate each other. If the rogue ninjas wiped out the bandits, then the roads would be safe and merchants wouldn't need to pay high prices for their protection. Similarly, if the bandits killed the rogue ninjas, the next group of merchants would hire even stronger and more ninjas. Both groups seemed to have an unspoken understanding, showing a strange set of rules in chaotic times. Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Shisui listened as Uchiha Yoru recounted the story, showing a bitter smile. I'm not sure if it's right or wrong, but I know the cost of ending the war here is painful. These ninjas follow Orochimaru-sensei and never make mistakes. After surviving through the Third War, they can only fight on the battlefield while other ninjas enjoy peace in the village. It's unfair for them. I too have my own selfish reasons. Once the war ends, the village will turn against the Uchiha clan, who are suspected of causing the Nine Tails rampage. I don't want to experience another event like Orochimaru-sensei's. I want to gather strength now and change the rotten village. After Uchiha Yoru spoke his mind, Kakashi and Shisui were silent. The events involving Orochimaru and the White Fang caused pain to the Leaf Village. Just two top-tier ninjas caused such upheaval. The Uchiha, being the strongest clan, would surely cause an even bigger disturbance. Brother Yoru, are you saying that you are intentionally letting the enemy go or keeping them for balance, making your position more important? Though Shisui deeply resents the village's corruption, he doesn't want to start a civil war. But, after some thought, he finds Yoru's point logical. Yoru responded with a bitter smile, as long as the war at the front doesn't end, the village won't start a civil war. Kakashi was secretly alarmed but impressed. Yoru, the third Hokage, has planted many spies at the front. If the situation stabilizes, they will secretly stir up trouble within the Uchiha clan. Yoru looked genuinely shocked. The third Hokage is very cunning. The division within the Hyuga clan showed the higher ups how to weaken clans with special bloodlines. If I follow my teacher's followers, I will also bear his notorious reputation, which will be used to split the Uchiha. Kakashi no longer believes in the third Hokage and betrays the village's top officials. He also trusts Yoru after witnessing everything firsthand. Yoru passionately stated, the village is in the hands of decayed old people, lost in their own power. I want to change this. I once vowed if the village becomes rotten, I'll do everything in my power to become the Hokage and change everything. The darkness above the Leaf Village will disappear, and I'll welcome back its heroes. Yoru's determination resonated with both Shisui and Kakashi. Yoru. Change requires sacrifice. I hope you can lead the Leaf Village towards true peace and the will of fire. Kakashi sincerely spoke, and Yoru, seeing Kakashi's choice to help, smiled, not just me, but together. Their voices echoed in the tent, and no one would have imagined the change that the determination of 3 young Sharingan-bearing ninjas would bring to the Leaf Village and the ninja world. Chapter 129, Seeing Orochimaru Again. This chapter is sponsored by Jamie Rios. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Mist Ninja Base. The surprise attack did not achieve the expected effect, which left the Mist Ninjas filled with regret. The commander, Sukazan Fugyuki, sat grim-faced in his tent. Hoshigaki Kisame, what is the intelligence department doing? Weren't they saying that the Leaf's reinforcements would take at least 3 days to arrive? Damn it, we almost had it. Sukazan Fugyuki, unable to hold back, slammed his fist on the table. Almost everyone in the tent was his trusted subordinate, especially the one with a shark-like face, Hoshigaki Kisame, who said gravely, "Sir, the Leaf's reinforcements probably marched quickly, which is why they arrived ahead of schedule. Our scouts have confirmed that there are no more reinforcements from the Leaf." Hoshigaki Kisame, as his trusted aide and one of the most competent, was the one he trusted the most. He was a pure ninja and the most reliable tool in his hand. Upon hearing Hoshigaki Kisame's reply, Sukazan Fugyuki looked slightly relieved and said, "It seems the Leaf doesn't want to escalate the conflict." Every elite mist ninja in the tent, nurtured under the Blood Fog's iron-fisted policies, was adept at killing. But they were somewhat short-sighted regarding the bigger picture. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty look, showing no fear of war but rather excitement. This sight caused Sukazan Fugyuki much distress. With a sigh, Sukazan Fugyuki said, "The Leaf doesn't want to escalate the conflict, and our village feels the same. If the conflict escalates, leading to a battle involving thousands of ninjas, it won't be a mere skirmish but a war. A direct conflict between Mist and Leaf could even ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. Therefore, both our village and the Leaf have chosen to contain themselves, resulting in a small-scale conflict here. So, while both sides will have reinforcements, they won't be in large numbers. However, since the Leaf has sent an elite force here, I will also request the 4th Mizukage to send the elite from the Anbu to assist in the battle." Mist's Anbu? The mention struck fear into everyone. Under the Blood Fog's policies, the Mist's Anbu was truly terrifying. Apart from having the village's elite, what made the Anbu particularly fearsome was their task of relentlessly hunting down Mist's rogue ninjas. Many Mist ninjas had fallen to the Anbu, and that was the root of their fear. Both Sukazan Fugyuki and Hoshigaki Kisame had come from the Anbu, and everyone present showed apprehension. They hadn't defected, but who knows about tomorrow? Seeing their wariness, Sukazan Fugyuki smirked maliciously, enjoying the intimidation. Their expressions were reassuring to him. Our surprise attack on the Leaf base today gave them a significant setback. But among the Leaf's reinforcements are members of the Hyuga clan. So, everyone, be alert. This has become a battlefield. Yes. In the land of whirlpools, an eerie atmosphere prevails due to tensions between the Leaf and Mist ninjas on this large island. In the forested mining area, skirmishes, ambushes, and harassment between the Leaf and Mist ninjas are relentless, giving off a scent of impending war. However, on the other side of the island, which houses the only city, there's a sense of decadence amidst the war. The conflict between the Leaf and Mist ninjas hasn't affected them. In fact, it has caused many merchants to become greedy. Even though it's not a large-scale war, even minor skirmishes are filled with endless benefits. As the war continues in the land of whirlpools, countless displaced people are terrified. Merchants take the opportunity to hike up prices for exorbitant profits, attracting many mercenaries and rogue ninjas. This place has become a goldmine due to the enormous benefits. Numerous illicit goods are traded here. The trees in this world grow exceptionally tall, reminiscent of an ancient world. The dense jungle hides endless dangers. Rustle. Under the rustling leaves, a silhouette hides within the trees, calmly observing the mining area occupied by the Mist Village. "Lord Yoru, there are 10 watchtowers ahead. All these towers are built a kilometer away from the mining area. If we go further, we might be detected by the mist's sensory ninjas. A ninja from the Hyuga clan speaks with a solemn face, looking at Uchiha Yoru with admiration. Ninjas respect the powerful, especially in their world, and this admiration is deeply ingrained in them. It seems the ninja from the Hidden Mist village are experienced, their arrangements clearly guard against our village's Byakugan. Upon hearing the Hyuga ninja's response, Uchiha Yoru calmly nodded. The Hyuga clan's scouting ability was well known throughout the ninja world. When the Byakugan is activated, it can observe everything within a radius of 1 kilometer. That's why all major ninja villages have their own methods to defend against the Byakugan of the Leaf's Hyuga clan. The simplest and most effective method is to set up numerous watch towers outside the 1 kilometer range. If your Byakugan can observe everything within a kilometer, then I'll just set up watch towers just outside of that. The Byakugan can only see the watch towers and cannot scout the main camp they protect. While it might seem like a crude method, it's also the most effective. Otherwise, confronting the Hyuga's Byakugan would be like doing so right under their watch. Furthermore, the Byakugan's abilities in wartime don't stop there. Ninjas typically set various traps in combat, and under the Byakugan's scrutiny, these become almost impossible to hide. Note down the positions and number of ninjas at these 10 watchtowers and scout them at least once a day. Upon receiving Uchiha Yoru's instructions, the Hyuga understood immediately, nodding respectfully, "Rest assured, sir, the mist ninjas cannot hide from our Byakugan." "Good. Report any changes in the mist's watchtowers immediately." "Yes." As soon as the words were spoken, the figures of the two vanished from the towering tree. Moving quickly through the forest, Uchiha Yoru didn't stop until they were far away. Once he was certain no one was around, he began forming hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning jutsu. After the summoning smoke cleared, a brown eagle with fluttering wings appeared, and after being summoned, it respectfully said, "Lord Yoru." Some lesser summoned creatures are quite polite. Facing the respectful tone of the summoned creature, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, "Thank you. I need you to carry my shadow clone to scout the enemy." Combining his fingers, Uchiha Yoru channeled his chakra, and with a puff, a shadow clone identical to him appeared. The two identical Uchiha Yoru looked at each other and smiled. Despite spending many years in this world, the wonders of ninjutsu still fascinated him. "Lord Yoru." The eagle respectfully lowered its body, allowing the shadow clone to mount it, then flapped its wings and took off. Watching his shadow clone ascend into the sky, Uchiha Yoru squinted. Flying summoning creatures were a rare breed. Although not powerful in combat, the ability to fly was quite unique. The clone stood firmly on the eagle's back, the strong wind rustling its clothes. The chakra at its feet made it stand firmly, rooted like a tree. As they soared, the three tomo in its eyes began spinning rapidly, merging into one. Manjiki. Surpassing the three tomo, the Manjiki's primary enhancement in its base state was visual prowess. The observation capabilities had indeed intensified, giving a general overview from above. However, the ninjas of the mist, especially the elite J-nin, all honed their senses in blood and fire. An inexplicable feeling of being watched made several sensitive mist ninjas look up. Especially Zabuza Mamakai, known as the demon of the hidden mist. The moment he looked up, he spotted the eagle soaring in the sky and immediately frowned. "Something's off. This eagle seems to be a summoned creature. Alert our people to watch the sky." "Yes." Uchiha Yoru was unaware that his whimsical desire to observe the layout of the mist space had put them on high alert for several days. The leaf space. Guarded by tall watchtowers outside, the base built against the mountain is more like a camp. Within the camp are countless laborers recruited from the local area, as mining and refining always require miners. After the fall of the Whirlpool country, this place became a chaotic land with no master. The local civilians lived in constant fear, willing to do anything for a bite to eat. Enslavement? Uchiha Yoru had long become numb to this scene, his eyes showing only indifference. Relatively speaking, without them, these civilians wouldn't even have meager pay. At least working here as miners, they can feed their families. The sight of the towering jungle swiftly passed before his eyes. Uchiha Yoru, who was swiftly moving through the trees, suddenly stopped on a large one. The dense trees blocked out the sun, giving the jungle a damp and sultry feeling. The silent air echoed with the constant sounds of insects and animals, making it a perilous place for common people, aptly named the Forest of Death. "Come out!" Standing on the thick tree trunk, Uchiha Yoru spoke calmly to the seemingly empty forest. However, no one responded, only the noises of creatures continued. A faint smile then appeared on his lips. "Orochimaru-sensei, since you're here, come out." After Uchiha Yoru called out again, a white snake emerged from the bushes. As it approached the thick tree trunk, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. With a retching sound, the small white snake regurgitated a human arm. Following that, the arm pushed against the ground, revealing slick black hair and then a pale face. Long black hair, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and blue-green earrings shaped like a megatama. The former leaf shinobi vest had been discarded in favor of a beige outfit, complete with a purple rope belt, shiminawa. The shiminawa symbolizes the boundary of sacred items. When tied to Orochimaru, it represents his status. As one of the 3 legendary Sunin in the shinobi world, he definitely deserved it. After parting ways with the leaf, upon their reunion, Orochimaru's once indifferent demeanor now bore more malice, as if he had finally severed ties with the leaf. "Hehe, Yoru, your power is indeed admirable. It seems you now have the ambition for that position." The unique raspy laughter echoed in the dark forest. If it were any other ninja unfamiliar with Orochimaru, they would have been terrified, especially given Orochimaru's dramatic entrance and eerie smile. "Orochimaru-sensei, you flatter me. I am aware of the gap between me and a cage." In response to Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha Yoru neither boasted nor showed pride. Instead, he humbly chuckled. Even with his current abilities, excluding the Mangekyo Sharingan, he's at most an elite shinobi, perhaps just below cage level. His strength is roughly equivalent to that of an eagle's, like Uchiha Sasuke's when he fought Killer Bee and was battered to the point of doubting his life choices. But when facing truly powerful cage-level opponents, the difference is evident. In his current phase, he can be termed as almost cage. The Mangekyo Sharingan he possesses is powerful, but also paradoxical. It's an ocular jutsu with limitless potential that he's satisfied with, its power increases with his own. But at his current level, the Mangekyo Sharingan merely enhances his abilities rather than serving as a unique finishing move. So, he's aware of the gap between him and the true cage-level shinobi. "Hehe, Yoru, you're still as level-headed as ever. You should know that even I was blindly confident at this stage, until I was awakened on the battlefield in the Rain Country." Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed again in the dark forest. Looking at Uchiha Yoru's composed demeanor, he showed genuine admiration. It's rare for someone to earn Orochimaru's appreciation. Those who do must possess something extraordinary. Chapter 130, Ideas. In the gloomy forest, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru meet again after parting from Konoha. "Orochimaru-sensei." As Uchiha Yoru watched Orochimaru regurgitate a scroll from his throat and throw it over, he caught it with a puzzled look, gave it a shake to clean off the mucus, and opened it. His pupils constricted upon seeing its contents, and then he smiled. "Heh, information about the various powers in the land of whirlpools, as well as intelligence on the ninja sent by the hidden mist village this time. Perhaps it will help you adapt here faster." The scroll that Orochimaru threw contained intelligence on the chaotic powers in the land of whirlpools and the ninja dispatched by the hidden mist village. It was undoubtedly a generous gift. Looking at the information in his hand, Uchiha Yoru laughed and put it in his pouch. "Orochimaru-sensei, are you worried about your student, Or do you think I'm not strong enough? Facing the teasing from his disciple, Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru revealed his uniquely raspy laughter. Heh, Yoru, there are many precious experimental materials among the Mist Ninja. Their relationship wasn't just that of a master and disciple, they were also collaborators. With their deep understanding and partnership, Orochimaru's hint was clear to Uchiha Yoru, who nodded with a smile. It seems Orochimaru-sensei has set his sights on the bloodline ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. I'll keep an eye out, but the bloodline ninja who can be dispatched to the front lines might be challenging to deal with. Facing the candid Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru laughed and said, Yoru, although the Hidden Mist Village is on lockdown, sporadic intelligence still leaks out. Their policies towards bloodline ninja in the Land of Water are not friendly, so some valuable experimental materials will be cheaply dispatched to the front. The situation against the bloodline clans in the Mist Village has become this serious. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru realized the severity, pondering in his heart. After all, the original story didn't detail this, and dealing with the bloodline clans isn't so easy in this tangible world. The Mist Village would need a long weakening phase before showing their fangs against the bloodline clans. Otherwise, the powerful bloodline clans would have overthrown the Mizukige's rule long ago. One should never underestimate the strength of the bloodline clans. The Mist Village has many, including the Kaguya Bone Pulse, Ice Release Bloodline, Hazuki Water Transformation, and other secret clans. Both Konoha and the Mist Village surpass other ninja villages in the number of bloodline clans. Seeing Uchiha Yoru lost in thought, Orochimaru smiled, appreciating the depth of his disciple's thinking. Heh, Yoru, your talent in developing ninjutsu truly makes even your teacher a bit envious. In the dim light, Orochimaru's sinister smile seemed even more eerie, but the familiar Uchiha Yoru smiled in response. Orochimaru is a pure person, especially after cutting ties with Konoha. He became even purer, the epitome of a mad scientist. Jealousy? That's non-existent, unless you have a better immortality technique or some bloodline that could arouse his greed. Thanks to your resources, sensei, or else my research in ninjutsu wouldn't be so smooth. Facing Uchiha Yoru's humility, Orochimaru shook his head with determination. That's nothing. Going from 0 to 1, from nothing to something is the hardest. The innovative ideas in your mind are the most precious existence in the world. In Orochimaru's eyes, only the person who proposes a novel idea is the most valuable. As for him, using that idea to find various resources, even calculating formulas and data, isn't that just a basic skill? Facing a genius like Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru was at a loss for words. He simply relied on his knowledge of the original work without any innovative ideas. What does it mean to just have the hands? For any ninjutsu, as long as he proposes an idea and Orochimaru deems it feasible, in no time, he can compile a bunch of targeted information. All you need to do then is to keep experimenting until you get it right with time. But when it comes to organizing targeted information, Uchiha Yoru was speechless. It's not something that just requires hands. Uchiha Yoru had an idea in mind and motioned with his hand, saying, "Come here." Orochimaru, after hearing Yorudius about ninjutsu, showed an excited smile. Isn't it just a matter of trying a few times to understand the various materials? Teacher Orochimaru, this is the scroll of the Serpent Array technique. Even though it's only classified as an A-rank technique, under certain circumstances, its power seems to rival S-rank. Uchiha Yoru didn't seem to value these techniques as precious and casually tossed the scroll, a sight that made Orochimaru reveal an evil grin. His disciple remained unchanged. Looking at the acquired ninjutsu, Orochimaru also revealed a relaxed smile. Their relationship, both as teacher and friend, remained as casual as before, even though their positions have changed. Serpent Array and your so-called Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu are truly ingenious creations. Orochimaru rarely praised research on ninjutsu. These techniques seemed tailor-made for him, especially the Orochimaru-style substitution technique, which was extremely important. Fragile lives seem insured under these compatible techniques. Teacher Orochimaru, are you planning to set up a research base in the land of water? Uchiha Yoru was curious. In the original work, Orochimaru seemed to have set his sights on the mist shinobi. Otherwise, how would the Kekkei Genkai of both Hazuki and Kagaya end up in his hands? Facing Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru didn't hesitate and smiled. No, after leaving Konoha, I plan to establish a new base in the land of rice fields. He paused before adding, and also establish a new ninja village. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled. In just a few words, their relationship seemed to revert to the trusting nature they once shared, both as teachers and friends, without any conflicting interests. Yoru, since you have revealed your ambitions, there's a promising child here who might help you achieve them. This student of his continuously provided Orochimaru with ninjutsu, especially the substitution technique, which opened new doors for him. Although Orochimaru didn't possess the usual human sense of gratitude, he understood the principle of reciprocity. No party can persist in greed without giving back. Benefits should be mutual, rather than just one-sided. Now that Orochimaru has left Konoha, his student seemed to offer even greater assistance. Starting with substantial research funds, Orochimaru once again felt the financial constraints after leaving his disciple. Then came the contributions of ninjutsu. Without the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu, a single explosive tag from the third Hokage almost spelled disaster for him. Heavily injured, he once again realized life's fragility. Fortunately, his disciple developed the substitution technique, allowing him to safely leave the land of fire. Hehe, teacher, you're too kind. After all, without your countless ninjutsu materials, how could I develop them? Uchiha Yoru had a sincere smile, but Orochimaru didn't see it that way. This was where their perspectives differed. In Orochimaru's eyes, innovative ideas from scratch were vital. Everything was possible if one dared to think. But in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, he knew his own limitations. Asking him to develop ninjutsu on his own would take forever. This truly required talent. But ever since Orochimaru became his teacher, there was an abundance of targeted information. He only needed time to practice. With Orochimaru's help, researching ninjutsu seemed like an open book exam to him. He just needed to find the right answer. Teacher, after you left Konoha. Listening to Uchiha Yoru talk about the changes in Konoha, Orochimaru showed a rare indifferent expression, even revealing a mocking smile in the end. Yoru, now, our most important goal is immortality. After all, even the immortals have disappeared into the dust of history. It's clear that Orochimaru has completely let go of the so-called thirst for power. He's now the scientist from the original story, obsessed and crazy about seeking immortality. Yoru, your body has grown rapidly, especially in terms of Raiden body flicker. If it weren't for your awakening of the Sharingan, I might even doubt that you are from the Uchiha clan. Your physique is comparable to the third Raikage of the Land of Lightning. Even the fourth Raikage is slightly inferior to you in that regard. As he spoke, this time Orochimaru did not spit out a scroll from his mouth. Instead, the white snake from earlier slowly crawled onto Uchiha Yoru's wrist and regurgitated a scroll. With a physique comparable to the third Raikage's tailed beast and a vast amount of chakra, this is your targeted training plan for the foreseeable future. One can't help but admit, if you show talent under Orochimaru's guidance, he will surely make full use of you. Look, he has prepared a series of scientific training plans for you, so you don't have to worry about anything. It's both time-saving and efficient. As for worrying if Orochimaru might deceive you, that's because you don't know him well. His reputation in this regard is guaranteed. Looking at the training plan personally devised by Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru showed a satisfied smile. It's so convenient, all he has to do is follow the steps. The cursed seal on Anko has disappeared. It seems that Yoru also possesses a terrifying talent in cursed seals. Cursed seals. This is one of the primary research directions for Orochimaru, as it is related to the sage's natural energy. Seeing Orochimaru's meaningful smile, Uchiha Yoru shrugged helplessly, "Teacher, perhaps my physique is exceptionally compatible with the cursed seal." Although he said that, a venomous snake crawled out from Uchiha Yoru's sleeve, fiercely biting into his neck, taking a piece of flesh and blood, then heading straight for Orochimaru. Seeing the obtained cursed seal and the sample of flesh and blood, Orochimaru showed an ecstatic smile. Uchiha Yoru used medical ninjutsu chakra to heal his neck wound. "In 3 days, 30 miles to the east, I'll take you to see a precious child. His Kekkei Genkai might become a tool for your ambitions. After all, the position you desire requires enough power." Once Orochimaru got the research material he wanted, he showed a satisfied smile and generously gave away the valuable tool he had eyes on. Now, for him, ordinary ninja tools are insignificant. Only those useful for his research are considered valuable. Uchiha Yoru frowned, pondering. Who could this be? Judging from Orochimaru's demeanor, it seems to be a tool he is very satisfied with, otherwise, why would Orochimaru personally involve himself and even mention it twice? Is it one of the Sound 4 under Orochimaru in the original story? They are somewhat special, but not to this extent. Who could it be? While Uchiha Yoru was guessing, Orochimaru happily put away the flesh and blood sample. The Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu, will be completed in a maximum of 5 years. By then, you and I will become the only gods in the ninja world. Even the gods of the future ninja world will be created by our own hands. When talking about his pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru turned into an enthusiastic artist, describing a grand vision. He knows well Orochimaru's talent, otherwise, who would believe him and not think he's crazy? There's a thin line between genius and madness. However, he believes, the extreme of a genius is a madman, and the extreme of a madman is a genius. His thoughts might be whimsical, but the biggest difference between him and an ultimate genius like Orochimaru is that Orochimaru would personally prove the existence of such whimsical ideas, while he always stays within the realm of these whimsical thoughts. Looking at Orochimaru's fanatic expression, Uchiha Yoru displayed a strange look, wondering when Orochimaru developed this ninjutsu. The original story didn't specify, but one could make some educated guesses. During the Chuunin exams, Orochimaru had obviously already undergone a body transfer once. Thus, if he requires a transfer every 3 years, and the main group was 12 to 13 years old during the Chuunin exams, then counting back 3 years, it would be between 8 to 9 years old. Around the age of 8 to 9 was seemingly when the Uchiha clan massacre happened. After Itachi Uchiha defected and joined the Akatsuki, he confronted Orochimaru, who then defected as well. Orochimaru's obvious objective was to covet Itachi Uchiha's body. However, after failing to obtain it, he underwent a body transfer. From this, it can be deduced that when Itachi Uchiha was 13, he became an S-ranked rogue ninja, and it was during this period that Orochimaru developed this ninjutsu. Because of these events, Orochimaru's defection came a bit early, and Itachi awakened his Sharingan sooner. However, Itachi Uchiha is now 7 years old, which means there's just under 6 years until he turns 13. This aligns perfectly with Orochimaru's estimated 5 years of developing this ninjutsu. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru smiled, asking, "Teacher, what do you think is the peak age for a ninja? And how long can this peak state last?" Chapter 131, Competitiveness. How old can a ninja be at his peak? And how long can it last? Facing the sudden question, Orochimaru was taken aback, then showed a thoughtful and mysterious smile. Ninjas are different from ordinary people. Chakra has the power to enhance the body and mind, and everyone's amount of chakra is different. However, for a common ninja, if they have excellent medical ninja care in the early stages and their body has no hidden injuries, the ninja's body should fully develop around 17 to 18 years old. With the passage of time, the peak age is between 20 and 35 years old. How long this stage lasts varies from person to person, as each ninja's constitution is different, and the time cells divide and aging occur naturally differ. Chakra is amazing. There's a big difference between the chakra amount of a lower ninja and an upper ninja. As for cells and the body's enhancement, the effects are also vastly different. The constitution of a ninja is determined by the amount of chakra and control. The larger the chakra amount, the stronger the enhancement of the body, thus the peak period lasts longer. However, the strengthening effect on the body under the same chakra amount varies depending on control. There's no fixed value for the so-called peak period. Intense and even beyond limit battles will leave traumas on the body. Some ninjas start to decline in physical function around the age of 30 due to hidden injuries. Therefore, there's no definitive metric for peak performance. However, some ninjas at the very top of the pyramid, with power comparable to the cage, like the third Hokage, with a vast amount of chakra and strong control, only reached their cellular limit in their 60s. They would soon start to decline, especially in terms of chakra amount. That's the fragility of life. One must say, Orochimaru gave a very scientific and evidence-based answer, especially when discussing his teacher, the third Hokage. All three of them were disciples of the Hokage and had access to medical ninja care. Orochimaru, being a researcher, definitely had his own skills in medical ninjutsu. However, his path diverged from Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja. Jiraiya's data shows that he was 50 to 51 years old during his first appearance in the Chunin exams and was 54 when he died. Who would say Jiraiya had started to decline then? So, powerful ninjas with a strong foundation can maintain their peak until around 60. The enhancement of chakra can be seen from Ninja Academy students and civilians. Children who refine chakra already have physical qualities surpassing adult civilians. Having a large amount of chakra and control is crucial. Similarly, early resources are essential. Among the three ninja teammates, there's also the strongest medical ninja. Watching Orochimaru's analysis, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but feel impressed. This is what you call professionalism. Teacher, the relationship between soul and body is delicate. The body, being so fragile, somehow manages to protect the soul. Yet, the soul has a much longer life. But where does the soul go after the body dies? Is the body protecting the soul, or is the body merely a vessel? So, I have to conclude, how big is the drawback of the reanimation jutsu? Seeing his disciple suddenly questioning his proudest technique, Orochimaru showed a serious expression, licking his lips and revealing a raspy smile. Yoru, what are you trying to say? There are many secrets between the soul and the body. I believe we still have enough time before our bodies weaken. Let's not use our souls and bodies to experiment, especially with forbidden jutsu involving souls. After all, even the once called god of the ninja world and the second Hokage weren't successful, right? Uchiha Yoru spoke wisely and cautiously. While science requires bold exploration, it also requires careful verification. Teacher, according to our clan's records, the Uzumaki clan seems to have deep research in forbidden soul techniques. There was even an S-class forbidden jutsu in the Uzumaki clan that sacrifices one's soul to summon the Shinigami, which can seal away an enemy's soul. It seems that the Nine Tails was sealed using such a jutsu. After talking for so long, Yoru finally touched on the key issue. He doesn't want Orochimaru to perform the reanimation jutsu too early. Summoning the Shinigami. Seeing Uchiha Yoru bringing out the foundation of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru immediately showed an expression of excitement as if discovering a new world. The shinobi world is becoming more and more interesting. There's such a miraculous ninjutsu that can summon the death god. What kind of life form is the death god? Has the death god achieved immortality? Does the so-called death god really exist in the legendary Pure Land? And what about the departed souls? With these scientific thoughts, Orochimaru's face showed excitement, licking the corner of his mouth. Perhaps after uncovering the secret of the death god, the mysterious door to the soul will open. The soul is too mysterious. Even for Orochimaru, he's still a novice when it comes to souls. Why do human bodies age and die? Does the soul age? Or does it not? Uchiha Yoru nods firmly, yes, this forbidden jutsu is called Shiki Fujin. According to family records, this ninjutsu originated from the Uzumaki clan. After the Whirlpool country was destroyed, this jutsu ended up in Konoha. Shiki Fujin. Orochimaru muttered to himself, thinking this mysterious jutsu might speed up his research. It must have been brought by Kushina Uzumaki back in the day. I can't believe the third Hokage kept this a secret and the fourth used this jutsu to seal the 9 tails. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes dangerously. He was unaware of such a perilous jutsu in the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato, knew it, which means Jiraiya also knew. But Orochimaru, being one of the legendary Sunin, was in the dark. He felt complicated. When did you start guarding against your own disciple, third? Although it's a heartbreaking matter, Orochimaru didn't show sadness but coldness instead. In the original story during the Chunin exams, when the third Hokage used the Shiki Fujin, Orochimaru clearly didn't know about it. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei involves souls, but he was clueless about soul-related ninjutsu and had to start from scratch. Now that Orochimaru knew about soul jutsu, he would search for related jutsu, especially when pursuing the Edo Tensei technique. He had no leads before and could do as he pleased. But now, someone pointed out a direction. How could a scientist with a spirit of exploration suppress his curiosity? Sensei, given your current situation, it's hard to touch this S-rank forbidden jutsu. Even though Yoru provided direction, he's now saying this. But Orochimaru, facing this challenge, smiled hoarsely. Hehe, Yoru, your information is precious. The Uchiha and Uzumaki are the oldest clans in the shinobi world with such rich histories. Orochimaru credited the ancient clan histories for knowing these secret jutsus. If someone from the Uzumaki clan appeared in Konoha, they'd naturally be noticed. But, Yoru, remember this place used to be the old site of the Whirlpool country. Maybe we can find some secrets of the Uzumaki clan here. It seems their sealing jutsu has many secrets. Orochimaru licked his crimson tongue and showed an excited and dangerous look. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru sighed with relief. He believed that with the addition of a new project to the Edo Tensei's foundation, Orochimaru wouldn't perfect his jutsu quickly. After all, Orochimaru's current physical condition is at least on par with Jiraiya, both being ninjutsu-type ninja with massive chakra. Maintaining peak condition in their 50s isn't a problem. With a new direction, the release of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei might be delayed. After all, adding a new research direction is intolerable for a scientist pursuing the perfect jutsu. Yoru, I will explore the Whirlpool country to uncover the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. With a hoarse, sinister laugh echoing in the damp forest, Orochimaru's body slowly turned into mud and disappeared. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but think that Orochimaru's mud clone technique was slick. He still has a way to go to reach the 3 legendary Sunin level. But his goal was achieved, to delay the Edo Tensei's development. This way, Orochimaru won't focus on the Sharingan. Currently, Orochimaru, in his prime, isn't in a hurry. Unless he reaches Hiruzen's age and sees his body starting to weaken, he will get anxious. By then, even if Edo Tensei isn't perfected, Orochimaru will use it to restore his youthful body. The Whirlpool country, where the Leaf Village is situated. In the dense ancient jungle, it feels like entering a world of giants. But the people of the shinobi world have long been accustomed to it, with ninjas like little birds hidden in the trees, cautiously guarding and exploring. Behind the mountain mine, the sound of the waterfall reverberates, and at this moment, 3 tall ninjas are panting heavily, engaged in some kind of ninjutsu practice. Uzuki Ujeo, Kurane Ui, and Mitarashi Anko are all panting. Sweat appears on their noses, and their flushed faces show the intensity of their training. At this moment, the three women look at each other, a strange atmosphere apparent between them. Kurane is silently annoyed. Uchiha, so young and shameless, is trying to marry into a rich family, even taking lovers. After all, there are no walls without ears in the world. Combined with the ninja's observational skills and the fact that Uchiha doesn't hide too well, word gets out. Kurane feels a sourness in her heart. There's also Anko, with her deeply hidden morbid eyes, making Kurane feel even worse. But thinking of herself, Kurane can't help but smile bitterly. Who is she to judge? Her own motivations regarding Yoru have become complicated. Kurane, you're distracted. With a soft reprimand, Kurane immediately snaps back to reality, looking apologetically at the figure and saying, Yoru, I'm sorry. Seeing Kurane's apology, Uchiha Yoru, with a stern face, replies, Kurane, being distracted can be fatal for a ninja. Have you forgotten the basics from the Ninja Academy? Facing Uchiha Yoru's harsh words, Kurane concentrates. Even though she's reprimanded, she feels warmth in her heart. Observing that Kurane understands the deadly consequences of distraction, Uchiha Yoru's stern face gradually softens. He still looks displeased and continues, Kurane, Genjutsu manipulates chakra to interfere with the opponent's senses, disrupting their chakra and trapping them in illusions. Your inherited Genjutsu is good, but it's clear that your techniques are limited. You should focus more on evasion, Taijutsu. I'll teach you an A-rank ninjutsu without any seals, but I hope you won't need to use it. Hearing that Uchiha Yoru will teach her an A-rank technique, Kurane looks solemn. Yoru, unless it's a technique you created yourself. A-rank techniques are incredibly valuable, even for elite ninjas. Kurane's serious demeanor is evident to Uchiha Yoru. She then shows another side of herself. Provocatively, her crimson eyes lock with the others. Uzuki Uchiha lowers her head in modesty, given her known lover status with Yoru. But internally, she's competitive, thinking, what's the fox spirit so proud of? However, Mitarashi Anko, seeing Kurane's assertive look, bares her cute little fangs, acting haughty, and clings to Uchiha Yoru's arm. Her eyes show a morbid possessiveness, feigning innocence. Yoru, you said you wouldn't leave me. Seeing Anko's pitiable act, Uchiha Yoru shows an expression of distress. Feeling the inappropriate closeness of Anko, he states, Anko, stop being playful. I'll teach you the technique as well. And you too, Uchiha. I'll teach this seal-less A-rank technique to all three of you. Consider it a secret ultimate technique. Looking at the three women, Uchiha Yoru looks serious. But as he turns away, the women's gazes collide. Uchiha's status makes her appear weaker, but Kurane and Anko, once close friends, now seem at odds. Anko, I remember you used to love playing at the academy, Kurane hints with a tone implying something more. Anko, with her wild nature, retorts, I still love to play, especially with Yoru at home. By the way, I live with him now, and we play every night after dark. Anko's wild demeanor challenges both women, even her former friend Kurane. After all, it was Yoru who approached me first, and he broke up with you, Kurane. Yoru is mine, and no one can take him away. Looking at Kurane and Uchiha, Anko seems possessive, like a little wildcat fiercely protective of her territory. However, upon seeing Uzuki Uchiha, Kurane couldn't help but frown slightly. Though her personality was wild, she was not foolish. The cautiousness of a ninja made her quickly recognize the relationship between them. A pang of jealousy arose in her heart, as if her toy had been taken away. But when she thought of Uchiha Yoru's identity, a pathological possessiveness appeared in Anko's eyes. The prestigious Uchiha family. Before, her status matched his, but now. The thought made Anko reveal a sickly smile, looking at Uzuki Uchiha and laughing, Sister Uchiha, your wind release and my fire release, in the future, we will stand behind Yoru together. After all, Uzuki Ijao was now one of them, and being a commoner and a lover, she was just like a younger sister. Anko then decided to bring her to her side. The three women gave off an eerie and dangerous aura for a moment. The already mature and charming Kurane Yui, with her crimson eyes, showed an even more dangerous glint. Chapter 132, Raise Nan. This chapter is sponsored by Jose Vega. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Below the waterfall, Uchiha Yoru brought a basket of balloons and appeared directly in front of the three women. At this moment, he was unaware that a confrontation had just taken place here. Looking at the three women, Uchiha Yoru said with a solemn expression, "You all should have heard of this ninjutsu. It is the A-rank ninjutsu Raise Nan created by the 4th Hokage." Raise Nan. The three women were taken aback upon hearing this. They were familiar with this ninjutsu, but what was the connection between the 4th Hokage and Uchiha Yoru? Why did Yoru know this technique? Seeing the puzzled expressions of the three women, Uchiha Yoru began to explain. The Raise Nan is a very unique ninjutsu, and is rare among A-rank ninjutsu as it lacks a specific attribute. It was developed by Orochimaru sensei based on the technique used by the 4th Hokage. It wasn't stolen, but rather derived. The A-rank Raise Nan, before chakra nature transformation is applied, is purely a chakra form. So, the notion that one needs the wind attribute to learn the Raise Nan is incorrect. When a chakra nature is added to the Raise Nan, such as the wind release, Rasen Shuriken from the original story, then the wind attribute is necessary. Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing that this technique was developed by Orochimaru based on the 4th Hokage's jutsu, Uzuki Ujao and Kurane Yui were both visibly shocked. After all, if someone from the same village develops a technique based on your own, you can't really accuse them of stealing it. They might have just replicated it. Especially when one is a deceased Hokage and the other has a special status, who are they to judge? Uzuki Ujao and Kurane Yui seemed to be aware of some circumstances and chose not to mention the name that had been forbidden in their village. When Anko Mitarashi heard the name, her once joyful smile gradually froze, turning into a gloomy expression. She let out a cold snort. Her feelings were mixed, thinking about how cold-hearted her teacher was when placing a curse mark on her, and how he severed all ties with the village. She felt pained. The idol she once looked up to chose to break away from the village's bonds. She chose the village over her teacher, who was later exiled. The usually cheerful and straightforward Anko Mitarashi felt emotions most ninjas could never understand, a mix of complexity and a touch of loss. However, when she looked up and saw the caring eyes of Uchiha Yoru looking at her, she immediately felt a slightly unhealthy possessiveness. Yoru. With Yoru around, everything from the past felt like a nightmare. Now, having Yoru is all she needs. After going through a series of blows, Anko Mitarashi seemed to have developed a pathological emotional dependence on Uchiha Yoru, who had rescued her from the darkness. "All right, I'll teach you this ninjutsu. Don't think it's that simple. The Raise Nan, although it doesn't have a chakra attribute requirement, requires extremely strong chakra control, as well as the amount of chakra consumed by this ninjutsu. The last point is the key issue." Uchiha Yoru looked at the three women seriously and said in a deep voice, "The Raise Nan and Kakashi's Chidori are on the same level of ninjutsu. The chakra consumed is roughly the same. For a ninja, the proportion of chakra consumed by this ninjutsu is extremely large. Raise Nan. Don't think it's simple just because the protagonist in the original work uses it frequently. He belongs to the Uzumaki clan and is a Jinchuriki. What he possesses is not called chakra, but a ton of chakra, which is incomparable. In the original Chunin exam, when Kakashi taught Sasuke Chidori, he solemnly warned that one could only release Chidori twice a day. Considering Sasuke's age and overall strength, it can be inferred that a Chunin's chakra is equivalent to 2 A-rank ninjutsu. As for Sasuke using Chidori for the third time, consider it a protagonist's privilege. Running out of chakra can be life-threatening. Kakashi died from chakra exhaustion during the fight with Pain. The Raise Nan and Chidori are ninjutsu of the same level, consuming similar amounts of chakra. Hence his seriousness is genuine. After all, explaining the protagonist's overpowered life is impossible, they are all normal people. After hearing Uchiha Yoru's serious warning, Uzuki Yujao hesitated. Having learned so many advanced ninjutsu, she felt more guilty and said weakly, "Lord Yoru, if this ninjutsu causes you trouble, I won't learn it." How pretentious! Seeing Uzuki Yujao's pitiable demeanor, an icy glint flashed in Kurene's eyes, almost making her explode in anger. They are all so scheming. However, Uchiha Yoru, seeing Uzuki Yujao's hesitation due to her guilt, pretended to be serious and said, "These matters are not for you to worry about. Now, this is a battlefield. No one can protect you on the battlefield. Only your own strength can keep you alive. Yujao, you come from a civilian background and are skilled in swordsmanship, often engaging in close combat with the enemy. Similarly, mist ninjas are very skilled in swordsmanship. On equal grounds, a man's strength and stamina surpass yours. An unmarked A-rank ninjutsu could save your life in critical moments." Even though Uchiha Yoru spoke in a very rigid tone, as if giving orders, the guilt and self-blame in Uzuki Yujao's heart made her feel suffocated. He was worried about her safety, yet she approached him with ulterior motives. In fact, she is the enemy, a spy lurking beside him, a highly sinful female spy. After mentioning Uzuki Yujao, regardless of how the other party felt, Uchiha Yoru turned his head to look at Kurane Ui again and spoke with a deep voice, "Ui, your illusions are too simplistic. If you encounter a ninja who can counter it, your combat power will be greatly reduced. Hence, you need other techniques. Improve your body movements, dodging skills, and your proficiency with kunao and shurikens. I hope you never have to use this technique in your life." A genjutsu ninja using an A-class jutsu like Raise Nan implies that she has been approached closely, which is extremely dangerous. The alluring Kurane Ui, noticing Uchiha Yoru's concern, slowly smiled. The two have understood each other for so many years, a single glance is enough to convey everything. "Yoru, rest assured, I won't hold you back." Kurane Ui, with her intellectual beauty, smiled confidently. Even though her mind was full of thoughts, she knew clearly what kind of person Uchiha Yoru needed beside him. To be strong, she must become strong to stand by his side. Especially with the third Hokage's monitoring order in place, the thought gives Kurane Ui a heavy pressure. She aims to become a jounin, or even stronger. Only then will she have the qualifications to stand in front of the Hokage and vouch for Yoru, affirming her love for the village is not diminished. "And you, Anko?" When he mentioned Mitarashi Anko, the sickly look hidden in Anko's eyes made Uchiha Yoru sigh deeply. However, Anko smiled innocently, "Yoru, rest assured, I'll be the first to master Raise Nan." "Indeed, that's very Anko-like." Uchiha Yoru showed a relieved smile, "Anko, your talent lies in having a vast amount of chakra. I've told you before, you are a ninjutsu type ninja. With your control over snake-based jutsus, your long-range fire release techniques with high damage, Raise Nan will be the perfect complement to your close combat techniques." After analyzing the three's situation, Uchiha Yoru extended his palm in front of the three women. A gust of wind rose from his palm, and with his deliberate manipulation, a leaf continuously rotated above his palm, gradually speeding up until a visible blue chakra sphere formed. The calm blue Raise Nan rotating in his palm, the dense chakra made all three women show astonishment. An A-class unmarked ninjutsu is undoubtedly a rare and precious technique. Knowing its value, they naturally cherished this opportunity. Raise Nan, inspired by the tailed beast ball, focuses chakra on the palm, circulating it irregularly and compressing it to form a palm-sized neutral chakra sphere. Its learning difficulty is extremely high within the A-class techniques, its power. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru, looking at the three women, showed a confident smile. The moment the Raise Nan lightly touched a big tree, the intense chakra friction instantly created a hole in the tree, tearing it to shreds. With a bit more force, the tree was cleanly cut in half, and the immense power sent the fragmented stump flying. With a loud bang, the enormous power left the three women in shock. Only by witnessing it can one understand the power of Rei's Nan, and this wasn't even at full strength. Uchiha Yoru showed a smile on his face, and the Rei's Nan in his hand slowly dispersed into a whirlwind as he retracted his chakra. In terms of power, if a flesh and blood body without any defense is hit, it's hard to survive. However, in the ninja world, there are a myriad of strange abilities, so one must never be careless. When Uchiha Yoru mentioned this, he seemed to recall the various ninjas from the original story who had faced the Rei's Nan. He said solemnly, "This jutsu has met several ninjas with strange abilities, and even when they took it head-on, they were unharmed. But ordinary ninjas who try to take it directly will either die or be seriously injured." Now, the first step, Uchiha Yoru said with a playful smile, pointing to a basket of balloons, "There's a waterfall here to fill them with water. Place a water-filled balloon in your palm. Use your control to release chakra through the palm, using the water to create a flow of chakra. The chakra gathers and rotates in the palm, stabilizing and eventually bursting the balloon." As he spoke, a balloon filled with water appeared in his palm. In front of the three girls, Uchiha Yoru demonstrated. The water inside the balloon began to tremble and, driven by the chakra, started to rotate rapidly. When it rotated beyond a certain limit, the balloon burst with a splash. It's that simple. Now, you all keep practicing. As Uchiha Yoru looked up and smiled, he suddenly froze. The splashing water from the burst balloon had wet the fronts of the three women, revealing the faint outlines beneath their clothes. The burst balloon had soaked their clothing, revealing 3 pairs of faint outlines. Mitarashi Anko is indeed called the second Tsunade. At a young age, she already shows a significant presence. While Kurane Ui is just right, it seems that if she gained a little more weight, it would be too much, and if she lost a little, it would be too small. Uzuki Yujeo, perhaps due to her commoner background, seemed to be slightly less nourished than the other two. However, she gives off a firm and youthful peach-like visual, giving a palpable feel. You all practice well, I'll go practice my swordsmanship." Seeing the awkward scene, Uchiha Yoru almost forgot about their female identities and accidentally soaked their clothes. However, after Uchiha Yoru's awkward departure, the three women looked at each other and their eyes revealed a different expression. Mitarashi Anko as if she was a victorious little princess, tilting her head proudly to show off her cute fangs in a grin. "Sister Ui, this ball seems a bit small." Holding a rubber ball, Mitarashi Anko seemed to have grown, but compared to her chest and the ball in her hand, the palm-sized ball seemed a little small. Looking at Anko's naive provocation, Kurane Ui showed an intelligent beauty and confidently picked up a water balloon, laughing and shaking her head. "Size depends on the hand, doesn't it?" Back in ninja school. On the side, Uzuki Yujeo lowered her head and became almost invisible as she took out a water balloon, sitting under a tree shade to practice. Looking at Kurane Ui and Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yujeo felt guilty and was secretly cheering herself on. Once the third Hokage trusts Yoru and knows about Yoru's love for the village, she will abandon everything and stay by Yoru's side to atone, even if she remains nameless for life. She needs to atone. Mitarashi Anko is a disciple of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru. Kurane Ui's father is a renowned elite jonin in the village, with a legacy from the previous generation. Compared to the two, Uzuki Yujeo has no advantages. More importantly, her identity. Uzuki Yujeo is filled with guilt and remorse. She was a spy who had infiltrated them, betraying his trust. But he chose to teach them powerful ninjutsu, wanting only to keep them alive. This trust made her feel even more guilty. Similarly, Kurane Ui is also heartbroken. She is strong-willed and does not admit defeat, but she carries the trust of the third Hokage. She knows Yoru is trustworthy, but her intentions have been tainted. Given Kurane Yui's character, she would usually confront the situation head-on. But because of this guilt, she became demure. Kurane Yui and Uzuki Yujeo do not know each other's true identities. As the only pure-hearted one without any hidden motives, Mitarashi Anko showed a determination to win. Mitarashi Anko held the water balloon, revealing her cute fangs, practicing the jutsu excitedly. Yoru is mine, I am a genius, I will be the first to learn this jutsu and Yoru will praise me. Thinking of how Yoru would praise her after she becomes the first to master the jutsu, patting her head with a smile, Mitarashi Anko blushed, her heart filled with excitement. At this moment, Anko didn't even notice her own emotional changes, resembling a desperate wildcat yearning for its owner's praise, wanting to snuggle close, smelling that familiar scent, and sleeping with warmth. Chapter 133, Crystal Release. This chapter is sponsored by Jose Vega. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Under the night sky, a small village glows with fiery red light. Even miles away, one can smell the scent of warfare carried in the smoke. Yoru, there's a promising child in that village ahead. Several miles away, on a small hill, Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru gaze distantly at the village and the unfolding events, a sight they've grown accustomed to seeing. The ninja world is in chaos. Even small villages within the 5 great nations could be attacked and burned by rogue ninjas and bandits at any moment. Inside the borders of the big nations, it's relatively better, but outside it's total anarchy. Someone praised by you, teacher, must possess a powerful bloodline. Uchiha Yoru chuckled, racking his brain but unable to recall who this prospect that Orochimaru had identified during this time might be. Orochimaru's current obsession is his research into achieving immortality. Especially after hearing clues about soul-based jutsu, he could hardly care about anything else and let out a raspy smile. Indeed, a very promising child. Consider it a gift from me to you. Orochimaru's distinctive raspy laughter echoed as his body slowly transformed into a puddle of mud. Uchiha Yoru sighed in slight frustration, it seems you've found traces of the Uzumaki clan ruins, teacher. Even the version of you here is a clone. In the original story, didn't Orochimaru later find the Uzumaki clan's ruins? Within it, the death god mask that could devour his own sealed arms. So when did Orochimaru find this place? One must remember, Orochimaru had been sealed away before this. It's likely he had found the location much earlier but hadn't figured out how to exploit the death god. Only after being unsealed, and gaining chakra through other means and acquiring more information, did he manage to exploit the death god's powers. The secrets of the Uzumaki clan undoubtedly piqued Orochimaru's interest, leading him to search for the Uzumaki ruins earlier. I wonder which child with potential you are praising, teacher. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes in curiosity. Like a curious cat, he wanted to know if this child had appeared in the original story or was someone entirely new. Flames filled the sky, as a wooden village was engulfed in a roaring fire. The cries and screams suddenly ceased, leaving only the crackling sound of houses burning in the inferno. A very eerie scene. Though the air was filled with the scent of blood, there was no sound, as if this was a completely deserted village. Inside one of the burning houses, the flames illuminated Uchiha Yoru's face. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the corpses inside, or rather, the bodies that looked like they had been frozen in disbelief just moments before their death. All the corpses were encapsulated in pink crystals. Each of them had been alive when they were sealed inside these crystals. In this enclosed space, without air, it was evident that the ordinary thieves had already died, as the time they were sealed inside had clearly exceeded their limits of endurance. Crystal release. So it's you. Upon seeing the pink crystal, Uchiha Yoru finally recalled a ninja who had made few appearances and was almost forgotten by others. This ninja had made a striking entrance and was initially considered by Orochimaru as his first choice for a reincarnation vessel. Bloodline Limit Crystal Release Female Ninja Gurren. Her debut was absolutely stunning, and her power was formidable. Based on her track record, Gurren's overall strength was close to cage level. After all, she battled many from the Hidden Leaf Village and even faced off equally against characters from the Naruto Shippuden series. Her strength surpassed that of the average Jonin, and one could speculate her strength to be close to elite Jonin or even almost cage level. Although she had a critical weakness, her crystal release was entirely vulnerable to sound wave-based techniques. This couldn't overshadow Gurren's fleeting brilliance. Indeed, a ninja with great potential, though overshadowed. At this moment, a look of realization appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face. Among the ninjas Orochimaru had taken in during this period, only Gurren fit the bill, especially considering the age of Kimimaro and the others didn't match the current timeline. Even though she was a ninja who had fewer appearances and was overshadowed by the main plot, she was truly exceptional. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. A bloodline with great potential. Thank you for the gift, Orochimaru-sensei. I gladly accept. Inside the burning village, a little girl gazed in terror at the lifeless village, tears streaming down her empty eyes. With her face illuminated by the fire, Gurren collapsed to the ground, kneeling without making a sound. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she looked at the village, feeling as if she was the only person left in the world. However, at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from one of the burning houses, seemingly unaffected by the flames due to a powerful chakra protection. The figure slowly stepped out of the burning house. He wore a pure white, broad coat, black pants, and his chest slightly exposed, revealing eye-catching muscles. A dark arm guard covered his forearm, extending to his palm. Around his waist, he wore a finely crafted black leather belt, with a ninja blade inserted horizontally. When the figure emerged, Gurren's eyes were hollow and lifeless. At this moment, she had lost all hope and resistance towards the world. Perhaps anyone could easily kill her. Uchiha Yoru, emerging from the flames, naturally noticed the limp young girl. A hint of pity appeared in his eyes. In this chaotic world, facing such tragedies, despair had become the main theme. It's a distorted world. Uchiha Yoru slowly approached the girl, revealing a seductive smile. I'm interested in your power. Come with me. His enchanting voice echoed by her ear. At this moment, Gurren's hollow gaze quivered, and her unfocused eyes began to refocus. It was as if she had awakened from darkness. Gurren slowly raised her head, and saw his handsome yet gentle smile genuinely gazing at her. In the darkness, she seemed to see a beam of light filling her heart and soul. My name is Uchiha Yoru. I need you. Under his unique charm and alluring voice, in this twisted ninja world, his voice sounded like a melody from the heavens. Gurren seemed to have grasped something. Her limp body, as if infused with strength, shakily reached out to hold his gentle hand. At this moment, warmth enveloped her. It seemed she had found her purpose in life. Lord Yoru. Currently, Gurren was still a girl of about 10 years old. Uchiha Yoru, holding her cold hand, showed a gentle smile filled with pity. Let's go. From somewhere, a surge of strength flowed through her body. Gurren, trembling, slowly rose. Even she didn't notice that she was clutching the hand that had given her warmth, as if she never wanted to let go in her life. The tall and short figures slowly left the village chief, standing outside the village, looking at the raging flames. Gurren's eyes were filled with endless sorrow and despair. Her home was gone. But feeling the warmth from his hand, Gurren slowly turned her head, looking at the figure that gave her warmth. A glimmer of hope appeared in her black eyes. Uchiha Yoru, gazing at the burning village, sighed deeply. The ninja world has always been chaotic like this. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. With a single hand seal, the jutsu was activated instantly, but it brought a lifelong unforgettable visual shock to the young Gurren beside him. The village's ground instantly turned into a massive swamp. The burning houses collapsed continuously, but the entire village was slowly sinking, or rather, being submerged by the swamp. In just a moment, the fires that illuminated their faces slowly faded. All of this, in Gurren's astonished eyes, seemed like an illusion. If not for the cool breeze that blew away the heat from the flames, she might have thought it was all a dream. The original village was swallowed by the swamp, turning into flat land. It was as if nothing had ever happened here, as if there had never been a village. People die like a candle extinguished. I hope they can be reborn in a relatively peaceful nation in their next life. Uchiha Yoru sighed deeply, holding Gurren's hand, and they slowly disappeared into the darkness. As they were leaving, Gurren still couldn't help but glance back with her shocked eyes at the village she had always lived in. Power. An astonishing power. I want to become Lord Yoru's power. At this moment, a firm look appeared in her young black eyes, already taking root and sprouting. Inside the simple wooden house, the room illuminated by a bonfire, Gurren lay on the warm lap, utterly enchanted by this atmosphere and feeling. So that's how it is. Through Gurren's narration, he learned everything. In the chaotic ninja world, some villages still train children who understand chakra. Even if they don't know ninjutsu, those with chakra will have far greater strength than ordinary people. Children who can refine chakra become extremely valuable. Gurren's parents died in wars, and she was raised by the village. After showing her talent in refining chakra, she naturally received support from the village. Unfortunately, this time the village was attacked by a group of bandits. In fear and rage, Gurren's bloodline ability fully awakened, uncontrollably killing all the bandits. But she also lost everything she had. After all, if Gurren had not awakened her bloodline ability earlier, she wouldn't have caught Orochimaru's attention. It's possible the village decided it was better to get a good price for her than to try to protect a bloodline ninja. Just like Haku, she showed her bloodline ability but didn't fully awaken it. Only in the face of death did she fully awaken her ice-release bloodline. Lord Yoru, in the future, I will become your strength, the most powerful tool in your hands. Please don't abandon me. The twisted ninja world has also twisted its inhabitants' humanity. Young Gurren seems to have found a purpose to live for, her eyes filled with tears of hope as she whispered weakly. Looking at young Gurren, who suffered such emotional trauma at such a young age, Uchiha Yoru nodded gently and said, "All right, you will be my strength in the future. I hope you won't disappoint me." As if receiving a promise, under the warmth, Gurren's eyelids couldn't hold up anymore, slowly closing. Her young body, having experienced so much and awakened her bloodline ability, it's a wonder she hasn't mentally collapsed. Although he has become accustomed to this ninja world, every time he witnesses such aspects of humanity, he can't help but sigh at the twisted ninja world. His hands shimmered with the pale green chakra of medical ninjutsu, gently examining and healing Gurren's delicate body. Although she had practiced chakra and strengthened her physique, there were some hidden injuries that no one had noticed. Fortunately, Gurren is still young and hasn't participated in battles. Her body hasn't been overused, and there are no major hidden injuries. After all, chakra not only strengthens but also nurtures the body. Minor bruises and injuries heal faster with a chakra-enhanced physique. She's already 12 years old, but probably due to being female, she's malnourished, making her slender. However, she has a good foundation, especially after awakening her bloodline, her potential has been unlocked. After carefully examining Gurren's body, Uchiha Yoru revealed a satisfied smile and concluded that male chauvinism is human nature. Although women can cultivate chakra, many are treated as mere vessels for carrying on the lineage, especially if both parents have chakra. Thus, women with chakra are considered precious commodities. Only powerful female ninjas with real strength can achieve a certain status. As for the more stable major ninja villages, they're relatively more progressive, but many ninjas still hope their partners possess chakra as well. With the rising sun of the second day, when she opened her eyes, Gurren showed a terrified expression. The surroundings made her instantly realize that last night was not a nightmare. Lord Yoru. There was no one around in the vast emptiness. Gurren, in panic, opened the door of the wooden house in a flash, and her pupils immediately filled with fear. Fierce wind. The strong gust of wind brushed her cheek, making Gurren involuntarily swallow. Her legs trembled as her frightened eyes stared at the abyss below. She was almost shattered to pieces. This wooden house was built on a cliff that seemed endless. When the door was opened, eagles soaring high were visible. Lord Yoru. An eagle, carrying Uchiha Yoru, landed in front of the wooden house. Gurren, who was initially startled upon waking up, now showed a relieved smile upon seeing the figure on the eagle's back. It was as if telling him that all of this was not a dream but a reality. The person who brought warmth to her truly exists and is not just a dream. Were you scared? The home of the spirit beast eagle was built on this endless cliff. It's a small spirit beast family, with less than 20 members in total. No, no. Seeing the gentle smile of Uchiha Yoru, Gurren's face turned red as she quickly shook her head to explain, seemingly afraid of being looked down upon because of her timidity. Lord Yoru, Miss Gurren. The eagle spirit beast was very respectful, and even its tone was humble. Uchiha Yoru was their powerful master, and Gurren, being a cherished ninja and also a bloodline ninja, would be extraordinary in the future. Therefore, the knowledgeable eagle was very respectful. Gurren was clearly still a bit at a loss with the situation, but the eagle, acting as if everything was as expected, folded its wings and with its sharp claws gripped the tough wall, lowering its head. Uchiha Yoru lightly laughed as he stepped down from the eagle's back. Lord Yoru, if you have any instructions, please let us know. Also, we will take good care of Miss Gurren. The eagle nodded respectfully, then spread its wings and soared in the sky, with its cries echoing high above. Chapter 134, Gurren. In the simple wooden house situated on the edge of a precipice, the air is somewhat thin and the temperature is a bit low. Fortunately, the eagle clan is accustomed to eating meat, mainly feeding on sea fish, rabbits, sheep, and other animals. This diet is also suitable for humans, otherwise, some strange spiritual places would be quite torturous. Carrying 2 plump rabbits that have already been skinned and cleaned, Uchiha Yoru entered the house, revealing a smile as he looked at Gurren. The aroma of roasted meat fills the simple wooden house. Gurren is somewhat nervous, afraid of angering Uchiha Yoru. She carefully rotates the meat on the grill. Uchiha Yoru, watching the nervous Gurren, casually smiles. Gurren, I can't take you back with me due to my identity. After all, you are no longer an ordinary ninja. Have you ever heard of the bloodline limit? The young Gurren hurriedly nodded. The bloodline limit refers to users possessing special abilities. All the major countries and ninja villages place great importance on such ninjas. Usually, only those of the same bloodline can inherit it, and others can't learn it. It's clear that Gurren has a basic understanding of the bloodline limit, as it is legendary. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, gently stroking Gurren's blue-purple hair, saying, Gurren, you are also a ninja with a bloodline limit. Bloodline limit. In the ninja world, the bloodline limit represents power. Hearing that she possesses such power, Gurren's face flushed with excitement. Looking at the man she considers her spiritual pillar, she trembles and asks, Can my power help Lord Yoru? Of course. It must be said that this world is somewhat distorted. Even though they have great power, many in this world lack their own opinions, or even pin their hopes on others. This kind of distorted spirit seems to be engraved in their bones. However, Uchiha Yoru smiles at this. He doesn't want to change it. After all, for those in power, this world is what they desire. No one dislikes having loyal followers willing to give their lives for them. Unlike this world where loyalty is taken for granted, he always understands the value of such qualities, cherishing them instead of taking them for granted like the powerful people of this world. This place is on a cliff high in the sky where the temperature is relatively cold, and it gets even colder in winter. He took out a large, soft white robe and some clean white quilts for resting and spread them inside the house. Uchiha Yoru then advised, Gurren, since you grew up in a chaotic place, you should know the value of the bloodline ninjas. So, until you have strong power, your situation is dangerous. Thank you, Lord Yoru. Looking at the familiar wide white robe draped over her body, and inhaling that familiar scent deeply into her lungs, Gurren's face was flushed as she nodded firmly in affirmation. She was born on this chaotic island, the country of whirlpools, and the law of the jungle in this tumultuous world naturally made her understand the fate of those with Kekii Genkai, bloodline limits, that are discovered, as legends say. Children with discovered Kekii Genkai could fetch a high price. This was a fact that the 5 great shinobi countries practically recognized. After all, the ninja world is full of oddities. The emergence of new bloodline limits, or the awakening of ones dormant for several generations, is not uncommon. The awakening of a Kekii Genkai almost always requires a strong mental stimulus. And in the distorted ninja world, the emergence of such bloodlines among common folk is not lacking. After all, didn't many bloodlines scattered outside in the original stories awaken this way? Looking at Gurren, who obediently sees him as her mental pillar and even as a deity, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. The look in her eyes stirred a nurturing obsession deep within him, a sense of satisfaction he had never felt before. He also had his own considerations. Even if Gurren wasn't a bloodline ninja, if he trained her to become a ninja, she would inevitably be part of the Leaf Village's forces. How could he avoid the eyes and ears on the front lines? It's impossible. He didn't have his own power outside the Leaf Village, so he could only take Gurren to the place of the summoned beasts to train. It was safe and devoid of people, which was perfect. The Ryokai cave had a gloomy atmosphere. More importantly, it wasn't suitable for weak ninjas to survive. Moreover, the giant snakes there wouldn't take meticulous care of a child. So, it was the best temporary base. Lord Yoru, I was able to harness my chakra when I was 6 years old, Gurren said with an excited look, trying to prove her worth. But soon, she realized she might not have a significant advantage. Her eyes were filled with an eagerness to be acknowledged. She extended her palm, and a deep red crystal slowly formed, its hue even deeper than the pink crystal she showed the previous night. The depth of color should be related to the concentration and dispersion of chakra. Lord Yoru, I have awakened my Kekii Genkai. I will surely become a force under your command in the future. This world had its merits, you hardly had to say anything, and people would eagerly want to become a tool in your hands, even taking pride in it. The distorted ninja world had its advantages. I examined your body last night. Although you haven't learned any ninja techniques or undergone professional training, I must say your chakra level at this age is quite impressive. And you've awakened a bloodline. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru has a full smile on his face, as if he has found a treasure. The potential is high, and he is also a bloodline ninja. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, such a talent is highly valued, not to mention possessing this rare quality of loyalty. The amount of chakra in Gurren is considerable, which might be related to the awakening of her bloodline. However, keep in mind that she's still young, possessing ample room for growth. Moreover, the talent from her bloodline awakening will further enhance her. What a beautiful bloodline! Taking the pink crystal from Gurren's hand, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Yet, upon hearing his words, Gurren eagerly whispered, Lord Yoru, is this bloodline powerful? In the peaceful world of her previous life, girls only cared about beauty. However, in this world, strength is the primary concern. Being strong represents value, while being weak means one could be discarded at any moment. Seeing the anticipation in Gurren's eyes, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, it's a very powerful bloodline. Gurren, you will definitely become a strong ninja in the future. Lord Yoru, rest assured, in the future, I will definitely become the most powerful weapon in your hands. Upon hearing that she possesses great talent, Gurren immediately stood up, making a solemn vow. In this world, the law of the jungle is deeply ingrained. Now, Eat some meat to fill your stomach, especially since awakening your bloodline has consumed a lot of your energy. With Uchiha Yoru's reminder, and the aroma of meat filling the room, Gurren only then realized the hunger pangs in her stomach, a sign of extreme hunger. A warm scene unfolds in the room. Young Gurren's mouth is stuffed with delicious grilled meat. Her eyes mist up with tears. She hasn't felt this valued and acknowledged since her parents left. Although the uncles and aunts in the village are kind, the village chief clearly sees her as a tool for ensuring the village's continuation and strength. All of this is observed by Uchiha Yoru, who remains silent. Indeed, the world is messed up, but amidst the chaos, rare and valuable qualities are born. There are feelings of seeing companions as life, the firm will of seeing the village as sacred, prioritizing loyalty, and even the distorted emotion of seeing oneself as a mere tool. Yet, one cannot deny, after witnessing the decline in various qualities, the preciousness of reclaiming them. Those in power certainly need such individuals. And he, too, benefits from these qualities. With the distorted spirit of seeing oneself as a tool, Uchiha Yoru's lips curl into a smile, seemingly not opposed to this emotion. Gurren, you have a good foundation. After awakening your bloodline, your potential will be further tapped. From today, I will teach you how to become a powerful ninja. Lord Yoru, rest assured, I will definitely become the strongest tool in your hands. At this moment, Gurren's eyes were full of determination, considering it her duty to become the most powerful tool in Uchiha Yoru's hands. Uchiha Yoru, however, smiled wryly upon hearing this. As Gurren was eating, he gently touched her blue-purple hair. After a simple combing, he made Gurren's somewhat rough hairstyle much more refined. After all, small villages naturally didn't have the sophistication of the 5 great ninja villages. Her blue-purple hair was tied up high, the young Gurren now showing the majestic aura of a valiant big sister from another world. The difference was that this time her hair was combed more smoothly. Gurren, since you've refined chakra, you must recognize most of the characters by now. From today on, my shadow clone will come to train you every few days. I will personally teach you basic ninja techniques and literacy. Once you have the ability to protect yourself, I will take you to a place where you can become strong quickly. Uchiha Yoru's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Gurren was eating the meat in her hand, but her thoughts were no longer on it. Her earlobes turned red and hot as she felt the gentle hand combing her hair, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever cared for her like this. With her tomboyish nature, she would just casually tie her hair up without any care. After tying up Gurren's hair, a tear that dropped to the ground didn't escape his eyes, but he pretended not to see. He was never stingy with such tenderness. After all, they were both unfortunate souls, and she even regarded him as a spiritual pillar, or even a god in her eyes. Therefore, he never acted superior like some nobles, treating cheap kindness with disdain. Kindness or even a reassuring look in their eyes is always a noble existence. But in reality, to you, it's just a cheap comforting word, a smile. They regard you as a god. All they need in return is a simple word of comfort and a smile from the deity, and the deity can reap full loyalty. Gurren, although you've refined your chakra early on, the crude methods of the small village only allow for such crude refinement of chakra, followed by an instinctual strengthening of the body. What you need to do now is to transition from passively enhanced chakra to actively doing so. This is a hand seal, through which you can channel the chakra in your body to flow through the meridians, allowing ninjas to release ninjutsu. Gurren's foundation is too weak. After all, she has never undergone systematic training, so naturally, she is lacking. Gurren seems to have noticed her situation and feels somewhat ashamed. Seeing Gurren's expression, Uchiha Yoru didn't comfort her. After all, only when one knows their weaknesses will they strive to learn. Her feeling of shame is also one of the driving forces that motivate her to learn. There are 12 hand seals in total. These are hand gestures. Each gesture can channel chakra to flow through different meridians. You need to practice diligently. Only when you form the seals and your chakra circulates rapidly inside can you activate ninjutsu. But before that, practice these seals and feel the chakra circulating within you. Every time you consciously control the flow of chakra, it strengthens the nourishment of chakra in the body, which is known as enhancement. This active method is far superior to the passive strengthening you've experienced before. Back in the day, Uchiha Yora was very diligent in learning about new ninja knowledge. After all, he was among the top students in the elite class, especially in knowledge. He was a hard-working top student. Gurren, on the other hand, was like a student eager to absorb everything into her mind. She was naturally talented, and with the awakening of her bloodline, her learning speed was incredibly fast. No wonder there's a saying in the ninja world that ninjas who awaken their bloodline are geniuses. Lord Yoru, why is it that with the same seal, you can channel 9 main meridians, but I can only channel 3, and the other 6 seem unresponsive? The studious Gurren quickly identified her problem and began to doubt her own abilities. However, Uchiha Yora smiled reassuringly upon hearing this. That's why you need rigorous training. Only through time and practice can you freely control the flow of chakra in the meridians when forming the seals. It's even said that ninjas who reach a certain level can release ninjutsu with just a clap of their hands. Now, what you need to do is get familiar with these 12 seals. Remember to practice them every night before bed. Talent is just the foundation given by the heavens, while hard work is the key to success. Mastery of the seals takes time. The humble and eager to learn Gurren showed a determined look. I understand. I won't let Lord Yoru down. At this moment, Gurren transformed her spirit into infinite fighting spirit, and Uchiha Yora revealed a satisfied smile. No wonder everyone loves teaching geniuses. They not only grasp concepts quickly but also think critically. Teaching them is truly a pleasure. Inside the cold room, Uchiha Yora took time out every day to impart the knowledge from the ninja school to Gurren. A solid foundation is necessary for a ninja to go further. Teaching advanced techniques without a solid base is just a waste of the student's talent. This is one of the reasons why, over the years, numerous small countries in the ninja world couldn't keep up with the major nations. Gurren began her systematic learning and underwent rigorous ninja training, while Uchiha Yora's shadow clone meditated every day after teaching, sensing the existence of natural forces. The existence of the perfect seal allowed him to detect the presence of natural forces. Plus, being a shadow clone, if something went wrong, the perfect seal would release the natural energy inside him to prevent petrification. Chapter 135, Danzo Moves. This chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. The ruins of the Whirlpool Country. After the Mist Ninja experienced a failed surprise attack, it seemed they went into hiding. Although they didn't make large-scale movements again, small skirmishes constantly played out in these forests. The stretching mountain ranges and the dense Rhine forests are full of dangers. Calling it the Forest of Death wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Leaf Village's ninjas and the Mist Village's ninjas probe each other daily in squad formations, with the large-scale battles having evolved into small skirmishes. Ambushes, assassinations, traps, blockades, and poisonings are all taking place. This time, both sides seem to have an unspoken agreement not to harm ordinary people. Both sides started to sabotage each other's logistics, employing every trick in the book. Although there hasn't been a large-scale battle, daily skirmishes continue. This kind of unending torment is especially tough for the ninjas on both sides. Both ninja villages chose not to escalate the conflict, but the restricted nature of this war has brought frustration and continuous torment to the ninjas on both sides. One could say this is a condensed version of war. Those in power merely speak for their own interests, while those below must fight bloodily every day. The forest is the battlefield. It has become the epitome of the war between the Leaf and the Mist. Both sides send out ninjas daily, exemplifying the attrition warfare between major nations to see who breaks first, who finds it not worth the effort, and then chooses to call for a truce. In the Hidden Leaf Village, inside a tent. Brother Yoru, our medical resources have been consumed heavily recently, especially the tourniquets and various antidotes. Uchiha Shisui respectfully presented a statistical report, and said with a pause and a lowered voice towards the end, the consumption of medical resources reported to the village has been inflated by 3%. Oh, my! Who would have thought that the honest Uchiha Shisui would adopt such a tactic? Where did the extra resources go? Uchiha Yoru, sitting at his desk, raised an eyebrow at the report. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with one eye exposed, nonchalantly said, recently, the consumption of smoke bombs, shuriken, and explosive seals has been massive. Especially since this is jungle warfare, the resources needed for traps are considerable. I've added 30% to the report sent to the village. Damn! Uchiha Shisui, hearing this, was stunned, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. It seemed as if he was saying, how could you, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, exaggerate so much? Facing Uchiha Shisui's shocked gaze, Kakashi showed no shame and remarked, in tropical jungle combat, Mist Shinobi are experts in assassination techniques. I think we can add at least 50% to the medical resources. After all, we have many injured, but few casualties. Much of this is thanks to you, Yoru. Kakashi then glanced subtly at Uchiha Yoru. I never realized your proficiency in medical ninjutsu was so profound. Witnessing Kakashi's calm demeanor amidst the discussion of embezzlement, Uchiha Shisui, a straightforward shinobi, felt a weight in his heart. The gap between their cunning was evident, and Shisui was both shocked and impressed by Kakashi's audacity. Uchiha Yoru, looking at Kakashi and Shisui, let out a wry smile and shook his head. He said, Shisui, you should discuss this more with Kakashi. Uchiha Yoru then addressed Kakashi, we can inflate the losses in logistics and supplies a bit. If there are any discrepancies, we can lure the Mist Shinobi to destroy a couple of our supply points. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with realization, while Shisui looked puzzled. Uchiha Yoru's intention was clear, to create legitimate reasons for the inflated numbers. Shisui took a moment to understand the strategy, then looked at the two of them with widened eyes, as if realizing the brilliance of the plan. We must safeguard these funds, as their families will need them because of the war, Uchiha Yoru said solemnly. Uchiha Yoru then decided to divide the funds into 4 parts, to be overseen by Kakashi, Shisui, Hisashi, and himself. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui immediately protested, Brother Yoru, you can oversee all the funds. I don't need to be involved. However, before Shisui could finish, Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop him, and Kakashi nodded in agreement, saying, Yoru, I think Shisui is right. But Uchiha Yoru chuckled and countered, this is a battlefield, and even if it weren't, you should understand, Kakashi, that there is no invincible shinobi. If something happens to one of us, do you want these funds to disappear? Shisui, filled with rage, retorted, Brother Yoru, anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my dead body. Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved off Shisui's pledge, while Kakashi, after a moment of silence, nodded solemnly in agreement. In Kakashi's eyes, Shisui's strength is very strong. Even now, he's not confident in defeating this young man. However, Shisui is still naive in his thinking. The enemy may not necessarily come from foreign lands, it could also come from within. Yoru is obviously worried. If something were to happen to him, all the funds would not be completely lost. Although the Hyuga branch family has escaped its fate, such a large group lost its way out when it joined Team 7. The branch family members, who are like caged birds, are often at the forefront of the most dangerous battles. There are too many widows and orphans within the branch family. It's a heavy burden. Once you take the money, you're in the same boat. Moreover, the Hyuga branch family also needs these funds. In the eyes of Kakashi and Shisui, escaping the fate of being like caged birds has been a long-standing wish of the Hyuga branch family. But the actions of the Hokage's higher UPS are hard to stomach. They divided the Hyuga clan, but then treated the branch family like trash and discarded them. This seems a bit excessive, even though politics have always been brutal. Are you saying this is because of the root? Without the collective approval of the Hokage's higher UPS, would the root even have this much influence? Now, not only Kakashi, but even Shisui can see clearly how terrible Orochimaru's incident was. Yet, despite being dismissed, Danzo was reinstated because the situation in Konoha was tense, and the root needed a leader who could quickly grasp the overall situation. From the perspective of outsiders like Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, the root is nothing more than a glove used by the Hokage's higher UPS to do their dirty work, and naturally, the glove does its job under the control of its owner. By the way, Kakashi, based on the actual situation, slightly exaggerate the injuries of some of the injured in the report. But do it gradually and not hastily, after all, they haven't been home for many years. Hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, the politically astute Kakashi instantly understood. He nodded solemnly and said, "I understand. I will implement this step by step, allowing these frontline heroes to return to the village as injured." To put it plainly, it's just about exaggerating the injury reports a bit. Not too many at once, as it could be easily detected. These ninjas have been bleeding on the front lines for so long, and they have families waiting for them. Shisui, on the other hand, seemed to react a bit slower but eventually got the gist. He showed dissatisfaction. "Brother Yoru, almost all the shinobi from the Sarutobi clan hold important positions. There aren't many on the front lines, and they've been there for so long, shouldn't they?" Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop Shisui's outburst, sternly warning, "Shisui, your words are dangerous. Watch your mouth. Keep these things to yourself. Don't you know that trouble starts with words? Do I need to teach you this?" The genius Uchiha Shisui held back his frustration and lowered his head, but the anger building inside him grew. One day, it would erupt like a volcano. "All right, Shisui. With the stabilization of the front lines, the village's clans have sent news. Itaki and the younger generation of elites from the clan will be dispatched. You'll handle this transfer." Clearly, the Uchiha clan is training their younger generation. This might be a privilege of a prestigious clan, but it also supports the front line. Kakashi, who was nearby, sighed secretly. The most ancient and prestigious families knew how to support the front line. Although part of the reason was to train their young members, it was support nonetheless. The increasingly influential Sarutobi clan, on the other hand, was assigned more stable missions. The battlefield might be dangerous, but it's also where talents rise. No wonder the Uchiha clan always produces a stream of geniuses. In contrast, the Sarutobi clan, which has grown powerful and is catching up to the Uchiha's prestigious stature, doesn't have any strong figures to boast. Sarutobi Shinzo? Thinking of him, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk. His strength was barely adequate for the Anbu chief position. He's probably only slightly stronger than the barrier department's chief. It's acceptable for him to be an Anbu chief, but as a village leader, even Kakashi found it laughable, let alone others. No wonder the Sarutobi clan, despite its solid foundation, doesn't have a young powerhouse. If there were, they'd probably have already chosen the fifth Hokage. Is Itaka coming? Even though he had known beforehand, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and nodded solemnly when he heard the news. "Don't worry, Brother Yoru. I'll handle the family matters." After all, Uchiha Yoru is now responsible for frontline command, so Shisui naturally has to help with family affairs. Also, the next batch of reinforcements for the village will arrive. Kakashi, you'll be in charge of selecting the escort team. With the arrival of reinforcements, our injured should return to the village to rest. Yes. Holding a scroll report, when Uchiha Yoru saw the list of arrivals, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. This didn't escape the eyes of Shisui and Kakashi. "Brother Yoru, is there a problem with this batch of reinforcements?" Facing Shisui's question, Uchiha Yoru looked at Kakashi and sighed, "Be careful in the future. The village higher UPS still don't trust us. There are traces of root members. Be cautious and don't give them anything to use against you. Also, you can trust Team Genma. Their loyalty is unquestionable." Hearing Yoru's words, Shisui coldly snorted in annoyance, again with the rats that hide in the shadows and only target their own. As a ninja who once served in the Anbu for many years, Kakashi was well aware of the existence of root. He sighed and said, "Yoru, you should be careful too. Root. They aren't ordinary ninjas anymore. They are emotionless machines who would do anything for their mission. Don't worry, both of you need to be careful as well. It's better to handle some things personally to avoid mistakes." "Yes." Shisui and Kakashi understood the implication, especially when they had to falsify or underreport nearly half of the supplies. Uchiha Yoru looked at the list and noticed a name, Yakushi Nono. Though it wasn't prominent, he recognized it immediately. It seems Danzo's root wants to gather information about the Uchiha clan. It's harder to act within the village, but on the battlefield, where many young Uchiha ninjas are present, it's relatively easier to gather intelligence. Unfortunately, he already knew this name and had grasped the other party's weakness. She's known as Konoha's strongest spy ninja, the Wandering Witch. Dan's truly respected him. To deal with him, Dan's even dispatched her. But it's unknown by what means. Nonetheless, Yakushi Non didn't reveal the secret that he already knew her identity. Does the root now aim to deal with him? Or are they being cautious of him? Is it because he's both Orochimaru's disciple and an Uchiha? Or is the root, hiding in the shadows, planning something? Chapter 136, Exhausted. This chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Back Mountain. You guys have completed the first phase. Now, what you're practicing is the second phase called Power. Yui Kurane, Uzuki Yujeo, and Mitarashi Anko, the three women, were all secretly competing against each other. Uchiha Yoru pretended not to see the tactics they used against each other. After all, competition arises when people are together, and competition is the source of motivation. This is a rubber ball, 100 times tougher than a regular balloon. What you need to do is to maintain the release of chakra and materialize it until you can break the ball. Another basket of balls was brought out. This time, they were more durable rubber balls. After explaining the various techniques and experiences of this ninjutsu to the three women, Uchiha Yoru left to practice on his own. Every day, he would split into shadow clones for training. He also used his authority to arrange training tasks for the three women at the front line. Not every ninja had ample time for training, especially on the front lines. Inside the tent, Uchiha Yoru's main body was checking the daily reports. There were scrolls from the patrol squads, supplies from the villages behind, and various pieces of intelligence. Processing the daily intelligence took Uchiha Yoru several hours. Seeing the overwhelming information, he sneered. Such meticulous planning. So many useless reports, all coming one after another. This doesn't seem like the style of the third Hokage and Dan's. Uchiha Yoru sarcastically thought, by overwhelming him with tedious intelligence, it either took a significant portion of his day, or he would delegate the tasks. Clearly, among those he trusted, some were their spies. Is it you, Sarutobi Shins? Or perhaps Sarutobi Mako? All this was to give their spies an opportunity. But there was no real loss to him. Genma. With Uchiha Yoru's soft call, the guards outside, the Genma team, came in respectfully. Lord Yoru. Looking at Shiranui Genma, Namayashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, Uchiha Yoru smiled and said, even though you're my guards, we don't know how long the battle on the front lines will last. When there's no battle, you three can take turns resting. Remember to practice in your spare time. Ninjas speak with their strength. Upon hearing these caring words, the three of them showed gratitude. Although the front line was tough and dangerous, it made them feel more fulfilled. Lord Yoru, rest assured, we will definitely practice well. Their loyalty was unquestionable. After all, they had no way out, especially after joining Orochimaru's forces. They could only follow that path. By the way, regarding the frontline intelligence, Genma, you'll work with Hisashi. Intelligence from the village will be handled by Namayashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi, assisted by Kakashi and Shisui. You only need to report daily. If they wanted to meddle with the tedious intelligence tasks, he would just delegate. As for their spies getting certain information? Thinking about this, Uchiha Yoru sneered. It was a test of skills, both from the same village. If they relied on spies, he believed he could win over a few loyal spies with his unwavering loyalty. Lord Yoru, what about your safety? Upon hearing this, the Genma team showed their excitement. Uchiha Yoru's trust in them was unquestionable. This was top-secret intelligence only trusted people could access. This trust made them feel worth dying for. Hehe, if there's danger within the Konoha camp, then no amount of guards can protect against it. Uchiha Yoru waved to the three people. After all, they were the guard team chosen by the fourth Hokage, and it would be false to say they lacked talent. He couldn't let this group waste their potential. After all, their strength belonged to him. You all should choose a lower-level ninja team to nurture and develop. This way, your usual guard duties can become a bit more relaxed. Clearly, Uchiha Yoru was giving them a small break. Even though they were guards, they were now expected to be involved in assisting with administrative duties, take time out for training, and the chosen lower-level ninja team would take over their usual guarding tasks. Captain Yoru, is this really okay? The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had a good eye for talent. The members of the Genma team looked embarrassed, clearly feeling a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru jokingly replied, "You really want to slack off, huh? I want you to select talented individuals, not just to share your guarding duties but also to nurture new talent for the village. Initially, it may be a bit hard for you, but it will get easier later on." Uchiha Yoru's words were clearly meant to appease the three. Yet, under his relaxed tone, all three were visibly excited and firmly nodded. "Captain Yoru, rest assured, we will not let you down." It's undeniable that Uchiha Yoru's communication skills have improved significantly. In just a few sentences, he managed to inspire the Genma team. They felt deeply grateful to him. Such is the advantage of being in a position of power. To your subordinates, sometimes you don't need to show genuine concern. A few words can stir them into a frenzy of loyalty, making them willing to die for you without hesitation. Beneath Uchiha Yoru's smile lay his disdain for those who operated behind the scenes. Such trivial tactics gave him the chance to win over people's hearts. Why wouldn't he exchange useless administrative tasks to gain the trust and gratitude of his subordinates? The highest realm for those in power is not to exhaust oneself but to delegate duties to subordinates who then become even more grateful, seeing it as a sign of trust. Uchiha Yoru felt somewhat cynical about this distorted world. But it's not their fault, there were gaps in their history, even ones created intentionally. Many great historical figures never left behind their techniques, only the strongest leave their mark. Look at the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage, who worked tirelessly in their offices. One ended up frail, and the other suffered from a herniated disc. It seems the leaders in this world all have their own domineering will. They believe only they can do things right, and others are just a tad inferior. Even when grooming successors, they insist on inheriting their own ideologies. The shinobi world. Time flies, and before he knew it, Uchiha Yoru has been on the front lines for 5 months. Although there hasn't been a major conflict with the Mist Shinobi, small skirmishes are a daily occurrence. At a glance, the casualties may seem minimal, but accumulating day by day, the injury report is indeed heart-wrenching. At the border zone where the hidden leaf defends against the land of lightning, in the leaf's camp, Shinzo's aide, Orochimaru's disciple, that Uchiha brat, has actually managed to find his footing on the front line and even won the trust of many. This might not be a good thing. Seeing the persistent look on his wife's face, Sarutobi Shinzo sighed regretfully, "Can't you just let it go?" With the Uchiha surname, not to mention the old man, the entire upper echelon would never let him rise to power. You were lucky to survive this time. Isn't the matter with Orochimaru enough for you? Shinzo, who am I doing this all for? It's for you, for our family, for our child, Konohamaru. If you had the strength to become a Kage, would I need to do this? Seeing his wife like this, even if he knew she was doing it out of a desire for higher status, men can't hope to win against women on this topic. Sarutobi Shinzo said with a bitter smile, all right, I'm not scolding you. I'm just telling you a fact. The Uchiha surname has already given up all aspirations. So, don't stir up trouble. If the old man finds out, think not only of others but also of our unborn child. As expected, when Sarutobi Shinzo mentioned their child, Sarutobi Mako discreetly touched her slightly protruding belly, coldly snorting, "The old man is really ruthless." However, when she touched her belly, even the most malicious woman would show a gentle smile. She murmured, "Child, your presence saved your mother's life. Your grandfather is truly heartless." If it weren't for the timely discovery of her pregnancy, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would not have shown mercy. Still, considering his own grandson, the great shinobi finally decided to exile her to the border. The country of whirlpools, behind the hills of Konohagakure's roots. At this moment, Uzuki Yugeo's face was pale. As she tried to leave, leaning against the wall, her legs were still uncontrollably trembling, as if her legs no longer belonged to her. A pair of rounded and elastic long legs were trembling like they were shaking. The now adolescent Uzuki Yugeo had grown to nearly 1.7 meters tall. Under her tall stature, sweat from her pale face uncontrollably wetted her temples. "Yugeo, stop trying to be brave and lie down." A pair of strong hands directly helped her sit on the bed. Green medical ninja chakra began to glow from his hands. Under the relief of the medical ninjutsu, her legs seemed to be rejuvenated, and even her pale face showed a hint of blush. Uchiha Yoru looked at Uzuki Yugeo, who had been behaving abnormally in recent days, and said with a frown, "Yugeo, I understand the allure of new experiences, but you need to cherish your body. As a ninja, you must learn to control your desires. A ninja's strength is everything." Uchiha Yoru's serious tone made Uzuki Yugeo's pale face blush with shyness. Although it wasn't their first time together, such explicit words still made her feel shy. "Lord Yoru, I just want to satisfy you. I'm just not strong enough." Thinking of his beast-like body and his insatiable stamina, Uzuki Yugeo couldn't help but bitterly smile inwardly. Why did Mako say that there's only overworked oxen, not overtilled fields? She felt as if her field had been overtilled to the point of breaking. Seeing Uzuki Yugeo's recent abnormal behavior, Uchiha Yoru seemed to guess something, but still pretended to be concerned, softly comforting, "Yugeo, take a few days off." Hearing this, Uzuki Yugeo felt a mix of reluctance and relief. Feeling as if her body was falling apart, she nodded sadly, "I'm just not strong enough, Lord Yoru." It was tough for Uzuki Yugeo. The former head of the Anbu had contacted her. Although she was relieved of her duties, that person was the daughter-in-law of the Hokage and mentioned the frontline commander Sarutobi Shinzo. The third Hokage had ordered all undercover Anbu and spies on the front line to unconditionally obey Sarutobi Shinzo's orders. So, she had to reluctantly follow the orders. Luckily, this time, the order wasn't to harm Uchiha Yoru, whom she already felt guilty about. It was merely to use her body to distract him and drain his energy, even making him indulge. But she had already tried her best. He's a physical type ninja. At first, she was shy but also a bit excited. However, after several days, she really couldn't handle it anymore, feeling as if her body was falling apart. Uchiha Yoru, looking at the exhausted Uzuki Ujio, couldn't help but shake his head. If he knew what she was thinking, he might have smiled confidently. Our body's innate abilities are no less than the third Raikage, who is known to match the eight tails in physical strength. Among those known, perhaps only he could exhaust a tailed beast to the point of fainting. Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara are strong, but they might not necessarily surpass him in physical prowess. To have the stamina to match a tailed beast until exhaustion, and you're just a mere ordinary ninja? Lord Yoru, I feel much better, and I want to continue training. Although she doesn't have the energy, thinking about Lord Yoru personally teaching her the A-rank technique Raise Nan, and considering both Kurane and Anko, she felt a surge of determination. They are stronger than her, but one relies on their teacher, and the other is under the same master as Lord Yoru. Even though she's a commoner, their starting points are the same now, and she absolutely refuses to lose. Looking at the stubborn Magetsu Yuge, Uchiha Yoru said, if you hadn't been overexerting yourself these past few nights, you wouldn't have missed training. Lord Yoru, don't worry. I will not miss any training. Uzuki Ujio showed a defiant look. She may lose in physical combat, but she can't lose to Kurane and Anko in ninjutsu training. Seeing Uzuki Ujio's determined eyes, Uchiha Yoru finally said with resignation, all right then, I'll use my medical ninjutsu to relieve your muscle soreness. Rest for half an hour now, so no one will notice anything later. Bright sunlight shines on the bed. Uzuki Ujio looks dreamily at the gentle smiling man in front of her. His warm hands touch her, and the healing chakra makes her even more comfortable. Slowly, with a sense of guilt, she drifts into sleep. Chapter 137, Profound. This chapter is sponsored by Terence Smith. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. In the back mountain, the dense jungle and the waterfall seen under the bright sunlight are like a fairyland on earth. Yo, our genius Ujio has made significant progress in recent days. It's almost noon, and she just arrived. It seems she's confident to be the first to master this ninjutsu. When Uzuki Ujio arrived at the training ground, Mitarashi Anko immediately showed a wild demeanor, staring defiantly at Uzuki Ujio, as if to say, don't blame yourself for not practicing hard if you lose. After all, they are now a team. Ujio is good at physical techniques, Ui Kurane is skilled in illusion techniques, and she excels in ninjutsu. The three of them complement each other in a team, naturally competing with each other. Looking at Mitarashi Anko's childish provocation, Uzuki Ujio's pale face revealed a cold smile. Sister Anko, I'm not like some people who only need to practice ninjutsu every day. As Yoru-sama's assistant, I have to help him handle official duties every night. Hearing Uzuki Ujio's sarcasm, Mitarashi Anko wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she arrogantly lifted her head, can't help it, I'm naturally talented in ninjutsu, and Yoru dotes on me. Uzuki Ujio smiled lightly, not taking Anko's provocation to heart. However, she felt a sense of victory, thinking that the Yoru Anko always talks about still belongs to her at night. Under the bright sunlight, despite having a deep sleep for an hour, she felt like she was walking on clouds. Uzuki Ujio pretended to be calm, took out a rubber ball, and began to practice under the shade of a tree. When she realized that no one noticed her abnormality, she secretly sighed with relief. She appeared relaxed, but she was the only one who knew that she was sweating and felt that she wasn't strong enough. On the other side, Mitarashi Anko, filled with determination, glared at Uzuki Ujio and then looked in Ui Kurane's direction. This time, her gaze revealed a hint of guilt, as she knew about her friend Ui Kurane's relationship with Yoru. I must be the first to master the Raise Nan. My ninjutsu talent is definitely not inferior to theirs, thought Mitarashi Anko, pumping herself up with determination. Yui Kurane, Uzuki Ujeo, and Mitarashi Anko, these three elite ninjas formed a team. Even though they are from the same team and cooperate well on missions, they are all competitive when practicing. Mitarashi Anko has a straightforward and playful personality. Since the Ninja Academy, she was acknowledged as a genius. After graduation, she became the disciple of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru. She's straightforward and somewhat distrustful. Uzuki Ujeo, born a commoner, excelled at the Ninja Academy due to her hard work. She's an elite with excellent chakra control and specializes in swordsmanship. After graduation, she joined the Anbu. She's calm and intelligent. Yui Kurane, her father, was a renowned elite ninja who mastered illusions in the village. She inherited her father's talents and excels in illusions. She's meticulous and has a keen mind. Therefore, in their team, Yui Kurane has always been the representative leader. Under a large tree, Yui Kurane subtly glanced at the other two. She was a bit irritated when she looked at Uzuki Ujeo. Nearby, at the base of a waterfall, Uchiha Yoru sat meditatively on the rippling water surface. His only way to progress at this level was through persistent training, especially in the path of body ninjutsu. Another shortcut was the Sage Mode, which he began practicing early because of his immense chakra reserves. Just as Uchiha Yoru was deep in meditation, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes with a resigned expression. A pair of hands slowly emerged from the water. Emerging from the water was Yui Kurane, seductively wet. Using his crossed legs as support, she slowly raised the corners of her mouth in a triumphant smile. Yoru, it's really you. There's a hint of certainty in his tone. As he looked at the mischievous gleam in Yui Kurane's fiery red eyes while she seductively laid across his legs with the upper half of her body exposed above the water, he couldn't help but smile. Kurane, shouldn't you be training? It's broad daylight. When they were alone, Yui Kurane shot him a flirtatious glance and lazily sprawled across his legs. Her slender fingers, white as jade, began to playfully tease his strong abdomen. Not good? You know it's not, yet you can't resist the allure of a naive apple. Yui Kurane's face turned cold, she glared at him irritably. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru felt a pang in his heart. He knew he had been caught, but how could a man admit his mistake so easily? Instead, he simply shrugged and sighed deeply. Kurane, you should know the heavy burden I carry to revive the Uchiha clan. I won't deny the temptation of beauty, but you should be well aware of the responsibilities in a prestigious family, especially given who I am now. As he said this, the three Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Yoru's eyes flashed momentarily. Yui Kurane, not pleased with this display, coldly snorted, power does fuel a man's ambitions. I heard about Ujeo's issues with her father's debts. It was clear that Yui Kurane had done her homework. Faced with her knowledge and the investigative skills of a ninja, Uchiha Yoru didn't argue, merely nodding subtly, implying that it wasn't his issue. In the words of an older brother, he simply made a mistake any man could make. His principles were clear: don't initiate, don't take responsibility, don't refuse, and don't promise. However, he acknowledged the responsibilities he had to bear. Now, Yui Kurane almost fully resembled her prime, especially her keen mind combined with a cool demeanor. She was undeniably the school beauty during their ninja school days. Yoru, Ujeo is just a naive young girl. What's so good about her? Do you have a thing for that? I saw her trembling legs. Slowly moving in the water to his back, she wrapped her arms tightly around his reassuring frame. Yui Kurane's flirtatious eyes, hidden from Uchiha Yoru's view, revealed deep guilt. How could she blame Yoru for being fickle? After all, she wasn't entirely innocent herself, being a spy. This guilty conscience made Yui Kurane overlook many things. She simply embraced him, savoring the familiar scent. Uchiha Yoru didn't see the guilty tears that fell from the eyes of Yui Kurane, who hugged him from behind. Even if he had, he might not have been able to discern them, as the proud Yui Kurene's wet cheeks made it impossible to tell whether they were tears or lake water. "Kurene, I remember when you bribed me with a gold necklace, saying you wanted to study a ninja's body. Tisk tisk." The teasing tone of Uchiha Yoru immediately made Kurene, who was hugging him from behind, blush and let out a slight annoyed hum. The restlessness of adolescence naturally makes one curious about everything. "And didn't you secretly read adult novels out of curiosity? That's why I became curious. Besides, you told Asuma at the ninja school that I was your girlfriend." The two quarreled, bringing back fond memories. Their time in ninja school was their most cherished memory. Back then, they were more innocent and pure. Suddenly, a cold snake-like hand reached out. Uchiha Yoru was startled and looked around nervously. Seeing no one nearby, he whispered, "Kurene, stop it! Stop it!" Kurene, revealing half of her body, had anger in her eyes. "You enjoyed that girl's company, and even had merry nights. You thought you could deceive me? That little girl even tried to seduce you." A series of bubbles rose to the surface of the lake. Kurene disappeared, but a pair of powerful hands dragged Uchiha Yoru down to his waist. His face turned pale, and he even activated his Sharingan, fearing being discovered by others. But Uchiha Yoru, with half his body exposed, felt a mix of cold and heat. The cold lake water and the warmth below. Exciting! "Kurene, you!" Uchiha Yoru blushed, but Kurene, under the cover of the lake, could let go of all pretense and express her emotions freely. She couldn't help shedding tears, which blended with the lake water, making it indistinguishable. Kurene's guilt weighed on her heart. The innocent smiles from their time at ninja school, now mixed with ulterior motives, she couldn't even imagine what would happen if the third Hokage made her oppose Yoru or even hurt him. All these thoughts condemned her constantly. If her intentions weren't pure, how could she talk about love? With such guilt, as if she was a spy, the once proud Kurene lowered her head in humility. The sound of the waterfall constantly echoed between heaven and earth, while there was no human figure on the lake beneath the waterfall. From a bird's eye view, one could faintly see two fish chasing each other below the water's surface. In the distance, a person engrossed in cultivation remained unaware. The hands of Mitarashi Anko, as she practiced, were trembling, but her resolute nature caused her to grit her teeth and display a defiant expression. "Yoru, I will definitely be the first to succeed." With this indomitable spirit, Anko wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Uzuki Ujeo, who was meditating calmly in the shade of the trees. She let out a delicate hum and headed straight for the nearby waterfall. "On such a hot day, I should refresh myself by washing my face before continuing my hard work." With renewed spirit, Anko, like a spirited little wildcat, dashed through the tall forest. Upon seeing the lake under the waterfall, she broke into an ecstatic grin and leaped into the water. Gurgle! The sound of her head plunging into the water was like a pin dropping into the vast ocean compared to the roar of the waterfall. Underwater, Anko had an incredulous look. She clutched her mouth in shock. Though the lake water stung her eyes, she felt nothing, staring wide-eyed at the scene that seemed to open a new world to her. With the powerful constitution of a ninja, holding one's breath underwater, or even fighting, could last a long time. At this moment, there were figures in the water playing like fish. However, she was oblivious to a pair of eyes watching everything in astonishment from afar. It was as if she was viewing another world, touching her otherwise indifferent heart. This scene was mesmerizing, making her forget about escaping, let alone anything else. All she could think of were the stunning images. Amazing! So this is what they can do. Kurene and Yoru, they're so powerful. The two fish were performing intricate maneuvers in the water, showcasing their agility, which greatly impressed Anko. Damn it! Why isn't that girl Anko leaving? Uchiha Yoru, with his face flushed, was at a crucial moment in his training. With the enhanced perception of his Sharingan eyes, he naturally noticed the head submerged in the water. While feeling slightly aggrieved, he was even more irritated by the other party's nonchalance. "All right, Anko, if you don't want to leave, I won't mind." Pretending to be unaware, Uchiha Yoru continued his practice. Kurane, deeply engrossed in her own training, was flushed with excitement, entering a state of complete focus. Below the waterfall, a peculiar scene unfolded. Anko, who initially intended to freshen up, dived into the water and hadn't resurfaced. Because of the tension, her ninja boots revealed cute, pale toes, which clenched as if she had seen something embarrassing. If it weren't for the trembling shoulders of Anko peeking out of the water, one might think she was drowning. The formidable physique of the ninjas allowed them to frolic underwater without resurfacing. Likewise, the curious wildcat, observing all of this, watched unblinkingly, as if being introduced to new knowledge. Chapter 138, The Art of War says, "Love your soldiers like your children." This chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Under the night sky, at the Konoha ninja base, Uchiha Yoru sits refreshed in his tent after a full afternoon of training. Even now, people can still see his wet hair. Big brother Yoru is really hard-working. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui in the tent looks at his elder brother who is busy with official duties but still remembers to train, and immediately shows a look of admiration. On the side, Hitaki Kakashi also shows a look of shame, nods, and quietly ponders. Yoru's pressure is too great, he must help him as much as he can. What information requires us to go out so late at night? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru shows curiosity. Hyuga Hisashi, who is usually calm, respectfully hands over an intelligence scroll. "Lord Yoru, according to the investigation, a Mist Ninja elite squad of more than 50 members is preparing to set off from here tomorrow night and then launch a surprise attack from the sea." Looking at Hyuga Hisashi pointing solemnly at the map, Uchiha Yoru frowns and shows a thoughtful look. Attacking from the sea is almost like attacking us from behind. Also, if the Mist Ninjas realize something is wrong, they can easily escape into the ocean. It has to be said that in the ninja world, besides the main character, everyone has their strengths. The Mist Ninjas operation is completely flexible. Though the ninja world has not been around for long and has no recorded history, it's essentially a time of wild growth. The honorable one-on-one battles handed down from samurai have become a thing of the past after hundreds of years of ninja skirmishes. It's been said in the original story that ninjas are all about deception, so battles in the ninja world are often carried out through espionage, surprise attacks, poisoning, ambushes, and various other means. Of course, there are also direct attacks, especially when both sides are in desperate need of occupying a particular terrain and under various other circumstances where head-on battles occur. However, head-on battles mostly happen when there are too many ninjas on both sides. Most ninjas prioritize gathering information and then look for opportunities to set up ambushes and surprise attacks to complete their missions. Mist Ninja have assembled an elite squad of more than 50 members. Looking at the topographic map, Uchiha Yoru's long finger traced from the sea behind his base and emphatically tapped on a particular location. A mocking smile crossed his face. "It seems the Mist Ninjas have also gathered information about us. The refined iron and precious chakram metal we've extracted from the mines over the past few months are here. We initially planned to send a squad to escort it back in 3 days. Yet, they chose not to ambush us en route but to attack here instead." As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. They played this hand beautifully, completely catching us off guard. Most of our defenses were focused on the escort route, never considering a sneak attack here. "Brother Yoru, this is my oversight." Uchiha Shisui hastily stepped forward, admitting his mistake. Yoru, however, waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need to be flustered. "Although it's a surprise attack, if we are careless, we might suffer significant losses. But what if the enemy deliberately leaked this information?" A mysterious smile slowly appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face, causing everyone in the tent to look shocked. Hyuga Hisashi spoke solemnly, "Lord Yoru, are you suggesting that the mist ninjas might be dividing their forces?" Hearing Hisashi, everyone in the tent showed a look of realization and looked at Hisashi with admiration. Their gazes seemed to say that it was indeed the wisdom of a great clan. Uchiha Yoru's eyes twitched slightly, admitting that he had overestimated the cultural level of the ninjas in this world. Even the wealthy clans focused mainly on developing strength. I'd rather call it a strategy of drawing the tiger away from the mountain. Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru displayed a confident smile and began pointing at the map. "The elite ninjas in our base are like tigers in their lair. If we know the mist ninjas' information, we'll certainly take precautions, sending at least 70 elite ninjas to set up an ambush. Doing so would leave our base vulnerable, the tigers would be elsewhere, significantly weakening our home base." Drawing the tiger away from the mountain. Kakashi was engrossed in contemplating these 4 words. Looking up at Uchiha Yoru, his eyes were filled with conviction. He had not misjudged the man, a ninja of such caliber would surely lead them in reviving Konoha. Although the ninjas inside the tent had not studied the so-called culture of poetry and literature, they were not without discernment. After all, ninjas in this era are also considered cultured people who can read and write. Lord Yoru, the phrase "lure the tiger away from the mountain" is brilliantly used. Indeed, Lord Yoru would be considered a learned person if he were in the daimyo's palace. For a moment, laughter and praise erupted among the ninjas. Uchiha Yoru responded to the flattery from his subordinates by shaking his head and saying, "Don't flatter me, I won't give you extra rewards." Instantly, the tent was filled with hearty laughter. They were ninjas who lived on the edge, and their careers were dull. Such casual jokes could easily resonate with them. They had never seen such an approachable commander before. Many were unknowingly drawn to this charm. It wasn't that they were mindless, it was just that having such a person as their commander made their already stressful ninja missions a bit more relaxed. In a ninja world that lacks culture, or is even crude, Uchiha Yoru had won over countless hearts by merely employing a bit of wisdom passed down from ancestors. The art of war says, "Love your soldiers like your children." While it's almost impossible to achieve this, even for him, in this strict and hierarchical world of ninjas, such an approachable commander is rare. Especially given that he was both a disciple of one of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru, and from the prestigious Uchiha family, he could easily be high and mighty. But he was not, he was approachable, and to say that they were not moved would be inhuman. At this moment, the women serving as temporary guards outside the tent Ujo Uzuki, Kurane Ui, and Anko saw the spirited figures inside and were immediately captivated. "All right, laughter aside, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village are all crazy. My rule is to sweat more in training so that you bleed less on the battlefield. So, I've come here to primarily adopt defensive measures, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of the mist ninjas." Uchiha Yoru looked around the tent and said, "When their troops come, we will block them, when the water comes, we will build a dam. No matter what the mist ninjas are planning, in a word, we stay still but prepare for all changes. Transfer all the fine iron and chakram metal, and also send an elite team to set traps. If the mist ninjas really send their main force, then we will fight while retreating. The traps along the way are not for show. We will lure this bunch of mist ninjas into our trap and encircle them." Uchiha Yoru's words instantly brought smiles to everyone's faces. They had never felt that war could be so relaxed. It wasn't that the enemy could be easily defeated, but the atmosphere was just so light. They had never experienced this before, because any mission would usually only bring pressure and responsibility. "Yoru, what if it's really as you suspect, that this is the mist ninja's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain and this place is just a decoy?" Kakashi looked puzzled, but there was also a curiosity in his eyes that he himself hadn't noticed, as if the person before him was a wise scholar. Kakashi's words reminded everyone, and immediately all eyes turned toward him with curiosity. However, Uchiha Yoru laughed and waved his hand, saying, Do we even need to ask? If the Mist Ninja are using this as a cover, they must have a plan, probably to attack our base. Just as everyone's curiosity was piqued, as if Uchiha Yoru at that moment held all the answers, he casually waved his hand and pointed at everyone, saying, "Why are you all looking at me? The Mist Ninja won't tell me where they plan to attack. Just go and prepare your defenses. Given the home field advantage, can't you guys take the upper hand by focusing on defense?" His last sentence, tinged with a joking tone, made everyone burst into laughter again. Everyone felt incredibly relaxed, a feeling they hadn't even experienced when fighting with the Sunin. However, it's not polite to only receive and not give back. If the Mist Ninja can deploy their main force to attack us, we will be completely defensive and passive. Being passive is not my style, said Uchiha Yoru with a confident smile. Everyone then realized what he meant. After scanning the room, his gaze finally landed on Kakashi. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "I'm planning to have you, Kakashi, lead this surprise attack squad. You are, after all, skilled in reconnaissance and tracking, and are an elite from the 3 great ninja wars." Everyone nodded in agreement when Uchiha Yoru chose Kakashi as the leader of the team. His reputation precedes him, no one has broken the record set by the 12-year-old Jonin, and Kakashi has been a renowned elite ninja for many years now. Especially given his background from the Anbu, he was the most suitable candidate. After seeing Kakashi nod solemnly, Uchiha Yoru turned to Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Shisui and laughed. "Recently, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have each formed many elite squads. I want to pull 2 elite squads to join Kakashi's operation." Basically, he was talking about pulling the elites from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Many elite squads had been formed at the front lines, each comprising a ninja from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and 1 other ninja. All these squads were elite units. Then Uchiha Yoru's gaze fell on the last person, Shiranui Genma. Genma's squad will also join. I want only the elites for this surprise attack team. With 3 squads, that's 9 people, plus team leader Kakashi, making it a 10-person elite squad. A 10-person squad, Yoru, what is this about? The Mist Ninja plan to deploy a 50-person squad, while they are countering with a 10-person squad. Although elite, the numbers seemed insufficient. Seeing Kakashi's puzzled look, Uchiha Yoru confidently smiled. "I won't do like the Mist Ninja and send you to attack their base. Although it would be a surprise, you should know that entering their territory will be filled with traps." At this moment, everyone was somewhat puzzled, not quite understanding. Uchiha Yoru didn't keep it a secret. After all, he still needed to gradually establish his authority. "Kakashi, the squad you lead is to be ready for support." Uchiha Yoru pointed to the map with a cold smile. "No matter what plans the Mist Ninjas have, in short, if a battle breaks out here, Kakashi, you just find the Mist Ninja territory. Remember not to get too close, set a large fire from a distance and then hide. By then, no matter where the Mist Ninjas attack from, our Leaf Ninjas will loudly announce that we have already attacked the Mist Ninja base. As long as the fire is large enough, the attacking Mist Ninjas won't be able to miss it, unless they're blind. By that time, they'll be confused. The Mist Ninjas will definitely choose to retreat, and the exposed Mist Ninjas will be our prey. Kakashi, you should be ready for a quick ambush, and we'll perform a pincer attack." As Uchiha Yoru calmly laid out the military operation, everyone suddenly understood and expressed strong approval. "Lord Yoru, I'm truly impressed this time. Indeed, we've all been through the Second and Third Wars, but this is the first time I've heard of such a strategy. Although we haven't started yet, it already feels exhilarating." Haha. Seeing everyone's relaxed smiles, Uchiha Yoru didn't show arrogance, but shook his head and said, "Don't flatter me. The reason we can be so relaxed is thanks to our Byakugan." Byakugan? The Hyuga clan? Everyone looked at the stern-faced Hyuga Hisashi, even he was a bit stunned, wondering how he got involved. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. If we didn't have a large number of Hyuga Byakugan on the front lines this time, we wouldn't dare be so casual. With the Byakugan present, the mist ninjas will hardly succeed in an easy ambush. By then, the Hyuga ninjas should be vigilant, not to fall for the mist ninjas' traps, and if anything seems off, fire a flare. Even a blind person could see a flare in the night sky. Inside the relaxed camp, everyone showed smiles. Shisui even displayed a look of admiration, admiring the calm demeanor in the face of war as if born to be a Hokage. Even Kakashi showed a look of admiration. It was as if all the qualifications of a natural-born Hokage, proficiency in politics, commanding battles with ease along with love for the Leaf Village, were all embodied in one person. Outside the door, 3 pairs of eyes also lit up. For the first time, they saw Uchiha Yoru so spirited and full of poise, and all displayed looks of admiration. Ninjas admire the strong, and women admire the strong even more, especially those they hold dear. A man who works hard is the most attractive. Chapter 139, Ambush and Traps. On the second day, as night falls, the sound of endless waves crashing can be heard from the sea. Under the light of the moon and countless stars, standing on the beach and looking out at the sea bathed in moonlight, it seems as though the deadly dangers of the sea are veiled in a beautiful lunar glow. The waves continually hit the shore, making the sound of the surf. Under the moonlight, black spots appeared on the sea surface. A team of about 60 elite mist ninja, each with a bloodthirsty and cold gaze, were running quickly on the sea surface, looking at the faint lights in the distance. In the Leaf Village, there are the Hyuga clan's Byakugan users. Everyone, launch a quick attack, said the leading mist ninja in a cold voice. His followers nodded indifferently. As experienced fighters, they were well prepared with intelligence. The Byakugan is indeed extraordinary, but only within a 1 kilometer range. So, as long as they move fast enough, even if discovered, it doesn't matter. Though the Byakugan is troublesome, it only makes the surprise attack a bit difficult. 2 kilometers away from the sea, in a forest watchtower, a ninja with a Leaf Village headband tensed the muscles around his eyes. His white eyes seemed somewhat ferocious and appeared to be filled with shock. Not good. Enemy attack. With this yell under the cover of night, the Leaf ninjas here quickly became alert and began preparing for battle. However, their team leader, a special Jainin from the Hyuga clan, shouted, "Abandon the camp, retreat." Team leader. Many Leaf ninjas, not knowing what happened, showed expressions of surprise. Retreat without fighting? But their team leader, Hyuga Jainin, sternly shouted, "There are 60 enemy ninjas, and their chakra is extremely large. Set traps along the way to slow down the enemy." Yes. Ninjas are trained to complete missions. Though they were confused, they all shouted in unison, choosing to obey the order. The Hyuga Jainin also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Lord Yoru was right. This elite mist ninja team, judging from their chakra levels observed through the Byakugan, didn't seem that strong. Hidden mist technique. At this moment, a dense fog rose in the forest under the cover of night. Seeing this, the Leaf ninjas didn't panic. Under the leadership of their team leader, they chose to retreat. 2 kilometers is just a distance of 2,000 meters. In almost the blink of an eye, the mist ninjas, as fierce as wolves and tigers, have transformed into arrows and swooped down. At the same time, several leading mist ninjas chose to release the mist hiding technique. Under the night sky, the forest was instantly filled with dense fog, obscuring vision to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In the white dense fog, shadows flickered. A mist ninja just moved past a tree when the sound of a barely audible steel wire snapping was heard. Pupils instantly filled with a color of fear. Before they could make a sound, traps set around them suddenly lit up with fire. A loud rumble awakened birds resting in the forest under the night sky. Flocks of startled birds took off, and explosions from triggered exploding tags echoed around the Leaf ninjas shrouded in fog. Flares of fire constantly flickered in the fog. "Damn it, the leaf ninjas have escaped, chase them. Among the mist ninjas, some saw the retreating silhouettes of leaf ninjas in the distance, each carrying heavy wooden boxes, like armored knights. Chase! When they saw the leaf ninjas carrying wooden boxes as they ran, all mist ninjas revealed a look of bloodthirsty greed. These were boxes of fine iron and even contained chakram metal. The explosions from the exploding tags in the forest near the beach awakened countless animals. Hundreds of miles away at the leaf base, most of the leaf ninjas did not know what had happened tonight, but the sudden call to be ready for combat at any moment had already put them on alert. Ninjas are tools, one could say they exist for battle. Lord Yoru, a message from the Flying Hawk. Our base near the coast has been attacked by mist ninjas, here is the intelligence. In a well-lit tent under the night sky, a leaf ninja rushed in, handing over the information just received from the Flying Hawk. Looking at the intelligence in his hands, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and revealed a confident smile. As expected, the surprise attack on our rear tonight is to draw the tiger away from the mountain. As Uchiha Yoru's insightful words landed, the elite leaf ninjas who had been waiting in the tent for some time all revealed solemn expressions. Uchiha Yoru calmly commanded, "Proceed as planned, dispatch 80 elite ninjas under the pretext of support. Make it look a little rushed and urgent, then circle around." With a light flick of his finger on the map, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and confidently laughed, "Now, let's just wait for the real intentions of the mist ninjas." Yes. Upon the issuing of an order, one after another, elite jonin and jonin from the leaf village stepped out of their tents and began to notify their subordinates to be on alert. At the same time, within the large camp of the leaf village, a team of ninjas with somewhat flustered expressions hurriedly headed towards the rear. This scene, under the cover of night, was observed by a pair of eyes. The person wearing this gaze wore the leaf village's ninja headband but emanate an eerie aura. His face looked unpleasant as he clenched his teeth and muttered, "Don't blame me. Ninjas are inherently deceptive. Among those with loyalty, there naturally also exist those who betray. Beauty, ninjutsu, wealth, fear of death, or falling into the hands of the enemy ninjas are human too, and there are those among them with weak wills." In the dark forest, even the bright moonlight couldn't penetrate the dense canopy. Only strands of fortunate moonlight formed various sizes of beams that shone down, adding a touch of beauty to the dark forest. Within the quiet forest, shadows of figures could be seen everywhere among the dark corners of the surrounding trees. Each mist village ninja stood motionless, as if lifeless. "My lord, this is the information our insider has sent us. The methods of ninjas are diverse and bizarre, even the most experienced among them wouldn't claim to know all the techniques in the ninja world." Looking at the report from his subordinates, a shadowy figure emerged, massive as a small mountain. It was the 2.5-meter tall Sokazan Fugyuki, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Hehe, it looks like the fish has taken the bait." Holding the shark muscle on his back, Sokazan Fugyuki's figure, as massive as a mound of flesh, along with his crude appearance, gave off a barbaric vibe. But those who knew him never dared to underestimate him. His crude appearance was merely a disguise. Everyone knew that this Sokazan Fugyuki was notoriously cautious and sinister, and he was also the confidant of the current 4th Mizukage. Looking at his subordinates lurking in the shadows, the Sokazan Fugyuki gave a bloodthirsty smile. "The fish this time is extraordinary. Until we catch it, we won't know its size. It could be a man-eating shark." The cold voice of the Sokazan Fugyuki echoed in the forest. All the mist village ninjas hiding in the darkness remained indifferent until he slowly drew the shark muscle from his back. Only then did a ripple appear in their eyes. "The position of the Leaf Village's commander has been exposed. Commence the decapitation operation." Whoosh, whoosh. Eyes filled with killing intent suddenly opened throughout the forest, and a series of shadows rapidly sprinted in one direction, forming an arrowhead formation. Leading the vanguard, Kisame solemnly said, "Sensory ninjas be on alert at all times, you three protect him well." Sensory ninjas are rare, even in the 5 major ninja villages they are considered valuable. They are given priority protection in every battle. Although it's a surprise attack, the ability of sensory ninjas is enormous. They can detect if there are ambushes ahead and even gauge the relative strength of the enemy's chakra. A group of mist ninjas swiftly dashed through the forest. Usually, they wouldn't be so reckless, but knowing that the enemy has many Hyuga ninjas, they proceed cautiously. Isn't this just giving the enemy time to prepare? Therefore, when facing the Leaf Army, which has Hyuga ninjas, there's no need to worry about being discovered. Once within a kilometer, they will definitely be detected by the Byakugan. The Leaf ninjas in the forward watchtower have spotted us, there's no ambush. A sensory ninja from the mist opened his eyes and calmly announced the information he had sensed. Sure enough, even from a kilometer away, a piercing sound echoed from the distant Leaf watchtower, followed by flares. The mist ninjas, realizing they weren't ambushed, revealed savage, bloodthirsty smiles. Attack! Everyone, do not linger, head straight to the Leaf base for a decapitation strike. Yes. The Mist Elite ignored the so-called watchtower and stormed towards the Leaf base. Along the way, multiple traps were triggered. Meanwhile, the faces of the Leaf ninjas changed dramatically when they noticed the Mist ninjas' reckless actions. Lord Yoru, our main forces are dispersed, and the Mist has concentrated their power for an attack. This is what the Mist excels at, decapitation strikes. Many Leaf ninjas exclaimed, not out of fear, but concern for their commander. Standing atop the tall camp, Uchiha Yoru looked at the distant forest where explosions and flares were going off. Not only did he not retreat, but he also pointed at the approaching enemies and laughed. Haha, truly worthy of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the elite of the mist. No matter how much you plan, they've seized the initiative with this decapitation strike. The mist's ruthless strategy is to be as fast as possible, disregarding whether the Leaf has traps. Unless the Leaf base has a large number of ninjas, they'll be overwhelmed by the charging mist ninjas. How do traps matter? By the time you encircle us, we will have completed the decapitation strike, throwing the Leaf into chaos while the mist escapes. After all, from the start of the mist operation, even the high-ranking officers had not decided from where to attack. Everything is spontaneous. Even if a spy is discovered, as soon as they realize something's off, they can immediately retreat. This clean and ruthless strategy is very much in line with the Mist's brutal philosophy. They don't care about casualties, the mission is all that matters. Lord Yoru. Some people were worried, but Uchiha Yoru calmly shouted, the Mist Ninja are targeting me. Everyone, prepare for battle and take out all the explosive tags stored in the camp. Since the Mist Ninja dare to come, we Leaf Ninja are not afraid. This place will be their graveyard. Choosing to confront them head-on? That would be foolish, unless he had the strength to sweep everything aside. With a wave of his hand, the Leaf Ninja instantly retreated towards the rear, calmly setting up traps along the way. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. When the Mist Ninja burst out of the forest and saw the Leaf Ninja base, a dozen elite Mist Ninja charged to the front. After forming hand seals and shouting, they suddenly unleashed a wave of water powerful enough to create a lake. Although the Mist Ninja are ruthless, they are not stupid. They knew the Leaf camp would be full of traps, so they used this wide-range technique both to create advantageous terrain for themselves and to destroy all the traps with the flood. Rumble. Under the night sky, a huge wave swept in. Despite the camp being on high ground, the chakra-controlled water had a huge impact. Since the area was near the ocean and rich in water resources, using this technique here significantly reduced their chakra consumption. It's water release. The Leaf Ninja on the ramparts were astonished by the approaching waves, but a calm Leaf Jonin shouted, use Earth Release to reinforce the camp walls. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Following the shout of the Earth Release users among the Leaf Ninja, they slapped the ground, and thick walls of earth rose up, directly blocking the tall wooden walls of the camp. Rumble. The wave hit, and the walls shook momentarily. Clearly, they had prepared for the strong impact, but just as they let out a sigh of relief, water dragons suddenly surged out. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The mist ninja, standing on the surging water, shouted in unison. Taking advantage of the terrain, menacing water dragons emerged from the sea that had just been blocked by the walls. Each water dragon that came out was more than 10 meters high. They clearly intended to use the terrain to break the leaf's traps. Retreat! Leaf ninjas shouted and began to retreat, but the mist ninjas showed grim smiles. Dozens of water dragons rolled in, directly blasting a huge gap in the camp's defenses. As the gap appeared, a huge flood poured in. The power of two collective B-rank water release techniques was immense, like a natural disaster, directly breaking through the leaf's defenses and also creating advantageous terrain for them. However, at this moment, a dense whistling sound came from the night sky. When Kisame, acting as the vanguard, looked up and saw this, his pupils shrank and he shouted, "Watch out!" Chapter 140, Kurane, Yujeo, and Anko. Under the night sky, a dense array of cold glinting kunao appeared in the air, like a dark cloud. Each kunao was trailed by 3 to 5 exploding tags, burning with flames as they descended from the sky. Seeing this, the mist ninjas cried out in alarm. Kisame shouted a warning to everyone, but instead of using ninjutsu to counter, he controlled the chakra in his feet to stop in place, and his figure instantly disappeared into the water. The other mist ninjas instinctively dove into the water as well. A concentrated barrage of black kunao, like a rain of arrows, furiously whizzed into the water, followed by a series of explosive sounds. The water's surface was continually blasted, throwing up splashes and accompanied by blood and dismembered limbs. The mist ninjas who had submerged were frantically diving deeper. The kunao, being made of iron, sank rapidly in the water. The exploding tags created huge shockwaves underwater, causing countless mist ninjas to bleed from their orifices, injuring their internal organs. However, at that moment, exploding tags also ignited at the back of the Leaf Village's encampment. Explosions followed one after another, instantly shattering the wooden walls of the camp. The Leaf Ninjas had destroyed their own walls. Seeing this, the distant Sukazan Fugyuki's face turned livid, and he coldly snorted, shouting, "Execute the decapitation plan, find the target." Yes. It seemed that the Leaf had blown up their own wooden walls, but this had a huge impact on the earlier massive water release technique. Due to gravity, the Leaf Village's camp was located on high ground. The huge water flow had originally surged into the camp, but the exploding tags disrupted their chakra control. With the walls now destroyed and water naturally flowing downhill, the massive flood seemed to lose its power and retreated as if ebbing away. As the sea water rapidly receded, Leaf Ninjas appeared one after another, each forming hand seals and spewing dazzlingly hot flames. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Huge fireballs rushed forth, illuminating the night sky, and behind the tents were rows of cold metallic crossbow-like weapons. Ninjas are not averse to using tools. Large crossbow projectile weapons are mainstream in large-scale wars. They appeared when Deidara captured Gaara and also during Sand and Leaf's standoff. There were 2 enormous shuriken launchers, each weighing hundreds of pounds. They seemed wasteful but were effective war machines against large summoned beasts, accompanied by various other types of launching devices. Fire! With a loud shout, more than a dozen war machines roared to life, blocking out the moonlight from the mist ninjas' view. Giant shurikens filled the sky, covered in countless fissures. Due to the intense friction with air, they seemed to have reached their limit and shattered into a myriad of sharp metallic fragments. These were supersized shurikens designed specifically for ninja. The size of such shurikens was too big to target ninjas efficiently, but their shattered fragments had a different kind of deadly force, capable of causing lacerations or death. Hidden Mist Technique. Suddenly, a dense white mist began to rise throughout the Leaf Village area. Just as the Leaf Ninjas were alarmed and on guard, a flash of lightning appeared in front. Forming hand seals quickly, Uchiha Yoru gathered chakra in his throat, took a deep breath, and spewed a ball of high-temperature flames and hot dust forward. The powerful impact caused the dust to spread all around. In that instant, a high-temperature dust appeared in the thick mist. Not only did it block the vision of the leaf ninjas, but also that of the mist ninjas. Although they were accustomed to fighting in the mist, they couldn't sense this dust, which was almost like mist, until it was too late. Fire release, ash hiding technique. Screams of agony echoed in the night. The scalding ash and fire caused instantaneous burn injuries, even burning some ninjas' respiratory tracts. This B-rank jutsu had a large area of effect, especially since it used the mist ninjas' hidden mist technique as cover, causing massive damage. Damn it! The mist ninjas roared, hurling shurikens and kunao. However, with the high-temperature jutsu burning away the surrounding mist, Uchiha Yoru's figure became vaguely visible, a mocking smile on his lips. Release! With a bang, Uchiha Yoru's figure turned into a puff of white smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone. Found it! The target is 800 meters away in the 11 o'clock direction. Just as this was happening, the sensory ninja protected by a small squad of mist ninjas suddenly opened his palms and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the mist ninjas all revealed bloodthirsty smiles and moved into a fan-shaped formation, choosing to rush forward and encircle their targets. The target for the decapitation operation had been found. Lord Yoru, there are sensory ninjas among the mist ninjas. All of the mist ninjas are rushing towards us now. On the leaf side, there were also ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Under the Byakugan, a Hyuga ninja glared menacingly at the movements of the mist ninjas and shouted loudly. Take advantageous terrain to delay, everyone, prepare for battle. Facing the mist ninjas who aimed for decapitation, Uchiha Yoru calmly commanded the leaf ninjas. Now, they had about 60 to 70 ninjas on their side, not fewer than the mist ninjas in number, but differing in quality. The mist ninjas involved in the decapitation mission this time were almost all elite, whereas the leaf side was unaware of where the enemy would attack, so their elite forces were somewhat scattered. Facing the decapitation plan of the mist ninjas, Uchiha Yoru revealed a bloodthirsty smile, stood in the forefront, and quickly began hand seals. The chakra gathered within him transformed into scorching flames. Uchiha Yoru expelled a breath, and a powerful firestorm erupted, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The fire technique destroyed all kinds of structures in the leaf camp along its path, leaving all leaf ninjas stunned and shocked. Wow! Such a powerful fire style! Such powerful chakra! The Hyuga ninjas stared with menacing Byakugan, watching the fan-shaped firestorm thin out the thick mist considerably. 3 o'clock direction. Target spotted at 10 o'clock. Hyuga ninjas shouted. The leaf ninjas, prepared in advance, shot out kunao with exploding tags tied to them. The advantage of the Byakugan was to directly indicate the direction of the enemies, allowing them to attack preemptively. Water style, Water wall. Instantly, the collision between fire and water produced high-temperature steam. Even Kazame, who blocked this wide-ranging fire-style attack with waterfall-like water from his mouth, couldn't help but sweat profusely. Such a terrifying fire style! If he didn't have such vast chakra, he would not have been able to block this terrifying fire style. Target spotted, cover. As their techniques cancelled each other out, Kazame shouted loudly at the sensory ninjas' guidance, and the mist ninjas revealed bloodthirsty shouts. Likewise, the leaf ninjas also shouted. Uchiha Yoru raised his hand and said, on our home turf, using familiar terrain to hold the enemy is enough, don't risk killing the enemy, the advantage is ours. Among the leaf ninjas, the general idea was to fight when both sides have already met in battle. Few were like Uchiha Yoru, who preferred to save lives and delay time. Be careful! Electric arcs flickered around Uchiha Yoru's body. After activating his lightning style, he lowered his voice, and the people behind him, Kurane, Uchiha Uzuki, and Anko, all revealed serious expressions. Yoru, don't worry, we're not fresh out of the Ninja Academy. Yoru, you be careful. Lord Yoru, don't worry about us, go all out in battle. The three women showed their seriousness. Uchiha Yoru wasn't too worried about their abilities, actually, all three women were quite strong. Under his influence, Kurane and Anko had the abilities of a special jonin. Uchiha Uzuki was the weakest among them as she specialized in sword techniques, which took time to build up, but she was still at an elite chunin level. The trio, complementing each other, greatly enhanced their team's strength. Uchiha, be prepared. Anko, attack when you spot the target. Even though the three women often competed and argued privately, their long-time partnership had made them an elite squad with tacit understanding. Kurane commanded, and Uchiha Uzuki and Anko immediately took battle positions. 9 o'clock direction. The moment the mist ninjas appeared, Anko shouted and reacted swiftly. The instant she raised her hand, several large snakes burst from her sleeves and struck the target like lightning. Hidden shadow snake hands. 13 o'clock direction. Kurane shouted and immediately formed hand seals to release his ninjutsu. Demonic illusion, tree binding death, the famous scene of Kurane and Ataki. A mist ninja who just appeared saw a pair of crimson eyes in the darkness. Suddenly, a distant figure began to fade abstractly, and he seemed to have forgotten many things. Wooden stakes beside him grew limbs and bound him. He felt suffocated for a moment and snapped back to reality. Seeing a leaf ninja emerging from the trees above, preparing to attack him, he exclaimed in horror, "Genjutsu!" Snap! The genjutsu was broken in an instant, and blood splattered. The mist ninja couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked down at the ninjato in his chest and trembled, "Impossible! I've already broken the genjutsu." However, behind him was Uchiha Uzuki, gripping his ninjato. With a swift movement, the mist ninja's pupils began to dilate. When the long sword was pulled out, it brought with it a spray of fresh blood. In his dying moment, he caught a glimpse of another figure and understood that another leaf ninja had taken the opportunity to strike him just as he broke the genjutsu. Uchiha! Another mist ninja appeared, wielding his ninjato. Kurane calmly blocked it with his kunao. After taking down his target, Uchiha quickly retreated to rejoin the fight. Shadow Snake Hand. The trio of women complemented each other's abilities well. Anko specialized in ninjutsu, Kurane in genjutsu, and Uchiha in swordsmanship. Together, their teamwork unleashed their full potential, threatening even elite ninjas. The Mist and Leaf ninjas engaged in battle. The Mist ninjas focused on holding down small squads of Leaf ninjas with one or two of their own, aiming to delay them. Their elite forces were already advancing towards their targets. Two particularly formidable Mist ninjas released their ninjutsu, and 10 elite Mist ninjas charged forward, bloodthirsty and armed with ninjato. Mission targets confirmed, initiating decapitation operation. Quick battle. One of the formidable Mist ninjas yelled and charged, brandishing his great sword. The other also joined the fray. Together, 12 elite Mist ninjas began their decapitation operation. Facing the encirclement, Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan with 3 tomo began to spin rapidly, breaking the mental chakra attacks coming his way. 2 Mist ninjas grunted, their genjutsu was reflected back. The Sharingan's ability to reflect genjutsu was indeed legendary. Quick battle. Uchiha Yoru showed a mocking smile and drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, ready to confront them. In the battle between the Mist and Leaf ninjas, both sides had different objectives. The Mist aimed for a swift decapitation strike, their majority tasked with holding the Leaf ninjas down. On the other hand, the Leaf aimed to stall and stabilize the situation, waiting for reinforcements to surround the enemy. Chapter 141, Fighting the 7 Swordmans of the Mist. Heaven's Curse Seal State 1. Facing the beheading onslaught of 12 elite Mist ninja, Uchiha Yoru displayed an unprecedented look of seriousness. The people he was facing this time were out to take his life, unlike the situation with Jiraiya. In an instant, the curse mark on his neck became hot, and eerie black flame patterns began to spread across his body. This time, compared to when he was in Konoha, the curse mark spread over his entire body. State 1, the perfect stage. The 12 mist ninja coordinated seamlessly with each other. Some used ninjutsu, some used hidden weapons, and some charged with ninja blades. Leading them were Kisame and Sokuzan Fugyuki. Facing such a lineup, it would be a lie to say he felt no pressure. Yet Uchiha Yoru, who activated his curse seal mode, displayed a bloodthirsty and excited smile. With a hand seal, he spat a large amount of grey mist centered on himself. Fire release dust hiding technique. The scorching dust flickered with high-temperature flames. When the dust hit the ground, it would continue to spread in all directions, generating astonishing heat. Damn it! Facing this large-scale ninjutsu, the elite mist ninja all shouted and prepared defensive hand seals against this widespread fire release attack. The dust hiding technique and Asuma's ash pile burning both look similar and belong to B-rank ninjutsu, but this technique has a larger range and is covered by grey smoke. Water release water formation wall. In the high temperature accompanied by fiery grey smoke, each mist ninja employed water release techniques for protection. However, at this moment, Uchiha Yoru, hidden in the mist, transformed into a flash of lightning and charged into the mist ninja. Arcs of electricity flickered around him, and thanks to the cover of smoke, his Mangekyo Sharingan, in which one eye had 3 black tomo linked together, took on the form of a spinning shuriken. Hidden in the smoke, for the first time, Uchiha Yoru revealed his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan to face his enemies. As the Mangekyo Sharingan rapidly spun, an inexplicable force emerged, and in an instant, the lightning around Uchiha Yoru surged in power. Pupil technique 3-wheel bright god. He prefers to call it the Sage's Eye, which can manipulate natural energy. When releasing ninjutsu or genjutsu, the Mangekyo can amplify them several-fold by controlling natural energy. Sage mode involves absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to create sage chakra within the body. This pupil technique directly manipulates natural energy to enhance the released ninjutsu or genjutsu, so the two do not conflict. In his curse seal mode, he already had some sage chakra, making it akin to a pseudo-sage mode. But once he releases ninjutsu or genjutsu, with the boost from this pupil technique, it can be considered a genuine sage technique. Flashes of electricity flickered in the smoke, accompanied by the screams of the mist ninja. This is. 2 mist ninja holding blades were stunned when they saw a flash of red light appear in the smoke. Sage illusionary technique shackling stakes technique. The moment the 2 mist ninja were pulled into the illusionary world, a flash of lightning passed by, and scalding blood splattered. When they broke free from the illusion, they were horrified to find that their field of vision was filled with 2 familiar corpses, both beheaded. A brat from the Uchiha clan. The 12 elite mist ninja, under the leadership of Sokuzan Fugyuki, unexpectedly killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. Everyone else was furious, even Sokuzan Fugyuki roared, "Quick battle, quick decision." The moment Uchiha Yoru slaughtered, his position was also exposed due to the screams. Facing the siege of 10 people, he showed a bloodthirsty smile. Water style. Ninjutsu and genjutsu came one after another, while Kisame held his ninja sword and teamed up with 2 other mist ninja to restrict his movements. Facing such a desperate siege, Uchiha Yoru revealed a bloodthirsty smile. When Kisame saw this smile, he knew something was wrong. Just as he was preparing to defend, suddenly lightning flashed all around. Sage art, lightning style, Chidori stream. His body suddenly released a wide range of electrical energy. Under the power-up of his eye technique, the power of this ninjutsu was greatly increased. The 3 mist ninja who attacked were directly enveloped in it, and Kisame revealed a shocked expression. Boom boom! The remaining mist ninja, seeing their comrades attacked, not only did not stop to help but increased their chakra output and launched a furious ninjutsu attack. As the ninjutsu attacked, the three mist ninjas showed fearful expressions. They were paralyzed within the range of Chidori stream and could not mobilize their chakra to defend against the jutsu released by their own comrades. Kisame was exceptionally calm in the face of the aura of death. With clear thinking, he controlled his internal chakra and slapped the ground, shouting, "How could I die here? Water style, water wall!" Finally, in the last moment when the indiscriminate ninjutsu attacked, Kisame's massive internal chakra broke through the paralysis, and a defensive circular water wall appeared around his body. Boom boom! Uchiha Yoru's figure was completely engulfed in the barrage of ninjutsu. Inside the shaky water wall, Kisame saw the other's face reveal a mocking smile, and he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! It can't be! Sure enough, the next moment Kisame saw that under the bombardment of ninjutsu, Uchiha Yoru turned into a cloud of thick smoke and disappeared without a drop of blood splattering. Not good! Seeing this, Kisame shouted, "It's a trap!" As he shouted, the numbness in Kisame's body had already diminished a lot since he hid behind the water wall. He quickly formed hand seals. Although he didn't know what the opponent was preparing to do, it was definitely not a good omen. At this moment on the chaotic battlefield, a sharp eagle cry rang out in the night sky. Uchiha Yoru stood on a flying eagle under the moonlight, looking down from above. A strand of black hair covered his crimson eyes, and as he looked at the place bombarded by ninjutsu below, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. His hands had already finished forming the seals. Sage art, fire style, great fire annihilation. Chakra gathered in his throat, and he spat out a meteor-like fireball toward the ground. The massive fireball, with soaring momentum, spread into a sea of fire upon hitting the ground. It should be known that this ninjutsu is capable of instantly igniting a forest, with power even greater than great fire annihilation. From the beginning, he had summoned a flying eagle to appear in the sky under the cover of dust hiding technique while fighting the mist ninja. He left behind a shadow clone to distract the enemy. In the instant the sea of fire appeared, a wave of heat swept all around, and the ninjas fighting in the distance were utterly shocked by the power of this jutsu. Water style, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, amidst the roaring flames, an angry shout echoed. Instantly, a massive water ball appeared, and the sounds of sizzling fire and water intermingling were performed once again. Within the sea of fire, Sokazan Fugyuki released this jutsu with a grim face, directly changing the surrounding terrain. Under the combined efforts of 12 elite ninjas, 2 were beheaded in the blink of an eye by genjutsu. After that, 2 more from the Chidori stream were lost, and while no deaths occurred from this round of fire style, 3 mist ninjas were clearly severely injured. Of the remaining 8 mist ninjas, 3 were severely injured, having their combat effectiveness in a matter of moments. Just then, Kankuro of the dried persimmon ghost shark emerged from the ground, his back bloody and obviously burned. He quickly used the seldomly used earth style, subterranean voyage, transforming solid sand and stone into fluid with chakra, enabling him to move swiftly underground. Impossible! How could there be such terrifying fire style? Cursed seal enhanced Uchiha Yoru already contained some sage chakra. After releasing the jutsu, the power amplified by the Rinnegan was clearly sage level. The power had increased at least 5 times compared to ordinary jutsu. Look out! With a mist ninja's shout, black dots emerged from the steam created by the water and fire collision, accompanied by the sound of tearing air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When the black dots appeared through the white steam, the pupils of the mist ninjas watching this scene shrank. Countless shurikens, like a downpour, fell from the sky, each wrapped with an exploding tag. Little brat! You underestimate me! They were surrounded, yet the tide had turned. Each of their jutsu was incredibly powerful, even when their fire style was countered by water style, it still exuded immense pressure. Sokazan Fugyuki roared, rapidly forming hand seals. I'll defend, everyone else will attack. Water style, great waterfall technique. Being a ninja with immense chakra and control over the shark muscle sword, he released another A-rank jutsu. The massive water ball blocked the raining shurikens, while the exploding tags began to flicker and rumble. Bad news. The target is... A mist ninja shouted as if he'd noticed something. However, the next moment, Uchiha Yoru appeared in front of him, holding the Kusanagi sword, sending him flying several meters back. Upon landing, the mist ninja looked at his broken long sword unbelievingly, murmuring, "This is lightning nature chakra." Super vibrato lightning release swords infuses the blade with lightning chakra, enhancing its penetration and sharpness. It even surpasses wind style in penetration, as officially stated. At incredible speed, after another mist ninja was ambushed and killed, only 7 mist ninjas remained, 3 of whom were seriously injured. Only 4 had the capability to fight. The enemy possessed terrifyingly strong ninja techniques, as well as a lightning-style physical technique that was several times faster than what they had seen before. This gave even these battle-hardened mist ninjas a spine-tingling feeling. Clang! A flash of lightning passed by. One mist ninja and Kisame jointly blocked this attack. At that moment, a trace of crimson slowly oozed out from one of Uchiha Yoru's eyes. When he lifted his head, the triple Tomo Sharingan was revealed, and at the same time, the power of his lightning chakra seemed to weaken considerably. It looks like time is up. Looking at the 2 mist ninjas who blocked his attack at the last moment, he was not flustered at all, rather, a confident smile accompanied by a hint of chill appeared on his face. Lightning style, Chidori stream. Under the large range of lightning released from his entire body, Kisame not only did not retreat in fear, but instead showed his sharp teeth, smiling bloodthirstily. He and another mist ninja with dual swords assumed a scissor-like stance to pin down the enemy. This desperate fighting style momentarily surprised Uchiha Yoru. Just then, a massive fluctuation of ninja techniques came from behind. "Kid, you used some sort of forbidden technique just now, didn't you? Your body must be at its limit now." Water style, great shark bullet technique. An enormous chakra-made shark-shaped water bullet attacked. If the water bullet was attacked with a ninja technique, it would instantly absorb the opponent's chakra and grow even larger. Sukazan Fugyuki immediately launched his strongest attack upon finding an opportunity, an enhanced version of a technique derived from the great sword Samehada, also known as the nemesis of all ninja techniques. Just like Samehada, this technique absorbs chakra. "How will you break it, kid?" Under Sukazan Fugyuki's cold smile, he seemed to have already envisioned the enemy torn apart by the shark. From the beginning, Uchiha Yoru's sudden outburst featured powerful ninja techniques. He had guessed that the kid must have used some forbidden technique, otherwise, how could each of his ninja techniques be so terrifying? "Uchiha kid, let's die together." As if afraid Uchiha Yoru would escape, this mist ninja, paralyzed by the Chidori stream, was holding his weapon and Uchiha's Kusanagi in one hand and gripping his arm tightly with the other. "Now you can't use any ninja techniques." Kisame also showed a ferocious smile, but what was more evident in his eyes was a sense of relief. He did not hate Uchiha Yoru, he only felt relief. Kisame and another mist ninja held Uchiha Yoru's with their own, and both grabbed Uchiha Yoru's arm that was holding the Kusanagi, choosing to jointly face Sukazan Fugyuki's technique. Faced with this desperate situation, Uchiha Yoru was not flustered at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a confident smile, giving the two a bad feeling. Chapter 142, Samehada. This chapter is sponsored by Hades. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Kisame and a mist ninja, each holding their opponent's Kusanagi sword between 2 blades, grasp each other's arm with their other hand. With the mentality of going down together, Uchiha Yoru smiles. Can't one hand use ninjutsu? Under Uchiha Yoru's mysterious smile, his free hand begins to form seals. Upon seeing this, Sukazan Fugyuki was truly shocked this time. Konoha is indeed a cradle of geniuses. This kid has immense chakra, terrifying ninjutsu talent, and mastery over lightning-style body techniques. If not for Kisame and the other elite mist ninja risking mutual destruction, they wouldn't have been able to restrain him so easily. So what if you can form seals with one hand? Kisame shows a mocking smile. He is well aware of the power of this technique. Water style, Great Shark Bullet technique, one of the strongest water techniques. Although it was countered by Might Guy's Daytime Tiger in the original series, it's a high-level technique. Because it has the property of absorbing chakra, it can absorb all ninjutsu in front of it. Unfortunately, in the original story, it faced Might Guy who specialized in taijutsu. Earth style, multiple earth wall. Suddenly, the earth rumbles, and massive walls rise. Each wall has lifelike snake statues and the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Kid, you're overestimating yourself. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's technique, Sukazan Fugyuki reveals a mocking smile. The shark bullet has already launched. The sturdy earth wall, which should have countered the water technique, is instantly absorbed by its chakra and collapses. The walls crumble instantly, and the great shark bullet technique charges forward with a roar. The three react differently. Kisame has a relieved expression, the other mist ninja laughs maniacally with bloodthirsty eyes, clearly affected by the Blood Mist Village's policies. Uchiha Yoru, however, admires the technique, a very good technique, worthy of being called a secret technique. Even A-rank techniques are graded, and those called secret techniques are top tier, comparable to S-rank techniques in some aspects. Boom! As the ninjutsu passes, Sukazan Fugyuki appears, holding a huge sword and slashes down. With a sound, one mist ninja is torn apart, and Kisame, who was at the back, spits blood due to his injuries, but survives due to his position and robust constitution. Uchiha Yoru, who bore the brunt, is in a miserable state. Blood drips on the ground, and one of his arms along with his shoulder has disappeared, and his upper body is soaked in blood. Taking advantage of the situation, Sukazan Fugyuki swings his sword. Uchiha Yoru lifts his Kusanagi sword with his remaining arm. Metal clashes, and Sukazan Fugyuki shows a bloodthirsty smile. Blood splatters, and two hands overpower one. Even if that one hand still clings to the severed hand of the mist ninja. Unable to withstand it, the sword is pressed against his remaining shoulder, splattering blood on Sukazan Fugyuki's cheek. Haha, kid, you should know that this sword is for slicing, not chopping. Let me slice off your last arm. Blood splattered on his cheeks, Sukazan Fugyuki revealed an excited smile. Always the most cautious, he never struck without a sure kill and let others be the cannon fodder, while he picked the fruits of victory. Yet, Sukazan Fugyuki was also somewhat fearful. How young was this kid? Despite their joint efforts, they had almost failed. Luckily, they seized the opportunity at the last moment. Just as he was about to dismember the opponent's other shoulder, Kisame, who had been thrown against a tree stump, coughed up blood. Waking up from the intense pain, he saw a hole appearing behind the distant figure and it was already too late to shout a warning. Suddenly, a flash of lightning tore through the earth beneath Sukazan Fugyuki. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. With a loud boom, a ray of lightning pierced the ground. Sukazan Fugyuki let go of his large sword Samehada in panic but was still struck through the shoulder by the lightning. Uchiha Yoru, breathing heavily, emerged from the ground, his hands still glowing with electricity. Sukazan Fugyuki retreated tens of meters in the fear of death before stopping. What is this? Sukazan Fugyuki roared in disbelief. What he saw next made his pupils contract. The now deflated Uchiha Yoru had a slit on his back, and muddy water was leaking out. It was a substitution technique. Orochimaru-style substitution. He had left a mud clone in the skin bag, while his real body had gone underground the moment he was attacked. Unlike Orochimaru, who didn't mind shedding skin from his mouth, he and the original Sasuke chose different exit points. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Uchiha Yoru flexed his neck and revealed a confident smile. This jutsu is not my favorite, but it saved me this time. Kisame, backed against the broken tree, couldn't help but say, monster, he really is a monster. Uchiha Yoru taunted Sokazan Fugyuki, fat pig, you seem to have lost your same hata. Want to come and get it? Covering his injured arm, Sokazan Fugyuki sneered, kid, that ninja sword is not something you can handle. Sokazan Fugyuki revealed an angry and fierce expression. After roaring, he took out a kunai with an explosive tag from his weapon bag and threw it over, while lunging at the same time. Clearly, he wanted to take back his weapon under the threat of the kunai. Faced with a kunai tied with an explosive tag, Uchiha Yoru either had to quickly pick up the big sword same hata and dodge, or give up same hata to dodge. With an infuriated look on his face, the Sokazan Fugyuki would have really fooled anyone who didn't know the properties of same hata. However, Uchiha Yoru, fully aware of all the information, slowly curved his lips and reached out to grab same hata. At that moment, he exerted force with his legs to dodge the incoming kunai with the explosive tag. Just as Uchiha Yoru grabbed same hata, the expression on Sokazan Fugyuki's face suddenly changed, turning into a sly and cold smirk. Puchi! Sharp barbs suddenly burst out of the handle of same hata, and blood splattered. Uchiha Yoru quickly let go of the handle, feigning a surprised and angry expression. Boom! The kunai with the explosive tag also came flying and exploded. Uchiha Yoru quickly dodged and moved dozens of meters away. Drip drip! Blood dripped from his palm to the ground. Holding the Kusanagi sword, he coldly looked at the distant smoke from the explosion. Hehe, you already knew that same hata is meant for cutting people, so how could you be careless? As if his scheme had succeeded, Sokazan Fugyuki appeared with an ironic smile as the smoke cleared. The sharp barbs on the handle of the fallen same hata retracted, but blood stains were still visible. Little Uchiha, it seems like your information is not that accurate. With a mocking smile, Sokazan Fugyuki seemed to be retaliating for being deceived earlier. His shoulder was injured by the deceit, and this time, his plan also injured the opponent's palm, making them even. Picking up his same hata, Sokazan Fugyuki revealed a fierce smile, little one, from the beginning you've been using forbidden jutsu and substitution techniques. These consume a lot of chakra. How much do you have left after releasing so many ninjutsu? Panting heavily and sweating profusely, Uchiha Yoru seemed to confirm the other's guess. His chakra was indeed running low. Little one. Just as Sokazan Fugyuki was about to boast, a hidden mist shinobi sensor suddenly shouted, not good. Leaf village reinforcements are coming. Hearing this, Sokazan Fugyuki immediately showed a fierce smile, little one, I'll send you on your way right now. However, the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something wrong with the same hata in his hand. When he lifted the same hata he was holding, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was not same hata at all, but clearly a large snake. The snake was covered in exploding tags that flickered with firelight, and its tail was tightly coiled around his arm, making it impossible for him to shake it off. Damn! Just as the exploding tags were about to detonate, Sokazan Fugyuki's pupils shrank and he shouted loudly. Although his arm was wrapped by the python, his palm was still fine. In desperation, he forcibly lifted his other arm and quickly formed a seal. A huge water ball appeared beside him, enveloping both his arms. Water style, water prison jutsu. Inside the giant water ball, the exploding tags detonated with a muffled sound. At the moment of releasing the ninjutsu, Sokazan Fugyuki's face was pale, and he even jumped back to prevent the opponent from attacking. Splash! After the water ball emitted a muffled explosion, it was completely stained red. As he stopped inputting chakra, the dyed red water ball splashed all over the ground. When he revealed his arms, they were extremely terrible, some areas even exposing the bones. At the last moment, Sokazan Fugyuki gritted his teeth and released this ninjutsu, only to be backfired. One arm was already injured, and forcibly mobilizing chakra obviously led to a backlash. His injury worsened, and the chakra within his meridians was chaotic. Splat! Sukazan Fugyuki, spitting out a mouthful of blood, roared like a hellish demon, "Brat, where did you hide my Samehada?" At this moment, Uchiha Yedailuo's bloody palm was slowly raised, revealing a confident smile. Being a ninja is all about deception. Didn't your missed ninja school teach you that in the first lesson? Or were you too busy sleeping? He knew about the Samehada from the beginning. The opponent had set a trap using the secret properties of the Samehada. Indeed, he secretly used the shadow snake hand technique, transforming a large snake into his arm. The palm that held the Samehada was actually this snake. So the blood that flowed from the injury was real, as it was the snake's blood. At the time of the explosion, he took this opportunity to release 2 more large snakes. One snake transformed into the appearance of the Samehada, its body covered in exploding tags that were disguised as bandages. The other snake opened its mouth wide and swallowed the Samehada in one gulp. As for why the Samehada was so obedient, it was due to a sealing technique. Sealing jutsu, curse bind. The technique that Danzo had used could seal the enemy's movements with curse marks. He used this sealing technique on the Samehada. After all, the Samehada is a living thing and can naturally be bound. The defenseless Samehada was swallowed by the snake, and then the summoning technique was lifted. Only the Samehada he had created remained on the ground. Ninja tactics have always been about deception, relying on all kinds of information and even utilizing everything that can be used. Unless one reaches the level of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, whose strength can push through everything, then the higher tactics are naturally no longer needed. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 143, Sponsored Chapter 143, Taking All the Responsibility. This chapter is sponsored by Hades. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Suddenly, a green figure appeared on the battlefield. With a deep roar, the just risen Kisame was directly attacked by this green leaf ninja. Grunting from his injuries, he was kicked away by the powerful spinning kick. Coughing out blood, Kisame saw that streak of green, and his eyes were filled with rage. Leaf reinforcements are coming soon. At this moment, a mist ninja hidden in the shadows once again yelled out loud, simultaneously throwing smoke bombs. Yo! The proud blue beast of the leaf. Might Guy. Burn, youth. Ah, youth. This is youth. Might Guy, who had kicked a mist ninja flying, revealed his excited, Chiyunibia expression. However, the next moment, a large amount of smoke bombs appeared, instantly blocking the line of sight. In the smoke, Sukazan Fugyuki was full of unwillingness. He couldn't even feel his own great sword Samehada anymore. Normally, even if the sword was taken by the enemy, he wasn't worried because he could summon it back through spirit techniques. But this time, he was really panicked. Retreat? Weighing his own life over the ninja sword Samehada, Sukazan Fugyuki roared angrily and disappeared into the smoke. At the same time, the sensor ninja set off the signal flare upon receiving the order. Instantly, mist ninja signal flares lit up the night sky, and one after another, the mist ninjas began to retreat rapidly from the battlefield, leaving only a chaotic scene. Lord Yoru! We won! Haha, the little cubs of the mist have run away. Lord Yoru, are you okay? As the mist ninjas retreated in an orderly manner, cheers erupted among the leaf ninjas. Leaf reinforcements were also continuously rushing over. Kurane, Uzuki Yujeo, and Mitarashi Anko were panting as temporary bodyguards. Personal feelings were put aside. After all, the mission takes priority, a saying that has been engraved in them since childhood. The trio formed a defensive formation, and more leaf ninjas were rushing over. The grand ninjutsu showdown just now, although far away, was clearly visible, and at this moment, many people were filled with admiration and fanaticism. Almost all of them had come out of the Third War and had naturally witnessed powerful ninjas like Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The overwhelming power displayed just now was comparable to that. Ninjas of this caliber were already at the pinnacle of combat power, and they were the strong ones admired by all ninjas. Everyone, be on high alert to prevent the mist from setting up an ambush. Also, send orders to stabilize the camps so as not to fall for the mist's tricks. Medical ninjas, hurry and provide treatment. Hyuga ninjas, take turns scanning the surroundings to prevent the mist from counterattacking. Clean up the battlefield and be careful of traps left by the mist. Upon seeing the mist ninja retreat decisively, Uchiha Yoru, panting heavily, calmly issued orders. Meanwhile, the black curse marks on his body receded like a tide. At this moment, the guards protecting Uchiha Yoru, including Anko, also had these strange curse marks on her face. However, due to her lack of mastery, the marks only covered half of her cheeks. There are all sorts of peculiar ninjutsu and abilities in the ninja world, so the crowd was merely surprised but didn't ask further questions. After all, even companions shouldn't pry into a ninja's secrets. Yoru, are you all right? Might Guy was panting heavily, clearly having used the 8 gates technique to arrive first for support, which explained his exhaustion. Seeing Might Guy's concern, Uchiha Yoru cracked a smile. Guy, I'm fine. However, this time the Mist Ninja were led by Sukazan Fugyuki. Cancel the pincer attack plan just in case it's a trap. He looked at the leaf ninja around him and put on a serious face. Sukazan Fugyuki is a trusted aide of the 4th Mizu Kage. He's cautious and sinister. I know better than anyone how serious his injuries are, and they're definitely not as bad as they seem. Set up the defense lines quickly. Yes. Ninjas are born tools, primarily for executing orders. Under Uchiha Yoru's command, not a single leaf ninja hesitated, for they were raised to be tools since childhood. As Uchiha Yoru caught his breath, Kurane and Anko remained vigilant. Ujo began preliminary treatment. I'm fine, conserve your chakra. As Ujo was about to use medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Yoru immediately shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. He knew his own condition well. The battle tonight had been a close call, or perhaps he had the advantage because he knew information about Kisame. Sukazan Fugyuki had overconfident used Kisame as bait and nearly failed. A sharp pain in one eye made Uchiha Yoru's eyelashes tremble. He couldn't help but think, ordinary Mangekyo should really not be abused. The power of the ocular techniques was terrifying indeed. 1 minute was the duration of his Mangekyo technique. Within that minute, the ninjutsu and genjutsu he cast could be considered divine arts, and their power increased 5-fold. This was why he could suppress the Mist Ninja on his own. Given his inherent strength and the amplification from the curse marks, his combat prowess had already been elevated to a considerable level, at least at the quasi-Kage peak. With the addition of Mangekyo, his power surged to Kage level. That's why his ninjutsu had been overwhelmingly terrifying when facing elite Mist Ninja. Especially against their hidden trump card, Sukazan Fugyuki, whose secret techniques he had already seen through. In contrast, the enemy knew nothing about his combat style or ninjutsu, and they ended up falling into his trap. However, the water style, Great Shark Bullet technique was truly terrifying. Only by facing it directly could one feel its potency. No wonder even Kisame in the original work considered this technique his trump card. If it weren't for his Orochimaru-style substitution technique, he would have likely failed this time. He was also grateful, realizing why Orochimaru was so hard to deal with in the original story. This substitution technique was top tier among life-saving techniques. Lord Yoru, your eyes. Even though Uchiha Yoru said it was fine, Ujo, as a guard, still stepped forward with a heavy and solemn voice. One hand emanated the unique green chakra of medical ninjutsu to treat his eye, which was filled with bloodshot veins and traces of blood. A refreshing sensation came from his eyes. Under the ninja system, the rule of prioritizing the recovery of powerful ninjas to conserve higher combat capabilities was already ingrained in their bones. Uchiha worked in the logistics and medical unit in the original story, so it's clear that she has a talent for medical ninjutsu. Guy, quickly order 3 squads to prepare to assist Kakashi. I'm worried that the mist ninjas have tricks up their sleeves. Upon hearing that Kakashi was in danger, Might Guy, who was initially gasping for air, immediately showed a serious expression and shouted, "Yoru, don't worry, I will never let my comrades be in danger. That's what youth is about." After shouting, Might Guy went off quickly to relay the message. After all, he was only a chunin and naturally had no authority to lead 3 squads, unless they were squads of genin. The Leaf Camp was in disarray after a major battle, filled with puddles and mud holes, as well as traces of fire and lightning release jutsus. Standing at the highest point of the base, Uchiha Yoru tried to breathe evenly, while professional medical ninjas came to relieve his fatigue and accelerate his chakra recovery. Yujeo, Kurane, and Anko were calmly scanning their surroundings, staying on guard. During battles and missions, ninjas would first suppress all other emotions. Priority is given to the mission, a rule that has been trained into them since they were young. Therefore, in this distorted world, there are still aspects that one might find fascinating. When you have power and status, you can control the lives of others, especially when you have guards and subordinates willing to lay down their lives for you. It seems that some sort of gene deep within is awakening. Or perhaps, all humans have this hidden gene of wanting control, where others give their all for you. Lord Yoru, it seems that the mist ninjas have retreated. During a mission, it's always about the mission, an imprint ingrained in Yujeo's bones, making her remember this forever. Uchiha Yoru also slightly nodded under the night sky. I hope the mist ninjas haven't set an ambush. But secretly, he had already discreetly notified Shisui and Kakashi. This time, no one expected that the Sukazan Fugyuki would personally take action. Moreover, the ninjutsu used by the opponent was all familiar to him. It can be said that he was aware of almost all the intelligence about Sukazan Fugyuki's combat methods tonight. In his eyes, the enemy was like a fat pig ready for slaughter. In contrast, the opponent's intelligence on him was still in its preliminary stages. He excelled in fire, lightning, and lightning ninjutsu body techniques. But tonight, under the enhancement of his eye technique and a minute of sage jutsu, he completely shattered all of the opponent's information. It was the imbalance in intelligence that led to the opponent's complete defeat. For example, after today, if both sides encounter each other in battle again, no one could predict the situation, because ninjas base their tactics on intelligence. Unfortunately, the Sukazan Fugyuki, having lost the great sword Samehada, was greatly weakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to claim a sure win for future battles, since he had already revealed most of his techniques tonight, except for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The opponent clearly knows he has a forbidden technique that can quickly boost his combat power. His information is now leaked. Fortunately, he intercepted the opponent's great sword Samehada, directly reducing the opponent's combat power, allowing for some respite for a while. Losing the great sword Samehada is a big deal, the opponent won't make it publicly known. Hong, the great sword Samehada is a life-form shinobi blade. It was taken through summoning. It should belong to the category of summoning blades. Record this information and send it back to the village. Yes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru became calm and started handling official duties in front of many leaf ninjas. Many leaf ninjas looked even more respectful. Lord Yoru is truly committed. At this time, he still remembers to send the enemy's information back to avoid more losses for our village's ninjas in the future. However, no one had thought that Uchiha Yoru had secretly intercepted the great sword Samehada. His abilities could not be concealed after tonight's battle. Having too much merit is not allowed in his clan. Bad news, Lord Yoru. Another base reports that Shisui's logistics have been attacked by mist ninjas. Our precious chakram metal and a large amount of fine iron have been taken. The logistics warehouse has also been bombed. At the same time, Lord Hisashi reports that mist ninjas have set fire to our logistics warehouse. Numerous medical supplies, kunao, exploding tags, and another warehouse of chakram metal have been intercepted. Just as they were celebrating their victory, bad news suddenly came, making everyone's smiles stiffen. They have 3 bases, naturally, the chakram metal and fine iron mine have to be stored separately. Now you say it's gone? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and said calmly, "Order all leaf ninjas to be on high alert, focusing on defense to avoid traps." It seems that the mist ninjas' beheading strategy tonight is true, and the multi-line harassment is also true. Quickly ask the village for reinforcements. Mist ninja must have reinforced the front line, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Also, expedite the delivery of supplies. And also, tonight Leaf's ninjas fought together to resist the mist ninjas' attack. However, the commander, Uchiha Yoru, led poorly, causing heavy losses to the front-line supplies. Even the precious chakram metal was secretly intercepted by the mist ninja. I am willing to take all the responsibility for this tactical failure and report the front-line situation to the village. Lord Yoru. You can't, Lord Yoru. With Uchiha Yoru's solemn voice echoing, the surrounding leaf ninjas showed looks of unwillingness and regret. They felt they were unprepared, but their commander took all the responsibility. A commander who can charge to the front line in battle and even single-handedly stop powerful ninjas from the other side is definitely popular. After all, ninjas are full of enthusiasm, and wild fighting is a sign of the strong. Ninjas naturally worship the strong. A commander who can protect them in battle and also take the blame afterwards, where can you find such a commander? They had followed many team leaders and commanders, and when the battle situation was unfavorable, they usually looked for a reason. But this time, the young commander Uchiha Yoru took all the responsibility himself while sharing the merits with them. They were encountering this situation for the first time in their lives. Many ninjas were deeply moved, and even the image of Orochimaru that used to be in their hearts gradually faded, replaced by the towering figure of Uchiha Yoru in front of them. Chapter 144, Kakashi's Learning. Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, a cloud of smoke filled the air, leaving a strong smell of tobacco. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gravely handed over the intelligence report to his 3 old friends. Take a look at the battle report from the front lines involving the mist ninja. It was clear that this report had caught Hiruzen's attention, even alarming the high-ranking members of the Leaf Village. Koharu Udaten, Homura Mitokado, and Shimura Danzo, the F4 of Konoha, gathered once again. After everyone had read the report, Danzo was the first to frown, showing a sinister gaze. Hiruzen, the young Uchiha is not to be underestimated. If we let him go unchecked, he might become uncontrollable. While Danzo saw the Uchiha clan as a threat, another member was more calm. Hiruzen, are you worried about the mist ninja? Hearing this, Hiruzen nodded and said gravely, Sukazan Fugyuki, as a confidant of the 4th Mizukage, went to the front lines and even launched a decapitation plan. Although it failed, I fear that they've reinforced the front lines with at least 200 to 300 more ninjas, otherwise our bases would not have suffered so much damage. Danzo, don't just focus on young Uchiha. What's the attitude of the mist ninja with their increased troops? At this point, Hiruzen looked dissatisfied. Danzo simply snorted, they just want to take advantage of the situation to annex the land of whirlpools, not just for the vast resources, but also as a stepping stone for the future. Homura Mitokado shook his head at Danzo and said, Hiruzen, the mist ninja means no good. We can also send reinforcements, but the real issue now is the mist's attitude. Hiruzen nodded gravely, exactly. The key issue is the expanding war situation. What's the mist ninja's stance? Should they continue to send more troops? Even worse, the expansion of the war could lead to overt friction between us and the mist. The third war just ended, the other villages are recovering. We can't afford to get stuck in another war. This was their real concern. All 5 great ninja villages had suffered heavy losses in the Third War, and now they all needed to recover. If they continued to fight with the mist, other villages might take advantage. Taking a deep puff from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, Danzo frowned and said, "Hiruzen, the key to the situation in the land of whirlpools depends on the mist ninja's attitude. In short, even if you don't want to fight, if the mist insists on fighting, there's nothing you can do. The strategic position of the land of whirlpools is too important, the leaf cannot afford to let it become a mist outpost. We've already ordered 430 ninjas from the land of lightning to be dispatched to reinforce the land of whirlpools." When the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi said this, the 3 people were all startled, and Koharu Uchiha even frowned and said in a concentrated voice, "Sarutobi, isn't this too risky? Yet, with this, our side would have over 1,000 ninja in the land of whirlpools, which is an extremely dangerous signal." Even Mitokado Homura became somewhat cautious, and Shimura Danzo on the side squinted his eyes. Although he was a hawkish figure, he also had to consider the pros and cons. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm expression and swallowed back his words. "Sarutobi, are you trying to test the mist ninja?" As expected of old friends, Shimura Danzo instantly thought of something when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's calm face and couldn't help but blurt it out. Upon hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face showed a gratified smile and nodded, "Exactly, Danzo, you and I are on the same page." At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face exuded a composed calmness and said in a steady voice, "The mist ninja suffered a lot of losses during the 3 wars. And with the implementation of the Bloody Mist policy, although the land of water is in a state of lockdown, everyone knows the situation in the Mist Village. So if they choose to go to war in the land of whirlpools at this time, they will only drag themselves into the quagmire of war." Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan was simple, to dare the Mist to engage in a war they couldn't afford. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's analysis, Koharu Uchiha pondered it and seemed to agree, nodding in admiration, "You're right, Sarutobi. After implementing the Bloody Mist policy, the Mist Village has always pursued an elite ninja-centric doctrine, and its numbers are only slightly better than the Sand Village. The Sand Village had to start an elite ninja cultivation plan due to huge losses after their defeat, along with budget cuts from the land of Wind's daimyo. On the other hand, the Mist Village's elite plan was born purely out of bloodshed. Though that's the case, the Mist Village is still a major village, and face should be given." Mitokado Homura's comment made Hiruzen Sarutobi nod with a smile, "I will send this support army to the front line under the guise of resupplying for heavy losses. We'll give face to the Mist Village. If they choose peace talks or aim to control the war, then this support army will merely go to the front line for inspection and return." Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan, Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he said in dissatisfaction, "Sarutobi, what's the point of calling us here if everything is already decided?" Seeing the dissatisfied Danzo, it was as if everyone was transported back to the old days. Hiruzen Sarutobi rarely showed a smile. "Danzo, if you have any opinions, you can put them forward. The plan has not yet been implemented." Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's magnanimous attitude made Shimura Danzo even more furious. "You're really something, sitting at the highest position of Hokage and still talking big." Eventually, the high-ranking F4 of Konoha formulated a plan to deal with the Mist Village, intending to pressure them into peace talks or at least control the conflict to small skirmishes involving no more than 1,000 people. As the Konoha higher UPS were contemplating their expected plan, they were unaware that the current Mist Village was not really controlled by the 4th Mizukage anymore. Any leader of a village facing such a situation would at least agree to control the conflict within a certain range, but unfortunately, the 4th Mizukage was being controlled by someone else. The Hidden Leaf Village from the land of whirlpools and the Mist Ninja experienced a brief period of peace, yet everywhere there was an eerie atmosphere. Despite their great victory and almost capturing the Mist Ninja commander Sokazan Fugyuki, the faces of the Leaf Ninjas were filled with frustration. Because a rumor was spreading along the entire front line, that the Mist Ninja had reinforced their troops and attacked their supply warehouse, making the Leaf Ninja highly tense. If the Mist Ninja make another move, they will run out of supplies after a few more battles. On the Mist Ninja side, things were even more strange. In a gloomy tent, Sokazan Fugyuki, who had both arms wrapped in bandages, showed signs of frustration. Failing the mission and suffering heavy losses were not the issues, it was the loss of his big sword Samehada that made him restless. At least half of his strength relied on Samehada. Damn it, what the hell are the Leaf Ninjas up to? Even though the Leaf Village won, they kept saying that their own supply warehouse was burned down and suffered heavy losses, but there was no news about his Samehada being taken away. He knew that stealing a large sword like Samehada from the battlefield was a huge merit, but the Leaf Ninjas seemed oblivious. Could it be, the Leaf is planning to resolve this matter privately and does not want to escalate the situation? Sokazan Fugyuki seemed to think of something, and suddenly his chubby face revealed a look of sudden realization. Yes, that must be it. After all, the Leaf Village also didn't want friction with the mist to grow. Despite their great victory, the Hidden Leaf now looked like a Pyrrhic victory, clearly giving face to the Mist Ninja, then preparing to reconcile privately. Thinking of this, Sokazan Fugyuki suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Damn you, Uchiha brat, this time you Hidden Leaf folks are sensible." After understanding this, he immediately decided to hide the news of the loss of Samehada. After all, he would be the one losing face if the news got out, and it could be recovered soon. For now, he would conceal it, since the Leaf Ninjas were planning to reconcile and would not deliberately publicize the matter. In such a misunderstanding, both sides had different ideas, further laying the groundwork for future conflicts. The Land of Whirlpools, the base of the Leaf Ninja. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru is sitting in the tent. His tired eyes are much better now. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed terrifying, but the side effects are also significant. It's necessary to exercise restraint and take good care of it, otherwise, he'll end up like Sasuke, who is known as the fastest Uchiha to go blind from using the Mangekyo. Yoru, here are the losses this time. Hitaki Kakashi hands over the loss report. Upon reading it, Uchiha Yoru's face shows a peculiar expression as he looks up at Kakashi. No one expected that the honest Kakashi would be so adept at this. A big fire wiped out many accounts, making them ironclad facts. Kakashi, this loss report seems a bit excessive. Listening to Uchiha Yoru's words, Kakashi calmly nods. I secretly held back some chakram metal, fine iron, and some medical supplies this time. It makes the accounting look much better. Goodness! Looking at the very calm Kakashi, who speaks so nonchalantly about cooking the books, Uchiha Yoru doesn't say anything. However, Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Shisui, who are standing by, twitch at the corner of their eyes. Hyuga Hisashi, as the head of a branch family, has naturally been involved in some governmental affairs. He understands the principle that too pure a pool has no fish, but this level of expertise still leaves him in awe. After Kakashi finishes reporting, it's Hyuga Hisashi's turn. He has a somewhat awkward expression, tinged with a bit of embarrassment. After all, he, coming from a prestigious family, has never done something like this. Lord Yoru, these are the losses from the camp I was responsible for. About 30% of the supplies were saved because of timely rescue. Indeed, Hisashi doesn't have the guts like Kakashi. His report even shows 30% was saved, unlike Kakashi, whose report states nearly everything was lost. The report is very clear. Mist Ninja used lots of explosive tags and fire jutsu, burning everything to the ground. To prevent being lured away, Kakashi had given orders before the battle, resulting in the storage being burned while the ninja stuck to their posts. No one went for rescue. Kakashi wasn't at the camp, but his orders still held. Finally, When it's Uchiha Shisui's turn, he says solemnly, "Big brother Yoru, all supplies, including medical, were attacked by Mist Ninja. Less than 10% was saved, the rest was completely destroyed. Oh my, all areas under the 3 men were attacked by Mist Ninja, suffering heavy losses. Especially the area Kakashi was responsible for, although he wasn't there, the damage was severe. The exact amount burnt is unknown, but after the fire, all the confusing and problematic accounts became clear. Everything was destroyed in the fire." Uchiha Yoru taps lightly on the table, lowers his voice, and says to Hyuga Hisashi, "Hisashi, you're under a lot of pressure as the head of a branch family, so I'll overlook your part for now. Just stabilize your family's expenses." Feeling grateful, Hyuga Hisashi firmly nods, "Lord Yoru, I understand." With this, the bond between Hyuga's branch family and Uchiha Yoru has strengthened. Now, the Hyuga branch family is a hot potato in the Leaf Village that no one dares to touch. Only the Orochimaru faction, which has followed them from the start, can offer refuge. Now it seems not too bad, at least, Hisashi sees hope. Kakashi, who would later become Hokage, is not only talented in ninja skills but is also self-taught in this aspect, opening a calm embezzlement plan. Is the account problematic? Afraid of being exposed? A fire wipes out the numbers, making all accounts square. Chapter 145, It's Time? Inside the camp. In the sunshine, Hyuga Hisashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Hotaki Kakashi have almost become his regular team members. "Kakashi, you and Shisui keep a close eye on things, especially before reinforcements arrive. Be cautious of attacks from the Mist Ninjas. After all, the entire Konoha camp now knows that although we've achieved strategic victories, we failed to guard against internal leaks, leading to a significant loss of supplies due to attacks from the mist. Yoru, this time the leak came from Yugaki. The ninja's reconnaissance abilities are strong, not to mention the countless bizarre techniques. The traitor within the camp has naturally been identified. But Kakashi chose to speak here, making Uchiha Yoru realize that the situation might not be so straightforward. "Kakashi, is there something unusual about this traitor?" Under Uchiha Yoru's increasingly serious gaze, even the usually slow-reacting Uchiha Shisui sensed something wrong. He looked directly at Kakashi. Only Hyuga Hisashi remained stoic, revealing no emotions. After a moment of silence, Kakashi said softly, "Yugaki's family was threatened, and the threat came from within the village. It was orchestrated by the third Hokage's daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru didn't say anything, but Uchiha Shisui's eyes filled with rage. This name reminded him of unpleasant events. Damn it! Her again! How does such a person deserve to live? First Orochimaru, and now this! Damn it! Amid Shisui's clenched teeth and hatred, Uchiha Yoru silenced him. Then, looking at Kakashi, he asked, "Who else knows about this?" Kakashi nodded silently. "Might Guy and Shiranui Genma also know?" After all, the three of them had jointly discovered this clue. Hyuga Hisashi chose to remain silent, his eyes seriously looking at Uchiha Yoru, as if waiting for orders, fully embodying the role of an obedient ninja. Under Kakashi's quiet gaze, Uchiha Yoru finally spoke. He lowered his voice, "The village needs stability, and we can't move against the third Hokage's daughter-in-law. Keeping her alive will only be detrimental, harming us and her own family." Even Uchiha Shisui understood the implication. The previously angry Shisui now looked rather despondent. He said resentfully, "Big brother Yoru, why? They're all ninjas willing to risk their lives for the village, yet in the end, they are betrayed by their own village. This person was betrayed by the village, and someone else is pulling his strings. So, what angers Shisui even more is the corrupt higher UPS rather than this ordinary ninja manipulated by fate. Hyuga Hisashi has been subjugated by the main family for so long that he has developed a stable mindset. His experience also strengthened his resilience. Kakashi, being politically savvy, understands the full story. The target is Uchiha Yoru, and the attack is specifically aimed at him. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was also full of sorrow and anger. Uchiha Yoru's strength had already posed a threat, and the Sarutobi clan had begun to want to eliminate dissidents. Under such circumstances, would any strong individuals still emerge in the village? Probably not. All-powerful ninjas could only live under the shadow of the Sarutobi clan. If they stepped out of that boundary, they would be targeted. Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru's hoarse voice echoed in the tent. You will personally lead the Genma squad, Might Guy, and the Kurane squad to carry out this mission. This individual passed away due to severe injuries. I don't want to comment on right or wrong, but his family in the village is innocent. They need him to be recognized as a hero. After listening, Kakashi silently nodded. Taking Might Guy and the Genma squad with him served two purposes. One was to win people over, to see if they were willing to join them. The other was to ensure no leaks of information. After all, if this person were to die, no information could be revealed. As long as those in the shadows knew that this person had not leaked information, that was enough. Any leak would target them all. Some secrets are best kept by the dead, and Kakashi understood this well. As for the Kurane squad, Kakashi understood that they needed to rally more forces. The three of them were not only geniuses but also trustworthy people at this moment, a credential for their future inclusion. Who would dare to betray and let those in the shadows know that you know this secret? Maybe you are fine for now, but can you be sure that you will be okay in the future? After all, for those in power, this would be considered a stain. Kakashi had no objections to Uchiha Yoru's methods. With their long history of cooperation and trust, betrayal was unlikely. That's why he wanted to pull them closer. After all, what they aimed for was not something a few people could change, they needed to unite more people. Shisui, Itaka just arrived at the front lines too. Take him with you and let him witness the darkness of politics. This is the responsibility he must bear as the son of the clan head. Uchiha Yoru's tone was calm, but it exuded a sense of burden. With a tired wave of his hand, the three of them slowly exited the tent with varying expressions. When Uchiha Yoru was left alone in the silent tent, he rubbed his tired eyes. However, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, and his black eyes revealed a sarcastic cold smile. Sarutobi Shinzo. Haha, I should really thank your mother for handing over such a good whetstone. It will come in handy for sharpening the several sharp knives I hold. Might Guy, Uchiha Itaki, Kurane, Mitarashi Anko, Yujao Uzuki, and the Genma squad when they witness the dark corruption of the village, I believe no one will just sit by and watch the village continue to decay. As for Kurane and Yujao Uzuki, who have questionable backgrounds, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes when he thought of them. Perhaps this was his test, and it was time to see the fruits of his labor. The worst-case scenario is that they report everything to the third Hokage. So what? The third Hokage would only think he is wise, choosing to nip everything in the bud to prevent instability. A threat? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is also a very proud person. Otherwise, why would he rule with his ideals for so many years? The risk is not high. Kurane, Yujao, I think you won't disappoint me, Uchiha Yoru muttered, revealing a confident smile on his face. Such a good whetstone. In the future, there will be a few more steadfast and sharp long knives by his side, which is also the power he will rally. The tiger shows its fangs, it's time for him to gather his own strength. Since Orochimaru left and he accepted the Hyuga branch family, there was no turning back. In the land of lightning, the hidden cloud village. Inside the office of the 4th Raikage, who is currently displaying his robust physique, he puts down the weights in his hand and looks seriously at his subordinate who hands over some intelligence. After quickly scanning the intelligence, the 4th Raikage immediately stands up in surprise and anger. After carefully examining it multiple times, he finally shows a look of gravity. Is the intelligence reliable and accurate? Lord Rakage, there's no time to confirm due to the urgency. Looking at the serious expression of his confidant, the fourth Rakage also shows a grave look and frowns. The leaf reinforcements are being dispatched from the border area near Sarutobi Shinobu, preparing to deter the mist ninja. If this is true, then the leaf probably wants to take this opportunity to negotiate with the mist ninja. No, we must take a gamble no matter what. How did this information come about? Just as the fourth Rakage was about to ask how the intelligence was obtained, he suddenly sees a familiar signature at the end, and his pupils immediately contract. It's him. A spy at the high levels of the leaf. This is not the first time, but every time, the information from the other party has been accurate. Thinking of this, the fourth Rakage clenches his teeth and says solemnly, although there is risk, we must try this time. We can't let the leaf negotiate with the mist ninja. Gather the elites and prepare to secretly intercept the leaf's reinforcements this time. Yes. A covered elite squad within the hidden cloud village sets out in secret, bearing the Rakage's important task. Country of Earth, Iwagakure village. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Noki with his red nose looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, unable to help but frown. Information from this mysterious person again. Although it's highly credible, it's still somewhat risky. The third Hokage Hiruzen's usual tactic is to expand the military gains to deter the mist ninja. The mist suffered heavy losses in the Third War. It seems like they might really fall for Hiruzen's tactics this time. It's an overt strategy that Hiruzen uses, daring the mist to compete. Do you dare to expand the military gains? For Konoha, opening up a ninja battlefield in the land of whirlpools involving 1 or 2,000 ninja is just a drag, but the loss for the mist is significant. Noki naturally saw through this and couldn't help but frown. It seems like we need to take action this time. We must disrupt Konoha's deterrence plan. The best way is to disguise as Mist Ninja and eliminate this support army to incite a war between the Mist and Konoha. Having thought this through, Noki made up his mind after a long contemplation. Deploy an elite force in conjunction with the Kazekage and the Rakage. Everyone would like to see Konoha entangled in a war with the Mist at this point. It has to be said that experience counts. The third Hokage was cautious to avoid incidents, which is why he drew elite forces from the border defense line of the Land of Lightning. However, they couldn't prevent an insider from leaking information. Noki's tactics are extremely cunning. He wants to disrupt Konoha's plan to deter the mist without exerting too much effort. After all, no one will compensate for the losses, and joining hands with the Kazekage and Rakage would mean sharing the risks, even if this is Konoha's trick. Konoha is the common enemy, no one wants to see a recuperating Konoha. After all, the foundation of the Land of Fire is too strong. They would need 10 years to recover, but Konoha would only need 5. That's the gap in foundation. Wind Country, Hidden Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, looked at the intel sent from the stone village and immediately let out a scornful cold laugh. Quite a crafty old man you are, your schemes are loud and clear. Even though he knew it was a ploy, Raza finally fell silent. Among the 3 wars, the Hidden Sand Village suffered the most. This led to a large number of missions being stolen by the neighboring Leaf Village. Moreover, due to their status as a defeated nation, their sand ninjas had to hand over a portion of their missions to the Leaf Village each year. This was a humiliation, as well as a means to weaken their Hidden Sand Village. When he took over as Kazekage, the Hidden Sand Village was at its weakest and most difficult period. Even the daimyo of Wind Country had cut their budget, causing him endless headaches. He may have control over magnet release, gold dust, but mining for gold in the vast desert? It's not that easy. Firstly, gold dust has low purity. Secondly, its presence only worsens the already harsh environment of Wind Country. And what's the ratio of gold dust to sand in a desert full of yellow sand? One could say that even if he had magnet release, gold dust, how much could he mine in a lifetime? Gold dust originates from rock gold eroded by rivers, so most of it is buried in the underground riverbeds. Mining for gold from these underground rivers would result in catastrophic consequences for a country already struggling with water scarcity. The loss wouldn't be worth the gain. If he gave it his all for a year, how much could he get? The desert is too vast to hope to mine it all in a lifetime, let alone get to the depths where most of the gold dust is buried. In a month's effort of scouring a single desert, the gold he could mine would not be worth as much as completing one mission. The purity of the gold dust doesn't even reach 5%. Hence it's not worth it. He accumulates the gold dust and seals it in containers, nourishing it with chakra for direct use in battle, just like Gaara's gourd. Later on, he can summon the sealed sand/gold dust in unnoticeable ways, like the mist shinobi summon their swords. It became a part of him, readily summonable at any time. Any chance to weaken the leaf village can't be missed. Pitting the mist against the leaf would only benefit the sand village, since neither gets along with them. Right now, the leaf is like a leech on the sand, and perhaps this time they could weaken that ferocious tiger a bit. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, quickly made up his mind and said in a deep voice to his confidant, "Maki, I need you to personally oversee this. Send out the elites secretly, collaborate with the stone and the cloud, and execute this plan." It's fair to say that the third Tsuchikage's tactics were crafty. Everyone would benefit from the leaf being embroiled in conflict and unable to recuperate. A year's delay in the leaf's recuperation means a year for them to catch up. They are desperate to pull the leaf down from its position as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Meanwhile, far away in a border area, Sarutobi Shinzo had just dispatched ninja reinforcements. However, his wife, Sarutobi Yumiko, came to stir things up again. "What are you up to now?" Seeing her husband's frustrated and angry eyes, Sarutobi Mako let out a cold laugh. "I didn't do anything, I just told them to be careful on the road, to be wary of ambushes from the mist." "You?" Sarutobi Shinzo wasn't a fool. Staring at his wife, he knew she wanted to delay the reinforcements, making Uchiha Yura face difficulties on the battlefield, and thereby weakening his influence. Understanding this, he finally fell silent, muttering, "Father was right, your ambitions are too great. I can't indulge you any longer." Sarutobi Yumiko scoffed, "My ambitions are too great? Aren't I just doing what you wish to but dare not do? I'm merely doing it for you." Chapter 146, Slow Reinforcement. The Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Inside the Mizukage's office, the face of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, looks deceptively innocent, but is tinged with a sense of darkness. At this moment, a flicker of red light crosses his eyes as he looks down at the report in his hand. If anyone paid attention, they would notice the fleeting red light bore the traces of the Sharingan. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha is planning to reinforce his troops as a show of force to intimidate the Mist Ninja. Either to expand his war gains or to negotiate. The tactics of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are undoubtedly clever. An overt strategy, knowing the Mist can't outlast Konoha. If the Mist doesn't want to be the weakest of the 5 great shinobi countries, they have to consider this issue. Even the other Kage have almost all considered this issue. No one thinks that the Mizukage would go all out against Konoha, as it's not in their interest. Heh heh. A strange laugh echoes in the Mizukage's office. The intelligence scroll in his hand slowly turns to dust. Everyone has accounted for it, but they have all missed one point. That is, the current Mizukage of the Mist Village doesn't care about the village's interests at all. What does the Mist Village have to do with him? With a grim smile, the 4th Mizukage Yagura coldly orders, "Where are my people?" Whoosh! 3 Mist Anbu ninjas instantly appear in the office, kneeling with a single knee, showing no disrespect to their terrifying leader. Yagura coldly says, "According to intel, Konoha plans to send 500 elite ninjas to the land of whirlpools. I have decided to dispatch 300 elite from our village to secretly head to the front line. At the same time, make covert contact with other villages. I'm sure that Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Kazekage also don't want to see Konoha's plan succeed. Tell them to join forces to eliminate this reinforcement. Yes. The mist may not be as prosperous as Konoha, but Konoha is also in a precarious geographic position, sharing borders with almost all the major villages. Therefore, they also have the longest border defenses and the most troops stationed. Konoha's troop movement was not done secretly. Hiruzen's plan was very clear, slow marching after reaching the border of the Land of Water, making it look like they're supporting the Land of Whirlpools. However, his orders were already known to the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage, and plans to counteract them were made right from the start. Especially since the third Hokage had initially sent a message to Uchiha Yoru on the front lines to tell him to cooperate, reassuring him not to worry about the rear reinforcements. This was all to intimidate the mist. It seems that ever since the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage's luck has started to change for the worse. First the heavy losses in the war, and then consecutive defections of elite ninjas from the village. Nothing good has happened. Not only was his intimidation plan immediately known by other villages, but even the reinforcing troops from the beginning were lax and scattered, almost as if they were dragging their feet, giving other villages ample time to prepare. At the border area between the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Iron, countless elite ninjas from the Mist, Rock, Sand, and Cloud villages are hiding in the forest. Strangely, these four nations have joined forces, totaling 600 people. Although they only outnumber the Leaf's reinforcements by 100, they are all elite forces. Damn it, we rushed all the way here to seize the initiative, and we're tired as dogs. We've been waiting for 5 days. 5 days of intense sun, and the Leaf's reinforcements are so slow. Although these elite forces from 4 nations have joined hands, they are only focused on ambushing the Leaf's reinforcements and are each hiding in their chosen spots. Humph, seems like the Hidden Leaf has its own problems too. Their march is so slow, as if they're afraid the front lines will get reinforced. Fine, we've been marching quickly, the Hidden Leaf has actually given us time to rest. Within the ambush circle, the Rock, Sand, and Cloud ninjas seem to be somewhat ostracizing the Mist ninjas. Who can blame them? The Mist village doesn't engage in diplomacy, and their policies are naturally unpopular. The leaders of the 3 major ninja villages, all wearing masks, meet. Their small eyes are each filled with hidden intentions. It looks like the Mist ninjas have been affected by their village's bloody policies. They really want to drag this out with the Leaf. It's because the Land of the Whirlpools is too important. Once it's captured, the Mist village can use it as a springboard to invade the Land of Fire at any time. Enough. We may appear to have overwhelming power when we join hands, but there are also limitations. Limitations. All 4 nations have their own agendas. Honestly, they all have the mindset of wanting the others to risk their lives while they watch and minimize their own losses. After talking about the key points, the captains of the Rock, Sand, and Cloud ninja squads all revealed serious expressions. Ultimately, it was the Sand ninja named Maki, whose face was covered, who was the most composed. She didn't want their personal issues to lead to the failure of this ambush. Maki spoke solemnly, I suggest that when the Leaf's reinforcements are almost here, we shouldn't ambush them. After all, the Byakugan users in the Leaf village are not to be underestimated. How about we all break cover and divide the Leaf ninjas into 4 sections, each taking on a section? Maki's suggestion had the Rock ninjas nodding in agreement. That's not a bad idea. We can directly initiate a hunting and besieging plan, catching the Leaf ninjas off guard. Humph, the Leaf's reinforcements are less than 500. Each of us will be responsible for a little over 100 Leaf ninjas, whoever finishes first can withdraw. Good. In that case, notify the Mist ninjas and tell them our plan. Hold on, what about our identities this time? Maki, the Sand ninja, hesitated for a moment but finally asked this question. After all, they can't possibly fight under their own village's banner. Moreover, this time when they collaborated, their plan to frame other major ninja villages couldn't be carried out, leaving the three people looking at each other. Finally, the Cloud Ninja coldly snorted and took out a headband from his bosom and tied it on his forehead. I am from the Rain Village. Under the gaze of the Cloud Ninja, the Sand and Stone Ninjas silently took out their headbands from their bosoms as well, one representing the land of iron and the other the land of grass. Good grief, the Stone, Sand, and Cloud Ninjas from the three major countries are really something. Small countries impersonate major country ninjas to provoke war, and they impersonate small countries to sabotage relations and likewise wish to instigate friction between small countries and the Leaf Village. Sir, this is a plan formulated by the Stone, Sand, and Cloud Ninjas. A Mist Ninja respectfully reported, and a trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the masked Mist Ninja leader. Damn it, they've all discussed it and now they're just informing us Mist Ninjas. But there was no other way, the Mist Ninjas also wanted to take advantage of the power of these three villages to minimize their own casualties. He snorted and said, issue the orders, change the plan to a surprise attack, everyone get ready for battle. Yes. The Mist Ninjas also put on the headbands of small countries to deceive others. For a time, ninjas from the four countries tacitly chose the ninja world's usual tricks of framing and causing trouble. This time, the Mist Ninja dispatched 300 elite troops, but they still kept 100 elite troops hidden as a backup, lying in ambush by the sea. The Leaf Village's nearly 500-strong ninja support legion initially maintained great caution. However, as their team leader deliberately slowed down, the cautious atmosphere noticeably waned. They kept stopping and even had picnics in the forest. Occasionally, they'd pause to gather supplies from nearby towns. Anyone unfamiliar would think they were on a leisure trip. This relaxed many of their cautious guards and made a good number of ninjas anxious. They were supposed to be supporting the front lines, yet their commander was acting so indifferently. It was unacceptable. Team leader Sarutobi, aren't we moving too slowly? Most of the ninjas still held passionate hearts, as they were trained to be emotionally pure tools. Faced with another challenge, Sarutobi, the commander, looked sternly at his frustrated subordinates, clearly wanting them to speed up. It's not that I'm unwilling, this is a classified mission from the village. Clearly discontented, Sarutobi felt his authority being questioned. He knew they were nearing the border and he had other objectives. Discord among his ranks would hamper future plans. This is a secret mission given by the third Hokage. Now that we're almost at the border, you can know. Sarutobi took out a scroll and handed it to everyone, lowering his voice. The third Hokage's real aim is not to provide support, but to deter. To make it appear as though we could support the front lines at any moment, thereby deterring Mist Ninjas. Everyone nodded in silent agreement upon seeing the scroll. However, someone pointed out inconsistencies. Sarutobi, the third Hokage clearly stated to raise our flags when we reach the border. Our slow progress and delays are not in line with the mission. The more we delay, the greater the risk. Silence. I am the commander of this mission. Sarutobi snapped, glaring at everyone, obviously unable to assert his authority effectively. One Sarutobi ninja reluctantly smirked, what do you know? This is a decision made by Sarutobi Shinzo based on the third Hokage's intent. Our slow progress makes the front line more anxious. When we eventually raise our flags, the Mist Ninjas will be even more shocked. Facing such a reluctant and perfunctory excuse, everyone is not foolish. It's obvious that this is to suppress Orochimaru's old team on the front lines, which is now Uchiha Yoru. Sukazan Fugyuki is a renowned and powerful ninja. Uchiha Yoru defeated him on the battlefield, severely injuring him even while facing a siege. When this news spread, his reputation skyrocketed for a time. As Leaf Ninjas who have just gone through 3 battles, they naturally know the terrifying strength of Fugyuki, who wields the great sword Samehada. He is definitely a famous figure in the ninja world, and yet he was defeated. This time, Uchiha Yoru has formally established his prestige on the front lines. As for Sarutobi Shinzo's suppression, an even more important point is clear to everyone. After Sarutobi Shinzo replaced Orochimaru as the frontline commander, he personally came to the front and encountered this mist ninja, Sukazan Fugyuki. After a major battle at the border, the two were evenly matched. If it weren't for Uchiha Yoru's achievements, Sarutobi Shinzo's record would be absolutely good. After all, Fugyuki has been famous for a long time, and the fact that Sarutobi Shinzo could fight him to a standstill proves that he is an elite among the Jounin. But then Uchiha Yoru's achievements appeared. As the saying goes, people fear comparison, and goods fear comparison too. With this before and after comparison, didn't it just overshadow Sarutobi Shinzo? However, some people are filled with complex emotions. The Shinzuke they see should not be this kind of person. It should be said that their judgment is not wrong, although Sarutobi Shinzo hesitates, he can't help it when someone makes this decision for him. Whirlpool Country Battlefield. Support coming from the rear lines has been flowing in steadily, except for the reinforcements that have yet to arrive. After all, the Land of Fire is known as the nation with the most fertile land, abundant resources, and strongest economy in the ninja world, and the Leaf Village is the #1 ninja village. Brother Yoru, the reinforcements have been unusually slow since they set off. The news has already leaked. Aren't they afraid someone will interfere? After waiting so many days to finally hear that the reinforcements are slowly nearing the border, Uchiha Shisui is filled with anger, venting it in his tent. Watching Shisui's angry demeanor, Uchiha Yoru calmly says, "Shisui, steady your emotions. Otherwise, you'll only let the stimulus of the Sharingan affect your spirit." Moreover, the leader of this round of reinforcements is a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. You should prepare for the worst. Looking at Uchiha Shisui's frustrated eyes, Uchiha Yoru shakes his head, "Shisui, you need to calm down. Besides, didn't the previous reinforcements reach the front line? Though not many, they have still supplemented our combat power." Not mentioning this would have been fine, but hearing it, Uchiha Shisui becomes even more frustrated. "Brother Yoru, do you know how many casualties we have this time? Just among the injured who need to return for treatment, there are no fewer than 50 ninjas, not to mention those who can't fight due to injuries. Their delay is a blatant disregard for the lives of the frontline ninjas." Shisui. Faced with Uchiha Yoru's serious expression, Uchiha Shisui reluctantly says, "Brother Yoru, aren't you anxious about the state of the village?" Shisui's anger comes more from the corruption in the village and the greedy manipulations of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yoru stands up and solemnly says, "Shisui, please stay calm and restrain your impulsiveness. No one wants to see the village decay to this point, but the higher UPS have become stagnant. Change requires revolution, and revolution involves blood and sacrifice. To prevent more young ninjas from bleeding and sacrificing, we are here. But we are still weak now. We need to accumulate strength, unite all the forces that can be united, and then form a strong and powerful fist. Only then will we have the chance to change everything. Individual power is limited, learn from the lessons of White Fang and Orochimaru." Under Uchiha Yoru's solemn gaze, Uchiha Shisui falls silent for a moment, takes a deep breath, lowers his head, and says hoarsely, "Brother Yoru, I understand. I'll go first, Itaki and the others are still waiting for me." Uchiha Shisui's sorrowful figure slowly walks out of the tent, alone. Chapter 147, Choices. In the Land of Whirlpools, inside a secluded mine behind the Leaf Village camp. The dim mine was filled with an unpleasant smell, which the ninjas quickly identified. A mix of blood, sweat, alcohol, and waste created a pungent and unpleasant aroma. "Captain Kakashi, where are we?" Leading them into this unfamiliar cave were Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Shisui, and Shiranui Genma couldn't help but look serious. Kurane Ui, Uzuki Ujeo, Mitarashi Anko, Shiranui Genma, Raid Namayashi, Iwashi Tatami, along with Might Guy and a 7-year-old Uchiha Itaka who had just arrived at the front lines, were all brought into this unfamiliar mine tunnel. Walking in front, Kakashi Hatake showed an indifferent look in his eyes, glanced back at everyone behind him, and simply said, "This is a frontline prison for holding and interrogating enemies." Genma thought of something instantly and his face became somewhat uneasy, while Might Guy, who was also in the operation, looked serious for once. "I trust Kakashi, and I believe that anyone who betrays the will of fire won't end well." Compared to Might Guy, Genma became silent, and everyone else, as ninjas, naturally didn't need to be told that they sensed something was off by looking at the three's eyes. As undercover agents sent by the third Hokage, Kurane and Uchiha were clearly anxious. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground as they walked by. Though their faces remained unchanged, they were filled with complex emotions, even agony. Kurane thought, "Have you discovered my identity?" She felt a bit of sadness but more relief as if she no longer had to bear the guilt. Uchiha kept a calm face, but her heart was in turmoil. "Lord Yoru, don't you want to see me anymore?" She scoffed at herself, "I'm just a spy, not qualified to talk about past emotions." Only Anko looked angry and muttered, "Anyone who wants to harm Yoru should die." Anko believed that the enemies here were enemies of Uchiha Yoru, the current highest commander here. "Itake, sometimes the enemy may not come from other countries, but from your own people." Walking at the end, Uchiha Shisui lowered his voice as if educating Uchiha Itake. But when Kurane and Uchiha heard this, they felt as if they were exposed, and both showed a relieved smile. The mature Uchiha Itake seemed to have realized something and nodded seriously, "I understand what you're saying, brother Shisui. Orochimaru's failure was caused by their own people, not a scheme by enemy ninjas, but rather a trap set by their own." The slow footsteps seemed to pound on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Walking at the front, Kakashi Hatake stopped and looked back at everyone, "We're here." As the sound of footsteps abruptly ceased, the hearts of Kurane Ui and Uzuki Uchiha clenched even tighter. At the last moment, they stared at the wooden prison door, filled with palpitations, fearing that the figure appearing upon its opening would be someone they didn't know how to face. Creak! The heavy door opened. When no one appeared inside the spacious prison cell as they had imagined, Kurane Ui and Uzuki Uchiha sighed in relief but also felt a tinge of disappointment. Did he not even want to see them one last time? Had they hurt him so much that he'd lost all hope? "Kakashi, you're here." Inside the dry cell sat a Leaf Village ninja with his chakra sealed, sitting cross-legged on a pile of straw. Seeing the visitor, he showed eyes of relief and even smiled. However, upon seeing so many people, his face immediately turned into a bitter smile. "Well, someone like me, a sinner, living this long is thanks to Lord Yoru's mercy." When everyone entered and saw the figure, Kurane Ui, Uzuki Uchiha, and Mitarashi Anko, among others who were uninformed, showed expressions of astonishment. They did recognize this special elite ninja. After all, anyone with such a title was considered a high-level combatant. Everyone stood in a daze, lined up. When Kurane Ui and Uzuki Uchiha realized that their own secrets weren't exposed, they sighed in relief but felt more guilty. The man before them had already been reported dead, but here he was. Given the circumstances, they could conclude that he was either a traitor or under suspicion. Raid Namayashi and Iwashi Tatama stared at the person in the cell and began to quietly inquire with their captain, Shiranui Genma. Clearly, they were also surprised by the individual here. The special elite ninja of the Leaf Village, Yukaki, now sat cleanly cross-legged on a pile of straw. Clearly inscribed on his forehead were sealing symbols, indicating his chakra had been sealed. His neat and tidy clothes suggested that he had not been tortured, but his eyes were filled with weariness, evidently crushed by guilt. He even exuded an aura of late-life decline. "This letter was sent from your wife in the village, your death report has not yet been issued." Kakashi casually handed over a crumpled letter from his pocket. Upon seeing the letter, Yukaki's lifeless eyes instantly lit up with hope. Trembling, he took the letter and shed tears of sadness and regret. Drip, drip. Tears continuously slid down his cheeks. As he opened the letter with shaking hands, he saw the somewhat ugly handwriting and even some typos. His wife didn't know many characters, many she learned from him. The handwriting wasn't elegant. As he read the childlike, scribbled writing, Yukaki burst into a genuine smile for the first time since this ordeal. His wife was doing well, and his child had grown and even passed the ninja school exam, proving the child had inherited his ninja genes. The letter first briefly mentioned that his wife was doing well, and then it was all about how hard the child was working to pass the exams, ranking in the top 20 among civilians and likely to enter an elite class. The letter was overflowing with happiness for their child. At the end, there was a photo of his wife and child, smiling sincerely after passing the ninja school exam. It felt as though only he was missing from the picture. How wonderful! Carefully storing the letter back in its envelope, this scene was observed by Mitarashi Anko, who couldn't help but frown and snort. Did you not think of your family when you became a traitor? The straightforward Anki didn't hold back, a scene that's obviously very heartwarming. But if you don't do this, how can you get to this point? This is simply what she thought. However, upon hearing these words, Yukaki, who had tears welling up in his eyes, became enraged, glaring at everyone with his reddening eyes. I know you. You're Orochimaru-sama's disciple, Mitarashi Anko, and you, Kurane Ui, your father is an elite shinobi, Genma team part of the special squad that once guarded the 4th Hokage, and so on. Yukaki looked at each person and spoke. Finally, seeing the contempt in Mitarashi Anko's eyes, as if incited, he tightly clutched the letter to his chest and started venting. You, as a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, are treated this way. If not for the intervention of Lord Yoru, do you think you'd be any better off than me? And you all? I'm just an ordinary person, you think I want to betray you? At this moment, Yukaki's eyes were bloodshot, he vented frantically, I have no one behind me. No one helped me when I was most desperate. My wife. My children. They are innocent, what can I do? Tell me. Seeing Yukaki suddenly enraged, everyone was taken aback. However, Mitarashi Anko is no gentle kitty, she's a wild little cat, completely bristled. Mitarashi Anko glared back uncompromisingly, shinobi rules stipulate what to do when your teammates and family are threatened by enemies. Haven't you learned that? They are shinobi. Being a shinobi is cruel, they had already learned all sorts of shinobi rules in their shinobi school. Facing Mitarashi Anko's accusations, Yukaki's eyes remained blood red, glaring at everyone, as if being hit where it hurts. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake solemnly said, the one threatening his family is someone from the village. One sentence suddenly stirred up waves, and everyone was stunned, then showing an incredulous look. Even Might Guy fell silent, as one of the people who personally captured the other party, he naturally knew some of the inside story. The youngest, Uchiha Itachi, calmly said, someone from the village, do they have so much power that not even a special jonin could resist? Everyone looked at each other, no one expected this situation. Even Mitarashi Anko was stunned after hearing it, her straightforward personality doesn't mean she's naive, and her face turned extremely ugly as if she thought of something. Yugir and Ugitsu, on the other hand, wore gloomy expressions. Yukaki looked at everyone's incredulous eyes and suddenly laughed mockingly. So, what now? Can't speak? Then tell me what you would do in this situation? Did the shinobi school ever teach you? I risked my life on the front lines, yet someone in the village is threatening my wife and children. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Looking at everyone, before they could speak, Yukaki suddenly laughed at himself and said, right, some of you would definitely say that under the will of fire, there is no room for compromise. Do you know what choice I made at that time? With everyone's eyes on him, he roared, I didn't compromise. I gave up my wife and child. But what was the result? When the person behind the scenes surfaced and found me, I knew what kind of bullshit village this was. And this bullshit will of fire. Come on, might guy, I know you. Your father was a hero of the Third War. Has his heroism been passed down in the village for the sake of stability? Haha, only us Jonin know a bit about the situation. And you, Kakashi, your father, White Fang, is he a hero or a disgrace? Your father chose his comrades over the mission and became a disgrace to Konoha. I chose the village over my family, am I a hero? Pointing at his nose, Yukaki laughed sarcastically and then his face turned into a complex, self-mocking smile, haha, for the village, I'm just a fool. All of this is nonsense. When a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan found me, I knew that beneath the so-called will of fire are all ugly and disgusting people. It was a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan who made me leak information to the Mist Ninjas. This is the family of the third Hokage. Is this betrayal? Am I a traitor? Did I sell out the interests of the village? No, I was just following the teachings of the Ninja Academy and obeying orders. I faithfully carried out my mission to leak information to the Mist Ninjas. As Yukaki's revelations unfolded, it slowly uncovered the village's dark and ugly face, leaving everyone shocked. Mitarashi Anko involuntarily took a few steps back, losing her initial air of superiority. As a civilian most brainwashed by the propaganda, Uzuki Ujeo shouted, "You're talking nonsense, you must be making things up. Even if it's true, someone must be hiding it from the Hokage." Kurane Ui was the most calm. The incident had a great impact on her. Although she knew the village had a dark side, she never thought it would be so dark. Kurane Ui lowered her voice and said cautiously, "There must be a reason why a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan asked you to leak information." Facing everyone's doubts, Yukaki, who had already resigned himself to fate after receiving the family letter, simply laughed with tears in his eyes, looking at everyone as if they were fools. What if this person is the eldest son of the third Hokage? Right, you should know, the former head of the Anbu, the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage. So impressive, isn't it? Do you even need to ask why? Aren't you guys fools? After Orochimaru was expelled from the Land of Fire, the old members should have dispersed. But now Lord Yoru has come and not only rallied the people but most importantly, he's a threat. Lord Yoru led us to a great victory as soon as he arrived. At this point, Yukaki laughed sarcastically, one is a strong ninja who's not even 17, and the other is almost 30. When the village selects the 5th Hokage, someone will say, "Look at him, he can't even beat a 17-year-old and yet he's running for the position of 5th Hokage. Isn't this a joke?" He questioned everyone, "This leaf ninja just let go," pointing at everyone, "What would you do if you were in my position? Now, your families are being threatened, the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, the former head of the Anbu, is also threatening you. And they are asking you to leak the current location to the Mist Ninjas, then seize the opportunity to expose the commander's position. The goal of a ninja is to complete the mission. Now tell me, what would you do?" Yukaki's powerless roar echoed in the prison, everyone's faces filled with disbelief, as if they could not believe that the village's ugly face was being exposed. Chapter 148, Promise. I will choose to accept the mission and leak information to enemy ninjas. A resounding and powerful voice suddenly echoed in the prison cell. Uchiha Yoru's imposing figure slowly stepped in. At this moment, everyone who saw him exclaimed, "Lord Yoru! Brother Yoru! Teacher Yoru!" Faced with the complicated gazes of everyone, Uchiha Yoru walked directly into the cell and stood before the lifeless figure sitting on a pile of straw. He solemnly nodded and said, "I will do the same as you. To fulfill the mission given by higher UPS while also protecting my family, instead of refusing the mission. Otherwise, not to mention my own situation, my family would be in danger." Uchiha Yoru's resolute voice reverberated in the prison cell. Upon seeing the young face's determined expression, the figure sitting on the straw had a vacant look and tears of regret began to fall from his eyes. Whimper, I don't regret doing this, what I regret is that I didn't die on the battlefield. Then they wouldn't have found me, and my family wouldn't have been threatened. It was too painful for him, a pain no one could understand. However, Uchiha Yoru's entry and affirmation seemed to provide some understanding, and he began to sob uncontrollably. The wails filled the prison cell. For a moment, everyone was asking themselves what they would do in a similar situation. Shisui also began to mutter to himself, wondering what he would do if the village used Yoru as leverage. The worldview of Ozuki Yujeo, who had become a spy from the Anbu, seemed to shatter. She thought Orochimaru's incident was a fluke and blamed it on the negligence of the third Hokage. But what about this time? Was it still negligence? Or rather indulgence? Even the most passionate Might Guy fell silent. One was a mission, the other was betraying his village. He thought of his father and smiled bitterly, mumbling, "Perhaps you're right, father. Living simply as a pure ninja is happy." But at this moment, Might Guy didn't feel happy anymore, or perhaps he began to hide some things behind his cheerful smile. The youngest, Uchiha Itachi, clenched his fists. His eyes turned red. One was the mission of the village, the other was the safety of his parents and brother. Choosing to complete the mission meant betraying the village, but if he chose his family, could he protect them? It was an unsolvable question. What should I do if Yoru is threatened? This question echoed in the innocent mind of Mitarashi Anko. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Orochimaru, who had left the village, and shivered. Anko lowered her head, her eyes revealing a touch of madness. No one could harm Yoru. Perhaps leaving this place was the right choice, like Orochimaru. The village might not be the final destination, where Yoru is, that's home. No matter how they thought about it, in the end, everyone wore a bitter, self-mocking smile, as if they would eventually arrive at the same conclusion. This is an unsolvable question. Choosing the mission would protect my family but betray the village. Refusing the mission, what about my family? Can I really protect them? Should I go back to the village and tell everyone, consult with the third Hokage? As we think about this, everyone recalls the incident with Orochimaru. Such a major event led to border unrest, and the only result was the removal of the head of the Anbu. Can consulting the third Hokage really protect my family? Everyone fell silent at this thought. We can protect for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Even a single misinformed mission could make us lose everything. Woo-woo, Lord Yoru, kill me. I have wronged you, but I had no choice. Please do not blame my family. Yukaki knelt on the ground, begging the young man before him. He can't afford to offend either side, any party could bring disaster to his family, and he has nothing to rely on. Seeing Yukaki begging, everyone fell silent. What would they do if they were in his shoes? At this moment, they all realized the importance of power. Watching the scene before him, Uchiha Yoru looked around and muttered, "Hero." With a self-mocking smile, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, "We don't have good fathers, we can't do as we wish. Personality is a luxury for us." Walking up, he lightly patted Yukaki's shoulder. In the dim cell, Uchiha Yoru calmly said, "You died from serious injuries in the last battle. Now, Yukaki is a hero in the village." At these words, Yukaki showed a relieved smile and knelt down, "Thank you, Lord Yoru, for your great kindness. In my next life, I'm willing to be your servant to repay your kindness." Turning his head, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone's complex expressions and spoke solemnly, "The Leaf Village has already decayed. Heroes have become tools for the corrupt elite. First it was White Fang, then Orochimaru, and now all these events. The Leaf can no longer accommodate heroes. The Leaf Village was created by the Uchiha and Senju clans. It's our common home. Now it has become private property for corrupt elites to gain benefits and expand their clans. From its creation, the weak Sarutobi clan has greedily grown into a great power today, along with the Inoshikacho clans and other families. Is the Leaf Village still our home? Saying this, Uchiha Yoru focused his gaze on Might Guy, saying gravely, Might Guy, your father was a hero, but did he ever receive his honorable title? Once passionate and impulsive, Might Guy now looked pale. He opened his mouth stiffly, wanting to defend his father, but reality was so powerless. As the hero who activated the 8 inner gates and defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, why is no one talking about this hero's deeds? To keep it a secret? What's the secret? Or is it that the credit is too great, and Konoha needs to downplay this for the sake of others? Might Guy, your father is a hero. He protected those he wanted to protect. But did he get what a hero deserves? I say, in today's Konoha, heroes are just tools. Heroes are just tools. This phrase echoed in the dim prison, and no one could refute it. It was the naked truth, and even the most loyal, like Kurane Ui and Uzuki Ujeo, were pale and powerless. Heroes can't stand against power, in front of power, they are just tools. The sarcastic voice echoed in the prison, and for a moment everyone listened to this ironic judgment, which was laden with truth, leaving everyone speechless. The 3 members of Team Kurane looked determined. Lord Yoru, we will follow you. Facing such loyalty, Uchiha Yoru directly raised his hand to stop it. Instead, his face revealed a sense of fanaticism and determination. He spoke forcefully, Konoha has lost its original intentions. I'll risk my life to reclaim the dignity that Konoha has lost. However, what can change the fate of Konoha is power, not just my individual strength. The decade higher UPS have trampled on heroes and rotted to the core. The village needs a revolution. A transformation that changes everything. Even if it costs me my life, I must achieve it. With a resolute gaze, his forceful voice echoed in the prison cell. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and slowly extended his fist, signaling them and saying, one person's strength cannot change everything. So I need you all. I need you to join me in revolutionizing, overthrowing the decayed roots of Konoha, and rebuilding the Konoha we long for, so that the true will of fire can once again appear in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas. A small furt appeared and collided with Uchiha Yoru's fist. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on this small figure. Unexpectedly, the first to stand out was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, who was not even 8 years old, had eyes filled with fanatical worship and determination. His previous resentment towards his teacher for not guiding him had disappeared, and he now saw his teacher as a guiding light. The charming Uchiha Yoru was like a god in the young Uchiha Itachi's heart. His youthful voice echoed resolutely in the prison cell. I, Uchiha Itachi, am willing to help my teacher overthrow the decayed Konoha and let the true will of fire reappear in the skies above Konoha. Then, Hatake Kakashi slowly extended his fist and collided it with that resolute fist. I believe in you, your eyes can see further, and your strength can definitely change Konoha. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi was full of confidence and determination towards Uchiha Yoru. Through long-term observation, he had confirmed that Uchiha Yoru was indeed the person who could truly change Konoha. Dual background, the strongest among the younger generation, and his highly approved and prudent political skills, the most important point was his love for Konoha, surpassing everyone, even me. Kakashi thought to himself, with the background of the Uchiha clan and being the disciple of one of the 3 legendary Sunin, Orochimaru, this dual identity was enough to make him the leader to reform Konoha. The Genma squad is willing to follow Lord Yoru. Members of the Genma squad, including Genma, Rado, and Iwashi, all showed a determined look and extended their fists. Yoru, I will always follow you. With a determined gaze, Mitarashi Anko fist bumped. Lastly, Uzuki Ujeo and Kurane Ui were pale and showed forced smiles. One was a spy sent by the 3rd Hokage, and the other was from the Anbu, both now under the 3rd supervision. Although they had successfully infiltrated and even become the most trusted individuals, the situation now filled them with agony. Under Uchiha Yoru's steadfast and fearless gaze, the two strangely extended their fists to collide. Looking at the two, Uchiha Yoru revealed a smile. The others thought that Kurane Ui and Uzuki Ijeo were afraid because they knew about Konoha's dark ugliness. "Brother Yoru, I believe in you." When Uchiha Yoru started to reveal his ambition to change Konoha, Uchiha Shisui immediately showed fanatical eyes. How could he not agree? Finally, it was Might Guy's turn. Everyone's eyes were on him, even Hitaki Kakashi rarely showed a hint of anxiety. But it was everyone's freedom, and he had no right to interfere. Might Guy, who is usually passionate, looked complicatedly at his classmates at this moment. He remembered that the always proud Uchiha Yoru had never mocked him, even encouraged him, saying he would definitely be strong one day. Countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, Might Guy lowered his voice and hoarsely said, "Yoru, if I choose to quit, what are you going to do to me?" Whoosh! As Might Guy's voice landed, the first to react were Uchiha Shisui, then Kurane Squad 3, and Genma Squad. They formed a circle around Might Guy, vigilant. They would never allow anyone to threaten Uchiha Yoru. However, Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop everyone's vigilance. Even so, in the depths of Shisui's eyes, a fierce look appeared. He had already decided not to leave any threat behind. But Uchiha Yoru, who had stopped everyone, was staring straight at Might Guy and revealed a sincere and hearty smile. "Guy, you can disagree with me, but you can't stop my love for Konoha, so please don't stop me. I also believe in you. Don't stop my love for Konoha. I also believe in you." Just this sentence instantly elevated the mood. At that moment, even Kakashi, who had breathed a sigh of relief, showed a resolute look. "I didn't misjudge, I am inferior to Uchiha Yoru." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Might Guy's eyes. How could he not love Konoha? But it was because he loved it too much that he chose to turn a blind eye to all the injustices and darkness that he had no power to change. He had no power to change anything before, but now someone has appeared who can. "I believe in you." Just as Might Guy slowly extended his fist, suddenly a figure appeared and directly issued a firm and clear voice. It was Hyaga Hisashi, who had been guarding in the dark. "Yoru, I believe in you." Might Guy and Hyaga Hisashi both fist-bumped with Uchiha Yoru. Hyaga Hisashi has always been stern, always wearing a stern face. He also grew up in Konoha and has no less love for the village than anyone else. Moreover, from a selfish standpoint, the Hyaga branch family is now in the most awkward position. If they truly follow Uchiha Yoru and change Konoha, then the Hyaga branch family can confidently appear before everyone in the future. Seeing that everyone chose to trust him, Uchiha Yoru showed a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, please look forward to it. I, Uchiha Yoru, will definitely eliminate the darkness hanging over Konoha and let the sun shine on Konoha once again. This might be difficult and sacrifices might have to be made, but I believe that as long as we stand united, we can change everything. So, I ask for everyone's support. Please work hard to become strong ninjas. The stronger you are, the sooner we can change Konoha." A firm voice echoed in the prison cell, and the man who was awkwardly lying in the pile of straw also seemed to see hope, showing a smile. "Please go ahead. After you eliminate the darkness from Konoha, remember to tell me in front of my grave. I will come back to Konoha in my next life." Chapter 149, Youth is the Will of Fire. Under the setting sun, the waves continuously lapped against the golden beach. Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Iwashi Tatami, Raid Namayashi, Hyaga Hisashi, Kurane Ui, Uzuki Ujeo, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Itaki, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Yoru all stood tall on the golden sand. In the glow of the setting sun, the elongated shadows of the 12 people were cast upon the golden beach. At this moment, Might Guy gave a thumbs up and energetically exclaimed, this is the burning spirit of youth. We'll be waiting for you in the village. All 12 people looked at the man in black clothing and a masked face in front of them with various relaxed smiles, yet the man revealed a complicated expression. Leading them, Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You don't have to feel guilty. Remember, I personally slashed your face and even planted a seal in your mind." Though his words were brutal, they felt as warm as the evening breeze to those who heard them. The man in the black clothes and mask was Yukaki. He bowed his head in guilt and said hoarsely, "Lord Yoru, I've leaked information and betrayed the village." Before he could finish, Uchiha Yoru stretched lazily, waved his hand with a lazy laugh and said, "The one who betrayed the village is from the Sarutobi clan. You're just a pawn. Go, leave before I change my mind." Everyone thought Yoru would kill him. Keeping him alive would make the Sarutobi clan target Yoru, so the best option was to dispose of him secretly. And Yukaki's death report had already been sent back to the village. "Lord Yoru." Seeing the man cry, Yoru shook his head and spoke softly as he faced the setting sun, "It's the Leaf Village's fault right now. You don't need to apologize. Go, lie low and train well. Believe in us. Once we drive away the darkness looming over the leaf, you can safely return home. So please endure for a few years." "Lord Yoru, I understand. Even if I return to the village, if anyone finds out, my family will be in danger," Jishu said with a self-mocking smile, pointing at his own head. "I also understand your painstaking efforts, Lord Yoru. The seal is simply to save my life." He knew that if Yoru didn't place the seal, even if he chose to spare him, what about the others? "I'm leaving." Glancing around at everyone, Yukaki showed a sincere smile of gratitude. Although he couldn't return to the village, at least he had a glimmer of hope in his life, hope that one day he could go back and reunite with his family. Whether it took 10 years or 20, he would live well outside and wait for that day. The shadow slowly disappeared on the coastline under the setting sun, and 12 figures stood on the golden beach, gazing at the sunset. "Yoru, the sunset is so beautiful." With a straightforward personality, Mitarashi Anko excitedly hugged Uchiha Yoru's arm and looked at everyone, raising an eyebrow and laughing loudly, "Shouldn't we come up with a catchy team name? After all, we are the future of Konoha." Upon hearing this, only Might Guy showed an excited smile, immediately giving a thumbs up and shouting, "How about we 12 people be called Konoha's 12 Youth Combat Team?" Wow, indeed, those who are thick-skinned are amazing. Although aware of some darkness, they can turn their heads and throw it away. Since they can't change anything for the time being, it's better to face everything happily. This kind of person is either big-hearted or has a good mentality. That sounds awful. Mitarashi Anko and Might Guy, both big-hearted people, immediately started an excited discussion about the title. On the other hand, Uzuki Yujeo and Kurane Ui watched Anko hugging Uchiha Yoru's arm, their hearts filled with agony. The more Uchiha Yoru trusted them, the more guilty they felt. 12 figures stood on the beach under the setting sun, presenting a beautiful landscape. They could be said to be a group of young geniuses from Konoha. Finally, Uchiha Yoru turned his head and looked at everyone, suddenly laughing, "How about calling it Konoha's 12 cockroaches?" Wow, everyone was speechless, even the dark Kakashi at this time had a twitching eye corner. He never realized that Uchiha Yoru had this quirk. At the same time, everyone thought of one thing, never let Uchiha Yoru name anything. However, under the setting sun, Uchiha Yoru looked at the sun sinking into the ocean, squinting his eyes with a mesmerizing expression, murmuring, "Our path ahead is full of endless hardships. With the name cockroaches, I hope we will have strong vitality. No matter how strong the enemy is, we will all survive and then together create and witness a new history for Konoha." His light words echoed in everyone's ears, and suddenly everyone was stunned, followed by smiles appearing on their faces. Mitarashi Anko, who had just said the name sounded awful, came bouncing over, hugging Uchiha Yoru's arm again and showing her cute little fangs, sincerely laughing, Konoha's 12 cockroaches actually sounds pretty good. Yo! From today on, we are Konoha's 12 cockroaches, haha, this is youth. Might guy under the setting sun flashed his signature thumbs up and bright white teeth. Kakashi Hatake even more so held his forehead and sighed softly, let's leave it this time, but Yoru, could you please refrain from naming things in the future? The naming cockroaches may be awkward, but when Yoru uttered its implication, a warm current rose in everyone's hearts. However, they didn't know what Uchiha Yoru was thinking at the moment. Under the setting sun, his smile was inwardly muttering, since there is fate, this time I'm at least hitching a ride on the title of the protagonists of the future world. Hopefully, I can also hitch some luck. Even Hyuga Hisashi, who usually has a stern face, nodded in rare approval of this title. The implication is good, signaling that they will all tenaciously overcome all difficulties. Under the setting sun, on the golden beach, the newly formed group called Konoha's 12 cockroaches began to shine. They will become the strongest power among the younger generation in Konoha in the future. The will for change has been recognized. Starting from just a few people, it has now developed into a not-so-weak group. Moreover, they have various connections behind them. These are all potential development forces. Although they may not look strong now, once this will develop, it will become an unstoppable force like a terrifying flood. Under the night sky, the atmosphere within the Hidden Leaf Village's base in the land of whirlpools was heavy, as if every blade of grass and tree was a soldier on edge. The sense of relief they had felt after their previous victory vanished in an instant. Inside the tent. According to the intelligence, almost all of our reinforcements have been wiped out. Only fewer than 20 ninjas managed to escape. As the sun set, the sudden arrival of this urgent information immediately put all the Hidden Leaf ninjas on the island on high alert. The moment he received the information, Uchiha Yoru issued the highest level of combat readiness. Uchiha Yoru, who was sitting solemnly inside the tent, looked seriously at everyone. Everyone, our reinforcements are gone. Although the ninjas below don't know this yet, I suspect the mist ninjas will spread this information. Since we can't keep it a secret, I suggest we prepare ourselves mentally. Damn it, what a waste the Sarutobi clan is. Nearly 500 elite troops, even if they were 500 pigs being chased, at least 100 would manage to escape. That failure is just jealous of Lord Yoru. He has been delaying our march since the beginning. It's been over half a month now. Even a genin could have reached the destination by now. And yet, their elite forces have just barely reached the border and got ambushed immediately. Useless. Lord Yoru, do you even have to ask? Ever since you single-handedly took down 12 upper-level mist ninjas last time, your reputation has spread across the front lines. This is definitely Sarutobi Shins being jealous of you, making such a mess and treating our Hidden Leaf ninjas lives as a joke. Exactly, it's clear to me now. They want to pave the way for Shins. First Orochimaru, now Lord Yoru. Can't the Hidden Leaf have someone stronger than this Shins? Most of them were originally part of Orochimaru's team, and now that Uchiha Yoru had risen to take over everything, they were infuriated by this new turn of events. Their new grievances piled onto old ones. Especially since they were already outcasts, they dared to speak their minds. Enough. From now on, none of you are allowed to speak of this again. I haven't heard anything you've just said. Uchiha Yoru could only raise his hand to stop everyone's discussions, feigning a stern face and warning glare. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. Just as they started to get emotional, he shut them down. The idea is the same, let these people hold it in, and they will become his most loyal forces in the future. Kakashi, can you report how many supplies we have received recently? How long can we hold out if the mist ninjas launch a strong attack? None of them knew how many enemies were lurking in the dark this time, but an enemy capable of swallowing nearly 500 Hidden Leaf ninjas was definitely not a small number. Adding them to the battlefield would be a terrifying equation. And there were also the mist ninjas. Will they take advantage of the situation? Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Kakashi immediately reported, "We have enough supplies. After our last losses, we've pulled quite a bit of supplies from the border to here beforehand. Medical supplies, ration pills, kunao, exploding tags, enough for us to last a month, even enough for several major battles." After hearing Kakashi's report, Uchiha Yoru looked solemnly at everyone. "Everyone, we are at a critical point of life and death. Our reinforcements have been ambushed. We don't know exactly who the enemy is, but to send another ninja force from the rear will take at least 3 days. So, let go of all restraints for these 3 days. All leaf ninjas in the camp should have their kunao and shuriken fully stocked, and the number of exploding tags should be doubled. In short, we can afford to lose our positions. You can use all the exploding tags, but I need you to come back alive. Do not skimp on exploding tags and blades. If we run out, I can request more. The 3 bases in the land of whirlpools have scattered our forces. If an unavoidable situation arises, abandon the other 2 bases and lead the surviving forces to break through and come here." When he said this, Uchiha Yoru looked around at everyone and said gravely, "This is our last line of defense. I will take full responsibility for losing the ore veins. How the Hokage will punish me afterward, I will bear it alone. But you must remember one thing, I want people, not cold ore veins. I want to bring all of you home. To receive the flowers of victory. Lord Yoru. Never before has there been a commander in the ninja world who would rather give up gains to preserve the lives of ninjas. After all, ninjas are touted as tools. How could anyone care about the loss of tools? It's all about worth. I need your answers now. Can you do it?" As Uchiha Yoru's resounding voice echoed once again in the tent, all the ninjas' eyes reddened with emotion, shouting, "We can! We will do it! Lord Yoru, if the Hokage wants to blame someone, I am willing to take responsibility." "Big talker, what will you take responsibility with? Is your face that big? Yamamoto. You. What are you looking at? I'm willing to share the blame with Lord Yoru." "Me too." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the tent, but Kakashi saw that people were united, moved in his heart. Uchiha Yoru is indeed a born leader, convincing everyone in such a short time. What's all this commotion? Facing the chaotic tent, Uchiha Yoru roared in an imposing manner, and with a slap on the table, the tent immediately fell silent. "Humph! Do you all really think this is a precious ninjutsu? Still fighting over it? What's your status? Behind me is the Uchiha clan, and I am a disciple of Asunan, Orochimaru. What about you?" Though he had revealed his own influential backing, it warmed everyone's hearts. Uchiha Yoru coldly huffed, "Nonsense! Konoha was founded by the Senju and us, the Uchiha clan. The pride of the Uchiha clan would never hide behind anyone. It's our duty to protect Konoha. The current Uchiha Yoru would never miss a chance to promote the Uchiha clan, to engrave this belief deep into their bones. As the Uchiha, one of the founding clans of Konoha, are willing to lead the charge, what about the Sarutobi clan, who hold the position of Hokage? With this comparison, various unfair judgments are bound to lead to indignation and frustration. When these feelings reach a certain limit, the erupting force is terrifying. Order the Hyuga clan's ninja to conduct 24-hour, all-angle surveillance. Report immediately upon discovering enemies. At the same time, instruct all ninja to set traps widely. This time, if the mist ninja attack, it will be a difficult defensive battle. Also, the ninja who were recently transported to the rear, although only about 50, should join the fight quickly. As for the injured, command the medical ninja to go all out in treating them. Recover as much combat power as possible. After Uchiha Yoru calmly issued these orders, the Konoha ninja below had already sprung into action. At the same time, the news that a 500 ninja battalion of Konoha reinforcements had been annihilated at the border had swept through the front lines and the ninja world like a storm. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Shinzo stealing credits again. Konoha. In the middle of the night, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office building was oppressively tense. The lights were brightly lit in the office, and the third Hokage's Anbu had hastily convened a meeting of Konoha's top brass. Konoha's top F4 gathered in the conference room. The dim lighting cast shadows on their grim faces, making it clear that something serious had happened, something that had prompted the mobilization of Konoha's most powerful individuals, the F4. The reinforcements sent to deter the hidden mist village were ambushed, almost the entire force was wiped out, said the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as he solemnly handed the intelligence reports around the room for everyone to read. The ambushing ninja forces wore headbands from smaller villages like the Grass and Rain, but based on their techniques, ninja from the Cloud, Rock, Sand, and even the Mist villages participated. It wasn't the loss of 500 ninjas that weighed heavily on Hiruzen. What concerned him was the hidden attitude of the 4 great ninja villages behind this incident. It seemed that only Konoha was kept in the dark. If the 4 great ninja villages were secretly collaborating, that would be problematic. After reading the intelligence, Danzo Shimura immediately frowned and snorted, "Incompetence." Clearly, he was disparaging the commander of this mission. The 500 ninjas had responded poorly under pressure, panicking and retreating, which led to their defeat. An experienced commander should take advantage of the terrain. Even Danzo could instantly think of the most basic tactic, using favorable terrain to fight a delaying action while waiting for reinforcements. This was, after all, at the border of the Land of Fire, the enemy should have been the one to worry. But they had been led by an idiot. Danzo, now is not the time to place blame. The issue is whether this ambush implies that the 4 great ninja villages have already formed a secret alliance and are using the battlefield in the Land of Whirlpools to distract and drain us, said Koharu Udaten, her face furrowed in concern. Beside her, Homura Mitokado looked even more worried. Hiruzen, the situation doesn't look good. If the 4 great ninja villages join forces, the Land of Whirlpools could really become a meat grinder, keeping our village in a state of constant exhaustion. This was tantamount to the 4 great ninja villages declaring war on Konoha. Although not an all-out war, it would be a war of attrition. A single mist village we can handle, but if all 4 great ninja villages join forces, that's a serious matter, said Homura. That's exactly why I've called you all here, Hiruzen responded. Anything that Koharu and Homura could think of, he had already considered, which was why he had summoned everyone to discuss the situation. Hiruzen, we must sabotage the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages. Danzo Shimura, who has never been afraid of war, showed a gloomy expression and gravely spoke a fact: facing an alliance of the 4 major ninja villages, even he felt suffocated. Mist, Cloud, Stone, Sand, these 4 ninja villages have destroyed our border reinforcements as a show for us. Clearly, this event has led to a huge misunderstanding. None of the 4 major ninja villages wanted to suffer large losses and were trying to pull others in, resulting in them being misunderstood as allies. However, anyone would think this is a planned and premeditated scheme. It couldn't be a temporary plan. All 4 ninja villages must have people nearby to quickly form a combat group and execute the plan. Otherwise, how could the Stone and Wind villages, so far apart, appear so quickly here? Konoha's F4 never considered that information had leaked. From a timing perspective, it seems a bit unrealistic unless their plans had appeared in the offices of the leaders of all 4 major ninja villages in less than 3 days. Otherwise, it's too coincidental and must have been premeditated. If the 4 major ninja villages are allied, our current village situation would be hard to handle. We must destroy their alliance one by one, said Koharu with a frown. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed displeased and glanced at Danzo, saying, "Rein in your actions. Don't overreach with the major clans lately." Sarutobi's resentful look clearly alluded to the incidents involving the Sunin. Danzo was extremely frustrated. Sarutobi, you! He wanted to curse out loud. All these tasks were approved by you, and when things go wrong, I'm the one to blame. I've decided to start with the weakest, the Wind Country's Sand Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Homura and Koharu were taken aback. Sarutobi, don't be reckless. The 4 major villages have already allied. Without a thorough plan, it could easily cause a chain reaction. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them with determination. After the Third War, the Sand Village's strength was greatly reduced, especially with the daimyo of Wind Country cutting a lot of their funds. The Sand Village had to implement an elite training program. As the defeated, Sand has to compensate us with 20% of high-level missions each year. Hearing this, Koharu and Homura understood and were relieved, but Danzo Shimura was angry. Sarutobi, this is war reparations. The village needs these missions for quick recovery. You can't take these. Before Danzo could finish, Sarutobi interrupted, then, Danzo, do you have any good methods to break the alliance of the 4 major ninja villages? In one sentence, Danzo Shimura was so choked up that he turned red and couldn't say a word. He could only sit back down feeling frustrated. The top priority now is to break the alliance between the 4 major ninja villages. I think if one village pulls out first, the others will have gaps. After all, there has never been a real alliance between the ninja villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a determined expression. Koharu listened carefully and nodded solemnly. Hiruzen is right, the alliance between ninja villages is only beneficial for now. We can easily break this so-called ally relationship by offering some benefits. So, how much should we offer to the Sand Village? Homura threw out a critical question. If you offer too little, they might become annoyed and target us secretly. If it were just the Sand Village, we would have already found a way to deal with them. This situation is really frustrating, said another. 10%. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the longest-serving Hokage, directly threw out an irresistible offer for the Sand Village. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura stood up abruptly, slamming the table and shouting, 10% of high-ranking missions. Do you know how long this will delay the economic recovery of Konoha? It's not just 1 year, but a full 15 years. In the Third War, the Sand Village, which was the worst loser, unconditionally allocated 20% of its high-ranking missions to Konoha. High-ranking missions are at least sea-level missions, which would last for 15 years. Konoha could accelerate its recovery with this 20% of high-ranking missions, while the Sand Village would have to cut theirs by 20%. It's only been a few years, and we've just started to see the benefits, and now we have to give half of it to them. The 10% annual mission profit is enough to maintain all the operational funds for our intelligence unit, and even leave a surplus. The benefits are huge, said another. 10%, I think it's acceptable, said Koharu, who, although in pain, pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Offering 10% of the benefits in exchange for breaking the alliance of the 4 major ninja villages, even the Sand Village will have to take some action to gain these benefits. It won't be for free, she continued. Koharu then subtly looked at Danzo Shimura. By giving away 10% of the high-ranking missions that originally belonged to the Sand Village, we can gain an ally, and the alliance of the 4 major ninja villages will turn into 2 major villages against 3. Koharu's foresight in this matter was undeniable. Even Homura nodded in agreement. That's correct. I will personally go to the Sand Village tomorrow to discuss this matter. If their Kazekage wants these benefits, it won't be easily granted. At the very least, they have to make a statement. Danzo Shimura is quite pained by this. He's not foolish, he sees the benefits that come after this exchange of interests. However, the village has lost a significant amount of benefits directly. You have to know that each year, a large part of the missions he got were allocated from the hidden Sand Village. Now it's been cut by half, and the number of people sharing these benefits hasn't decreased. It's like having a full pot of rice cut down to a half pot, yet the number of people eating remains the same. Danzo, don't worry about the immediate gains and losses, you need to focus on the long term, Hiruzen Sarutobi says, shaking his head and sighing as he looks at Danzo's unwilling eyes. This 10% not only has to exchange for the hidden sand village's withdrawal but also needs them to restrain another hidden village. The pressure on our village will greatly decrease then. This matter is settled, now let's talk about another important issue. While saying this, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly takes out an emergency intelligence report. He looks at the three people and says gravely, the profits from the 3 mineral veins in the land of whirlpools are considerable every year, but what's more important is its strategic location. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Hidden Mist village. The front lines already have substantial casualties. Now we face our rear forces being wiped out. People are restless, and the Hidden Mist has already dispatched a lot of reinforcements. Our influence in the land of whirlpools is in grave danger. We've already lost 10% of the interests from the Hidden Sand village. The interests of the land of whirlpools can be compromised at crucial times, but we absolutely cannot lose this strategic location. Once the land of whirlpools is occupied by the Hidden Mist village, they could directly march into our territories during future wars. As long as the land of whirlpools remains in our hands, it will serve as a buffer against the Hidden Mist village. Seeing this situation, everyone shows a worried expression. Koharu Uchiha even sighs regretfully, had we known this, we should have assisted the land of whirlpools at any cost back then. How nice it was back when the Uzumaki clan was in the land of whirlpools, it eased our worries, serving as a buffer against the Hidden Mist village. Now we are a single village facing 4 major hidden villages, it's really tough. Humph, have we not paid enough of a price? How many of the Senju clan sacrificed themselves on the battlefield in the land of whirlpools? Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked researching wood release. Once the wood release research from back then is mentioned, everyone's faces turn extremely grim. It's an unforgettable nightmare and directly led to the demise of the Senju clan. Alright, let's now discuss the matter of frontline reinforcements. The matter of that year is a taboo. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shifted the topic to the current issue at hand and looked directly at the three people, saying solemnly, I have decided to pull 600 ninjas from the rear to provide support, and at the same time increase the troop numbers by 1,000 at the border area of the water country. If the Mist Ninja continue to increase their forces in the Whirlpool country battlefield, we will also continue to invest. Facing the 4 major ninja villages, he is under pressure, but just a Mist village. Even if it's 3 against 2, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still filled with anger. After all, they are the first ninja village. To be bullied like this, they think they are made of clay. Sending 600 people. Isn't that a bit too much? You should know that once the frontline ninja numbers exceed 1,000, the situation will be quite different. Koharu and Homura both showed serious expressions. If the ninja army exceeds 1,000, then they would be on the red alert edge of a full-scale war. One more slight increase and it will be an all-out war between the 2 major ninja villages. The losses from the Third War were huge, and it had just ended. Now there seemed to be a danger of starting the 4th war again. The horror of the ninja war is something even they have to treat seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, and after Koharu and Homura exchanged glances, they said solemnly, Hiruzen, try to control the number of people on the Whirlpool country battlefield to within 1,000 ninjas for now. You can send some elites to stabilize the situation. After the Sand Ninja defect, that will be our opportunity. This time even Dan's Shimura nodded in agreement with a grim face, saying directly, among the forces left by Orochimaru, there are also many good civilian ninjas in the village. We can send some to support. The major clans can also send people. Now is not the time to start the 4th war. Seeing the 3 opting for caution, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, I was a bit hasty. A war with 1,000 ninjas indeed touches the red line. Visit the sand village as quickly as possible. The sooner we win them over, the sooner we can break the current deadlock. Narashikaku is now the commander at the border of the Lightning Country. I intend to send Sarutobi Shinzo to the border of the Water Country as the general commander, and also send a message to Jiraiya, asking him to guard against the Rock Ninja border to deter Noki. It has to be said that experience speaks. Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach was to bluff. Konoha doesn't want to go to war, and neither do the 4 major ninja villages. Shinzo, hey? Not bad. The elites left by Orochimaru have almost all been sent to the front line of the Whirlpool country. The remaining ones won't make much difference. Sending Shinzo to guard the border of the Water Country can also eliminate previous hidden dangers. Agreed. 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 In an instant, the Konoha's F4 have drawn up a plan for dealing with the 4 major ninja villages. No one probably thought that such a big issue would arise due to a misunderstanding. The 4 major ninja villages also did not expect this.
Thanks for listening.